Hello. How's everyone doing? And now I've got an echo because I've got my own stream there. Good. I've killed that before that turned into a disaster. So, how are you?
I'm good. I'm a little sick. So how you gave me your
Oh,
cold?
shoot. I have no idea how that would work, but it seems like it. Uh that cold really was miserable. So, yeah. Um, but yeah, we got a couple of things to talk about. And both are things that we've sort of both been paying attention to, and we've been talking about doing a collaboration since
Yeah.
I don't know weeks, like literally weeks. So finally, I was like, we got to make this happen because we've got Reckless Ben and the Clancy trial going on with this, and it's kind of a wild scenario because
Two very different topics with very different audiences.
yeah, although sometimes the audiences kind of cross pollinate because they see that you're covering one thing, and then they're like, "Oh, right, maybe that's interesting, maybe not."
Yeah.
But yeah, Reckless Ben, I don't know what he's up to. I think he's flirting with possibly getting himself into custody. Um,
No, he's already been in custody. he's got he's got two criminal cases pending against him right now in Utah.
yeah,
So
but and I mean, which means he's on bail, which means that allegations of like violate, because I assume, hey, we think you've committed a criminal offense in another state would be a violation of that.
yeah.
Um, so hopefully that's not, hopefully that's something that's not, going to be an issue for him because,
Well,
I
and
mean,
I don't know the timing of a lot of these. So he's done the Lego controversy, and that started I think towards the end of last year. But in between there, he went undercover at the Provo Canyon School. That video came out a couple weeks ago.
yeah,
Um, they're talking about suing him. He just released something a couple days ago about investigating a um, alleged cult, and so I don't know what comes out of that. But he seems to have a lot of these things in the pipeline.
yeah, we'll have to pull it up. So before we get too far, I should also get you to introduce yourself because
Yeah.
I know who you are, but I don't know that everyone else does. So I kind of do that habitually where I know a thing and then assume the audience does. So,
Yeah, so I'm BBQ Counselor. I am a relatively new streamer. I've been at this for about 2.5 months or so.
but you've been
Um,
killing it. Come
thank
on.
you, thank you. Yeah, we're at I guess we hit 15,000 subs a couple days ago. So
Which
I
for 2 months is insanely good.
yeah,
So you're killing it, man.
um, I'm a lawyer. I've been doing this for 15 years as an attorney, and I like Ian, I've been watching you for years. I think I started watching you with Depp versus Heard way back when. That was when I started watching all the lawyers on YouTube was the Johnny Depp trial. And I kind of always wanted to like maybe I would be able to do it someday, but I never really had the guts to do it until I saw the Reckless Ben stuff. And I think I just got so irritated at what I was seeing that it got me over my nerves, and I decided to start making videos, and so far it's going all right.
That's kind of similar to, sort of my thing where I started doing YouTube videos because some guy on Facebook kept saying, you have to do videos, you have to do videos. And I was getting tired of that guy. So to shut him up, I made a video and I was expecting it to bomb. And then I just failed at failing. But the reason why I did the video was actually so that I could send the guy the video and be like, look, nobody wants to watch this. And it got like 4,000 views. And I went, I guess I better make another video then. And I just haven't given up yet. So, yeah.
Yeah. It's a similar story. We were making some videos. I got like a couple thousand. I'm like, oh, all right, that's better than I thought. And then it was when Reckless Ben and his team removed the case from state court to federal court. And I just like I made like a 10-minute video. Hey, look, he's moved it to federal court. All this cool stuff's gonna happen. And out of nowhere, it went to like 100,000 views. And my parents were visiting that weekend. My wife and I and my parents, we were just like, oh my gosh, like what is happening? People are actually watching me just talk about a legal document. So
it's wild. I actually uploaded my first one just as my wife and I went camping, and I did that on purpose because I figured, I'm kind of embarrassed by this, so I'll put the video up and then we'll be out camping and I won't be able to take it down easily. And as we were driving, my phone was just vibrating nonstop because it's like, you have a new subscriber, and my wife, because I do criminal law, she was going, somebody is desperately trying to get a hold of you, right? Like, we'd better see what that is. So I pull over and I'm just like, I have a million YouTube notifications. She's like, you do not. It's like, I don't understand. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. People like listening to lawyers talk for some reason.
Well, I think that there's a whole big demand for people who can present the law to non-lawyers.
Yeah.
For the longest time, there was so much content from like lawyers talking to other lawyers, and none of it was any good.
Yeah.
There's tons of people tons of lawyers out there have a YouTube channel with like 18 subscribers where they keep putting videos out, but it's aimed at other lawyers. And the subscribers are like their law firm, and that's it. And like maybe their mom. But there's lots of people in the public who really want to understand this stuff. And unfortunately, the media sucks at
it. Yeah. I get really irritated when I watch media coverage of trials because they leave out the most important stuff and they usually get it wrong. I mean, and to your point, I think it's an important skill set in our legal practices, right? I'm a trial attorney as well. I specialize in a slightly different kind of law, but I do intellectual property, and we have trials once a year or so, not super often. You have to be able to explain stuff to normal people. That's the major skill set of doing jury trials.
Here's a complicated set of law, and you're a juror who might be a mechanic or might be, a plumber. And I'm not denigrating mechanics or plumbers. These are people who've got complicated jobs that require a fair bit of acumen, but have very little to do with the law.
Yeah.
And so now they've got to actually get connected somehow to, here's how you apply this statute. And, if you can't do that as a trial lawyer, you're done. Sorry, there's just nothing left, right? So I see somebody asking, do you play role-playing games?
Yes. We've talked about this a little offline, but I started, I think I was in 6th grade, and I was at a scout camp with my Boy Scout troop at the time. And I saw some guy looking at this book. I'm like, oh, and I went over to him. I didn't know a lot of the other scouts very well. And I was like, oh, what is this? He was playing or reading a role-playing book for a game called Heroes Unlimited, which is Palladium Books. And I got into that. I got into all those. So we played the ones that we played most of the time was a game called Rifts, also by Palladium Books. I loved Rifts. We played that a lot. We played a little bit of Star Wars role-playing game, did a little bit of the Middle Earth role-playing game too, but that was too complicated. So we didn't do a lot of that. But early days of the internet, we'd go on to like chat rooms and we'd do like some game online through like chat rooms and stuff. But yeah, Dungeons and Dragons a little bit, not as much as the Palladium games, but yeah, I've been playing that stuff for 30 years.
I got my start. A friend of mine and I would play very freeform games, and eventually we were like, we need some sort of rule set. So we ended up with basically things had like 1 to 5 different pips for something, and you just like use coins as the resolution thing, and like one was a success and then more successes was better, and eventually we just kind of stumbled onto the fact that D&D exists, and we were like, oh shit, we're not the first people to think of this. So then we moved to playing. I've still got it, and it's in a bag here. I'll show you. It's just within reach, so it's convenient. But by D&D Encyclopedia,
Very
it's in a bag because this thing is like literally falling apart. So if a page falls out of it, then it's not going to go anywhere. But been playing since way back when, and yeah. So
we apparently also have the same gaming chair.
I don't like this gaming chair though.
It's a little stiff.
Well, the problem I have is that it's falling apart, and they always say like, "Oh well, you're not sitting on it properly." Is their response? I'm like, yeah, the arms like disintegrating shouldn't be a sitting on it problem, right? It's just, so I don't know. Maybe I'll give them another try with a different one because it's comfortable. It shouldn't be like the seat of it is. I've got metal sticking out of it. Ooh. It's still comfortable though, which is, I don't know. It's kind of a weird.
I don't have back problems with it. Some chairs I get back problems and back pain. I don't have that with this. So it's not like the most comfortable, but it also doesn't give me back pain sitting in it for 8 hours.
Yeah, I have back pain generally, but the chair doesn't make it worse. So I like that about it. I don't know. I'm going to have to decide on whether I'm, whether I'm going on that. And people are saying I need to pin a comment. I will do that. So guest. And you're out of California now.
Yes. So I born in Texas, but my parents exiled us to California growing up. So I'm kind of a Texan / Californian. I actually practice in both states a lot. The type of law I do, we have a lot of cases in Texas and a lot of cases in California. So basically wherever there's tech hubs is where we end up having a lot of cases.
And Texas is rather becoming a big tech spot.
It is not necessarily just because of the tech industry, which is actually pretty big in Austin, but the fact that it's a hub for plaintiffs' suits in tech cases. So the big hubs for plaintiff side tech cases are Delaware, which is literally the economy is propped up by lawsuits in Delaware, and then East Texas and West Texas. So East Texas is basically everything east of Dallas, and then West Texas is Austin, San Antonio area.
So I guess our first question, I got to set up a like a role-playing game thing for I'm going to recruit a bunch of lawyers. I don't know if Hogue is up to it at this point, or who all I could recruit. There's a couple of people who are like Twitter lawyers who might be interested.
Cool.
I've got to try to recruit. I'm debating as to what I should run. Like a D&D campaign would be great if I could somehow herd cats into like having a regular time. But you know how lawyers are for scheduling. We're the worst.
Yeah.
So for the folks in the chat, you have never seen a scheduling nightmare quite like until you've had a trial with like 6 lawyers. And everybody's sitting there with their phone as the judge is like, okay, we need a trial date. We need like a week of time. And everyone's sitting there going, nope, I can't do it that day. And then, okay, what about this next block? You're going to find somebody with a nope up until like 4 years down the road. We're awful for scheduling. And D&D and tabletop games are also notorious for scheduling in general. So,
yeah.
But I don't know. If I'm doing like a one-shot, maybe a Cities Without Number game. Have you heard of that one?
I think you mentioned it offline, but if it's a system I don't know, I'll just get the books and read and learn. I mean, we've played so many different systems over time that it's just a matter of learning the rules for each one.
Yeah, it's part of the without number sort of sphere of games. Kevin Crawford makes them, and they all kind of are a similar. They're very easy to pick up if you're familiar with D&D because they're sort of a D20 based resolution system.
Okay.
But he's got Stars Without Number, which is basically Firefly without the IP.
Awesome.
Cities Without Number, which is cyberpunk. Worlds Without Number, which is fantasy. Ashes Without Number, which is post-apocalyptic. He just keeps making them, and believe it or not, they actually keep being good. Which
I'm down to try it. Yeah, it sounds great. There was a big cyberpunk game in the 90s that we played for a little bit, but I forget what it was called off the top of my head.
Was it Shadowrun?
Yes, Shadowrun.
Yeah, Shadowrun is fantastic. So, yeah. All right, we got two real big topics, and one of them's kind of faster than the other because it basically involves looking at Ben's video. So we've got Reckless Ben, and for the people who aren't familiar with Reckless Ben is a YouTube commenter who is doing really well. Like, I think this video has 9.5 million views.
Mm-hmm.
He keeps claiming that he has no money. I don't believe that for a second, because with 9.5 million views, he is not no money. He is rolling in money.
Yeah, I don't know how much he's like his YouTube is monetized. I've heard that. I mean, he said it on his various videos that he always gets demonetized on YouTube, but he does have a Patreon that's pretty thriving. So he's got some resources.
His Patreon's rolling in a whole pile, but I don't think that these ones are demonetized.
I don't know.
But this latest one is kind of unusual because it's essentially a demand for this one particular person to give him an interview. And I looked at it and I was like, this is crime. This is crime. And so Reckless Ben is kind of famous now for exposing the whole Bricks and Minifigs scandal, where Bricks and Minifigs failed to properly compensate. And I mean, I don't know the full details on it, but it looks like basically guy puts in things for consignment. Massive bureaucratic headache happens where the store he consigns it with gets transferred over to someone else. Everybody is accusing everybody of wrongdoing. But at the end of the day, this guy has neither his Lego nor his money.
Well, the slight update to that is they settled with him. So yes. they had sued him.
Dismissal.
The dismissal went in yesterday, and Brian Mansell has in fact got a check in hand.
So he's good.
He's good. So he's out of the lawsuit, but he hasn't. I don't know exactly all the details. I think they might be waiting for some pieces to come back to him. I'm not exactly sure, but he's out of the lawsuit. But they did not settle with Reckless Ben, so there's still active litigation between the Bricks and Minifigs folks and Reckless Ben himself.
And I mean that. I don't know if that's the wisest thing to keep that going, but getting Mansell out of the lawsuit was a no-brainer from ages ago. They should have done that.
Yeah.
And if they'd come to me and said, hey, I would have said, look, you have potential defenses, you have potential arguments, and all of them make less sense than just calling them up and saying, you think your collection's worth $100,000? Cool. We'll write you a check for that today, as well as give you back any piece of Lego that we find that is connected. And we'll just call that a day. And it's like, that is going to be cheaper than the lawsuit and a better idea than the lawsuit.
And the amount of goodwill hit that they've taken, the company's reputation is bad. And their business model of the corporate entity is set up in a way that it relies on them growing. They have to bring in new franchises in order to pay the bills. And if they've got a bad reputation, nobody's wanting to get into business with them, and it's just gonna, that impact is probably much larger than even the check that they had to write to Brian Mansell.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. And I mean, a good lawyer will tell you, hey, we can win this case, or hey, we can lose this case. A great lawyer is the one who will say, this case is awful. Don't touch this case. And so many lawyers fail at that. I talked to a Canadian defamation lawyer, and he said like 90 or more percent of what he does is just has a meeting with somebody and tells them, yes, you have a case, and don't run it. Because, I mean, that's what defamation law is usually about. Oh, somebody called you a pedophile. Cool. They have no basis for calling you that. You could totally sue them. And you might make the news. And now all the people will hear this complaint.
Mhm.
So, it's the Streisand effect is a big thing, and it totally ate Bricks and Minifigs alive.
Yeah.
There's just no way to win that one.
I mean, they sued Brian Mansell, and to get out of it, they ended up paying him. Like, so you had to pay your lawyers, and you had to pay the guy you sued. This was not a wise outcome for them.
No, I mean, if I was the lawyer for them, I would have absolutely just said, look, call this guy up, offer him a bag of money, and, and I'm sure if they'd done that and said, hey, look, we didn't know what was going on. These bad people, who had the franchise, we didn't know any of this. Now that we have the details, we don't think we're responsible, but we do think we can be responsible for making things right.
Yep.
And so because it's got our name on it, even though that we don't think this is our fault, we want to make sure you're covered. So are you okay with us like giving you a pile of money? And I'm sure he would have been like, yeah, thank you. Like, just great.
The deeper you go down in the rabbit hole, it gets worse. I mean, there was some of the employees of the store where the consigned stock was, not anonymously, but they spoke to the police. Their names are not known, but they told the police that they were given instructions from the new owners to like remove the stickers from the boxes that would have identified his sets. I mean, you scratch the surface and there's a lot of suspicious stuff going on at the whole thing. And all of that blows back on corporate, whether it was ultimately them or not. Any shady behavior reflects back on them, and they have a litigious mindset. And that's not really the mentality you want to have against the guy who the public think has been wronged.
And I mean, you look at how really big, successful franchises deal with this sort of thing. Like, imagine that some McDonald's out there somewhere, like, just started serving rat meat or something like egregious. You'd see McDonald's corporate being like, we want to make this right. We want to fix this. And also that franchise is like, we're just going to bulldoze it. Like they would step in so fast because they know that, for a franchise, so much of the value is in the good PR.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you start a McDonald's instead of like, Joe's Burger Hut? Well, it's because everybody knows what a McDonald's is and they go there, right? So I just, it's such a perplexing case.
It is, but have you ever had any of those cases that you just think to yourself, this case should never have happened, and yet sometimes it just does?
Yep. I mean, I do criminal defense, and sometimes you get cases where it's just like, what the hell? I had one a couple years ago that I was just astounded by, because the case was literally some guy has his shed broken into and a bunch of empty pop cans are stolen because he's storing bags of empty pop cans to do you guys have like deposits on them there?
No.
So here there's a program where like every time you buy a can of pop, they charge you like an extra 10 cents.
Oh, I think we do have something like that. I see that in
Yeah.
my grocery store receipts.
And then you return it and you get the 10 cents back.
Yeah,
So the
I think
guy's
we
got
do
a
have
bunch
that.
of cans stored for that. At some point while he's at work, those go missing. Like somebody breaks in and steals things. So we've got like an 8-hour window for when this happened. And the police literally put in their report, we arrested this guy who we found with no cans because he was an indigenous guy in the area. I'm like, oh, so your only basis for the arrest is racism? Um, like, cool. What are we gonna do? Oh, that's bad. That case went way further than it had any right to. But finally a prosecutor was like, "Oh, this is the worst thing I've ever seen." I'm like, "Yes, it is." And it got killed, but it took a while. So Reckless Ben's latest video is basically accusing some company that makes air and water purifiers, apparently, of being
Yeah.
a sex trafficking cult.
I watched it a couple times, and he's got a fuller video on Patreon that's still behind a paywall. I'm not sure I totally understand it, but there's definitely some allegations. There was apparently a lawsuit. I mean, we see in this video there's some excerpts of deposition. Someone taking a deposition. So
Yeah,
there was
this
some kind of
video
lawsuit.
is. But I mean, one of the things I ended up looking up after I watched this video was California Penal Code, section 518 through 524, which is extortion. And, because extortion's a pretty big deal. And 524 is attempted extortion. But, so extortion is the obtaining of property or other consideration from another with his or her consent, or the obtaining of an official act of a public officer induced by a wrongful use of force or fear under color of official right. And consideration is anything of value, including sexual conduct or an image of an intimate body part. Now, so I guess one of the concern or one of the issues is giving an interview consideration, and I think quite obviously it has to be, right?
Yeah.
If you had a contract of $50 to give an interview, that would be a valid contract. So that seems to be consideration. Notwithstanding that people give interviews for free all the time, it does seem to be a valuable thing. But they also then go on to define fear as that will constitute extortion.
Mm-hmm.
And the definition is really, really bad for Reckless Ben here, as we'll see when we look at the video. But I'm just sort of going through the law so people have it in their heads as they look at it. So threats, fear such as will constitute extortion may be induced by a threat of any of the following. 1, to do an unlawful injury to the person or property, not an issue there. To accuse the individual threatened or a relative of his or her or a family member or a member of his or family of a crime. To expose or to impute to him, her, or them a deformity, disgrace, or crime. To expose a secret affecting him, her, or them, or to report his, her, or their immigration status or suspected immigration status.
There's definitely a couple of those that might fit.
And then every person who attempts by means of a threat, such as is specified in the section we just read of this code, to extort property or other consideration from another is punishable by imprisonment in the county jail not longer than 1 year, or in the state prison, or by fine not exceeding $10,000, or by both such fine and imprisonment. So max of a year for an attempt. Not the most serious thing, but it's still, it's still kind of awful. Now the penalty actually goes way up if they get what they want, like if it becomes an actual extortion.
He actually gives the interview, and then the penalty goes up.
I mean, theoretically, he could walk in, stonewall the interview, like just refuse to answer any questions, and then jack up the sentence just by doing that.
Yeah. And I'm not a criminal attorney in California. So the big question I have is the interchange between extortion, whistleblowing, and reporting. If read too broadly, any reporter asking for a quote about a story that might blow the lid off of illegal activity might fall under the statute. So I don't know the interchange between all those.
I think it's the means in which they are asked, because I've been asked for interviews. I'm sure, you either have or you will be asked for interviews at some point, where, they reach out and they say something like, hi, we're going to run an article on this, on this topic on this day. We'd love to have your feedback. If you want to give your feedback, we need it to be by, X time, and at that point, there's no threat, right? Ben makes a pretty clear threat here, and it's not like subtle at all. So we'll watch through it. We'll stop, lift your hand if you want me to stop at any point. I'll stop at various points as well.
Okay.
Because there's a whole lot of things that just leap out at me in terms of either liability issues or criminal issues. So
they sell air purifiers and water purifiers, and they're always giving back to the community. Well, I got an email from someone who said they used to be very high up in this company, and the only reason this company exists is to fund the world's biggest human trafficking ring ever.
All right, that's already a really huge claim.
Yeah.
Because it's like, and I mean, human trafficking is a crime. So when we start talking about, like, in terms of defamation, that's already a really bad thing, because that knocks it into defamation per se.
Yep.
As opposed to per quad. And so for the people who don't, people in the chat, defamation per se means damages are presumed. So you don't have to show that you were injured. I mean, you can show how much you were injured, but it is assumed that you were injured to at least some amount. Whereas per quad, you have to show that there was some sort of damage to your reputation, or that caused you actual injury. But like accusing somebody of a crime is defamation per se. And the other thing you'll see is, like, journalists and so forth will start off with, like, alleged and whatever. Reckless Ben doesn't do that. There's no alleged. It's
I don't think he says alleged anywhere.
So far he's just saying this is what this person told me. So he's a little okay on that, but.
So I asked him if they'd be down to get on a call with me.
He's at Interpol's most wanted list. No, and I called the FBI and I said, I found him. I can tell you a story that would make your head fucking fly off your shoulders.
This guy wants to remain anonymous, but this woman, Myra, is an ex-employee of this company who used to work right underneath the CEO.
I'm Peter Spiegel. I'm the founder and chief executive officer of Ideal Living in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, the company is called Ideal Living and is located about 30 minutes away from Los Angeles.
I've worked.
Okay, so the question of, is he specifically identifying these individual people necessary for a defamation claim is over and done, because he names Peter Spiegel, he names Ideal Living. There's no subtlety to it. It's not like, there's a company out there. He just directly points to them. It's all of these things are kind of bad ideas.
It's the same thing he did with the Lego stuff, right? I mean, he has no qualms about just calling them out and naming them and naming the individuals. So it got him sued with the Lego case.
Yeah, and I mean, the Lego case, I think he's in a better place for if he gets sued, because A, the facts are probably going to be easier to make out, and B, the cost benefit is such that it's not really in BAM's best interest to pursue that.
Yeah, true.
I mean, if I was BAM's lawyers, I'd be telling them, look, just take the hit. Or quite honestly, ask Reckless Ben if there's something, would he like to do a sponsorship agreement? Like, hey, Ben, we want to do a video with you showing how we've made everything so much better. And, we'll pay you a whole bunch of money for a sponsorship video. But suing him is not, because I mean, if they sue him and they get a damages award for like $5 million, it's not going to make them look good. It's going to end up doing more damage to them.
Yep.
So, here the allegations are really toxic. So, yeah.
At that company, over a 15-year period, I was the senior brand manager for the 2 largest non-infomercial brands at the company.
Because she was so high up, she knows all of the company's secrets. She's probably the only...
And she just made herself unemployable.
Yeah. Yeah. That could be a huge consequence of this. I'm curious why she was okay going on record, but the other person wanted to keep their face blurred.
Well, and the other thing is that the other person, I'm not going to list their name, but I will say it took me all of 2 minutes to find their name.
Yep.
Because of, what Ben did.
Yep.
So Ben is like, I'm keeping them secret, but also here is all but one of the digits of their social, is basically the equivalent of what he did.
Yeah.
He points a big arrow at this guy. And yeah. But I mean, she now has her face, her name, much as it's blurred. It's also, I'm sure it wouldn't be hard to figure out who she was. And I'm sure that she's going to end up named in a lawsuit. So she's going to end up publicly outed.
I think both of these two people were already in a lawsuit with this company.
I wouldn't hire her to be a legal assistant at this point. Because, revealed secrets. It's like, all right.
Yeah.
Can't trust them in a job with secrets. That's not good. And I don't mean that as she's particularly awful or anything like that. It's just, if somebody has a history of disclosing secrets, they're not going to be trusted for any job involving them.
Yep.
The colon says Runkle hates whistleblowers. No, I'm just pointing out this is a consequence of being and whether she's a whistleblower or not is a difficult thing. Because I got to say, that guy who was the blurred guy who's shouting and so forth, I'm like, this does not scream reliable witness to me. Right? When he was sort of shouting and gesticulating, we'll see more of that. Certainly in a lawsuit, they're going to be like, you trusted this guy?
You got to be able to validate and verify what they say. I mean, even clients you trust, how many times have you talked to a client about some fact and they tell you, and it turns out to just not always be accurate. Not that they're lying, but just their perspective is not complete. And, sometimes when I pressure test things, my clients tell me, it's like, yeah, there's more to the story here. Lots of people always jump to the end conclusion, and you got to pressure test what they say to make sure you're not getting ahead of your skis.
Yeah, 100%. Client says, I have an alibi. And I'm like, okay, I want to actually check that before I, start pushing that it's, I tell the Crown prosecutor, my client's got an ironclad alibi. And the prosecutor's going to be like, do you though? Even just stuff like if I tell the prosecutor my client has a job, or if I tell the judge my client has a job, what I'll usually get asked is, okay, does your client tell you have a job, or have you confirmed that your client has a job? Because, and I've told this story before where I had a client who, his girlfriend gave me a sheet to say, a piece of paper on letterhead to say that he had a treatment bed, and that, so he was going to go into drug treatment. He's got a residential treatment bed. And I looked at it and I'm like, you made this yourself. Like, it was clear. It was not even a good Photoshop. It was just awful. They'd taken like a little logo off the webpage and stretched it to make a logo for letterhead. But then because they used a small image, it had all the artifacting. It was really bad, right? And yeah, so I mean, people lie about stuff all the time. And the number of like tips I get about cases that come from people who are just mentally ill is not a small amount. Like, I get people who reach out to me and they're like, I have the biggest case to ever cover. And it's like, okay, what are you talking about? And they're like, there are, communists infiltrating the White House and I have proof. And I'm like, okay, what's the proof? And you get something that looks like Time Cube. It's like, okay. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe this guy has much better evidence. Maybe he doesn't. But the initial glance at him didn't make me go, ooh, this is somebody I want to, bet my future on. So
yeah, they've got to make sure that they trust but verify, as you say.
Yep. So
person in the world who has the power to completely destroy this company. So you might be thinking, how does an air purifier company from Los Angeles get away with funding the world's biggest human trafficking ring? Well, they have a pretty sneaky way of pulling this off. The leader of all of the abuse pretends to be a god. He has his own organization called Jagaguru Kripalu Parashat, or JKP for short.
And instantly looking at that, I'm like, okay, you're picking a fight with what might be a lot of people and a lot of money and a lot of and you always got to be careful with that whenever you're, looking into, picking a fight, is how much fight do you want? And I mean, one thing I will say for Ben, there is no amount of fight that he's going to back away from.
I mean, his first big fight was against the Church of Scientology. So,
which is, there are bigger names who are far more scared of, of the Church of Scientology.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, he's, so he's going for another big fight. But here we go.
On their website, you can see that this man claims to be the 5th Jagaguru of the world, which basically means that he is literally God himself, but in the form of a human. And yeah, you watching this might not believe that this man's a god, but there's about 100 million people from all around the world that actually do believe this. So I found someone who said they lived in this organization for over 14 years and sent them a message.
I was just drawn in. Like, it just seemed like, oh, okay, this could be a spiritual home for me. This could be where I learn, where I advance, where I achieve my spiritual goals.
The first thing she explained to me was why everyone believes that he's a god.
We had rogue people in the history of the organization who would say, yeah, you're this or you're that, or you get this award for a fee, for a personal fee to that person or those couple of people.
So he basically just said, I'm the 5th Jagaguru, and then everyone believed him?
Yeah, he just said he was, that's all. I just think it's a lie.
Because people see him as a literal god, he has infinite power.
Now, I'm not worried about that claim at all. Like, this guy is not actually God, is not going to be an actionable, anything. This guy might be pissed about it, but he's not going to be able to, bring any suit or whatever. Possibly the allegation of he bought this title, but again, I don't think anybody's going to sue over that. Maybe.
Right.
And with that power, he decided to come up with a special way for all of the kids as young as 9 years old to have a better afterlife.
His close followers, his female followers in particular, had to bring him rather regular offerings of underage girls. But they are told by the woman who takes them there, you're going to be with Krishna forever and consider this, your wedding night with Krishna, with God. The girls don't have a choice. They are literally raped. They are taken into him, locked in the room with him, and they are raped. That doesn't make it any easier for the girls. They still are traumatized.
So how many...
Now here, we're probably not going to see a lawsuit about this one either, because the guy they're talking about apparently has been convicted, at least according to the claims in the video.
Yeah. There was some ongoing legal issues, and there's a few of them. So I'm not sure which guy. One of them fled the country at some point is a fugitive. So I don't know if it's this guy or one of the other people in the story.
It's this guy, but Ben specifically alleges some things about how this guy became a fugitive that I'm like, okay.
That might be a problem.
Yeah, because at that point you're starting to create more direct connections to somebody who might have an issue there.
Victims do you think there are then of this JKP group?
Thousands.
Really?
Thousands. I couldn't even calculate.
It was not about Hindu theory. It was a New York Jewish diamond salesman who found a scam, and two poor fucking swamis who found a financier, and they raped.
However, the story gets crazier.
The Hindu guru convicted.
They got his conviction. He was convicted of 20 counts of child molestation, sentenced to 280 years in jail. But on the day of his sentencing, he never showed up.
They called his name 3 times in the courtroom, and none of those calls were answered.
A religious leader may be on the run.
Convicted Hindu guru has disappeared. Nobody knows where he is.
Is the 82-year-old man unable to make it, or is he on the run?
The night before his sentencing, he was having dinner with my bosses. They helped him escape to Mexico.
U.S. Marshals say it's the most complex fucking escape that they'd ever seen. To this second, he's on the Interpol's most wanted list. I called the FBI and I said, I found him.
So they met up with the FBI and gave them all of their evidence. But for some reason, the FBI did nothing. They didn't.
And I mean, when I see that, my initial thoughts are not like, oh, this is a great case. It's, oh, you went into the FBI's Nutter file.
Something happened.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know, but, the FBI gets a tip about one of their most wanted. They're going to at least look at it. And,
right.
So if they do nothing, it's probably not because, I think the implication that, he wants people to reach is that this guy has some sort of control over the FBI or something and has the power to make it go away. And I'm like, no, that does not seem plausible to me.
Right.
So
really knew what else to do with all the evidence they had. So they decided to share it with the news.
I call him, I go, hey, Eric, guess what? I know where Pete, I know everything.
We hopped on a call and she was able to get the story cleared by the editor-in-chief. And the editor-in-chief said, drop all other stories you're working on and focus solely on this.
After she had gotten clearance from the story, she said, I'm going to grab the readers by the throat from the very first line and keep them reading all the way till the end.
He said there were going to be 7 videos that we've interviewed all of these people. Then he told me it was going to be on the cover, Ben. He told me it was going to be on the cover of Newsweek and on the online.
Cleared legal, it was ready to be published. We were just waiting for the publication.
I got a Google alert. And so I clicked the link and I'm watching this video of myself.
But it turns out that this wasn't the story. It was just a small clip of the interview that accidentally leaked online.
I called the next day and he goes, oh, it was a leak. We don't know what happened. We don't know why it's on there. And I go, how do you not know? What do you mean?
The news organization that accidentally leaked this clip sent them an email later that day saying that they can verify that Peter saw the video. And now that the CEO of Ideal Living knows that there's a story about to come out that could destroy his billion-dollar company, he's going to do whatever he can to stop this story from airing. So
a lot of this seems like pure high-octane speculation.
It could be speculative, but at least this part doesn't seem defamatory if we're looking at it from that angle. I think maybe we might be getting closer to something that could be a claim, but
this part about like trying to stop the story is at
Yeah.
least a factual claim. I think it could be a defamatory claim, but I don't think it's the kind of one yet that somebody would bring a case over. We're into, this is not a great place to be, but yeah.
Literally right before all the stories were supposed to come out, this happened.
He ghosted me. This is a guy who was obsessed with finding Saraswati.
And then I asked him, like, did they threaten you or your family? Like, I texted him that this week. I'm like, why else are you not responding?
Out of nowhere, all of the news reporters from all of the different news stations that were working on this story either all left the company or all got fired.
Myra reached out to me and said, I got an email, Valerie was just laid off. And the next day, he's no longer going to be a part of the LA Times. Nick Mortnowak left Newsweek. Left. Gone. And Nick Mortnowak has never gotten back to us. Same as Eric Dexheimer, same as Meg James, same as Amy Kaufman. They've all ghosted us.
I don't know what it is, but I'm telling you, the biggest media cover-up, no major organization wants to cover this because it will kill it will blow up everything.
Or maybe they got wind that the story was bad. Like, when I see this, I'm like, could be that they just decided that the story was stink and they didn't want to touch it. We don't know.
Possibly.
Right? But, you know, at this point, it's like we don't know where the issue is, what side of things to take. But I've seen online some allegations. This guy was, asking for money for the CEO, was engaged in various other things from the CEO, and that might have poisoned the story. But I don't know. Like, it could be that the CEO is, the worst person ever, or it could be that there's other issues, right? We're not at the sort of key points here.
But this is when they saw on Instagram that one of the top editors that dropped this story was doing a press conference, and it was only about an hour away from their house.
I said, Myra, let's get in the fucking car. We get in the car, we drive down to Disneyland. I go into the investigative reporting thing. There are 350 people in there. I'm walking around. I have no badge, no anything. And he looks around and goes, I'm looking for a new project if anyone has one. I go, and I raise my hand like that. I have a story to tell. I found a child sex cult, and I know people in this room have killed it.
I worked for a company that was looking for a child sex cult. They were killed 2 days ago.
Someone is saying no, or someone is stopping you, it's for a reason, and usually it's for their benefit and not yours. Yeah. And so know that, keep going.
I have disrupted and done everything I can to break this motherfucker.
So the only option left was to go public with the story himself. But obviously Ideal Living was going to do whatever they could to stop him.
They thought either one, they could pay me off, or number two, if I could sue this fucker into silence, that I could get away with it again. I refuse to be paid off.
Since Ideal Living couldn't pay this guy off, there was only one way to silence him.
Ideal Living, LLC versus...
And they...
Okay, so right now they've given us Ideal Living versus blank and a date that tells us when this court case was ongoing.
Mm-hmm.
How long is that going to take you to run down?
Let's see. 2025?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's pulled it up right. I pulled it right up.
Yep. It took me like 0 seconds to find that case. And yeah. So, you're like, okay, we're protecting this guy's identity, but not very well. And that there's some things here that are not the best in terms of like journalistic practice. and the issue of protecting the source is also kind of kind of an issue here. And yeah. All right, so carrying on here.
They sued me for extortion, for intimidation and unfair business practices. They filed 5 police reports that said that I assaulted.
Do you disagree with that summary? Anything stand out as being false?
That you represent a child sex cult? No, I agree with it. I do believe that you represent a child sex cult because you do, so I agree with that. No, the child sex cult part where you're representing a child sex cult, that's totally right there.
Mr. Nahar, I'm going to terminate the deposition. I'm going to terminate the deposition. This is ridiculous.
You don't have to terminate. Take him. Keep asking questions.
No.
They just said his name. It wasn't bleeped out.
Yeah, I missed that his name is in there too, but
I'm curious. I would really like to watch this deposition.
Yeah.
I'm curious. Okay, so he said things, and the questioning attorney obviously didn't like it, and he's canceling the deposition. I mean, yeah, they're in state court. It's slightly different rules than what I'm used to. I do federal practice, but I mean, I don't know. You got a basis to cancel your own deposition.
I'm
Ask the
guessing
questions. You don't like the answers. You can go back to the court and move to compel different answers, but
I'm guessing that the reason why they were interrupting it, or the idea there, was we're gonna cancel this here, and now we're gonna go back and compel him to. Because I'm betting that if you watch the rest of the deposition, and I don't know for certain, but I'm betting that if you watch the rest of the deposition, that he's being uncooperative and unwilling to answer questions.
That could be a basis to move to compel. But ask the questions you're going to ask, get them on record for all the questions you want, and then get a complete record to then go back to the court on. Maybe they already had that. I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, there is a point where if somebody is just completely clowning around and completely unwilling to cooperate at all, you might go and ask for the court to slap the guy's hand. But it does seem odd that this guy is like, I'm out, peace out, right?
It's a little weird that and again, I think it's like you say, we need to see the rest of the transcript to see what the context is. It's weird to cancel the deposition like this. I've certainly, as defending a deposition, I've said, okay, this is getting out of control. We're stopping this. I'm going to move for protective order. But to be the guy asking the questions, say, well, I didn't like your answer, so I'm canceling the depo. There's got to be more going on.
Yeah, it's a weird circumstance, but
I'm not going to ask questions.
There was this kind old gentleman who was a Harvard arbitrator who comes into the room with Myra and I.
I'm a little confused. Is Ideal Living a child sex cult?
And the guy comes in and he goes, first thing I want to tell you is the legal system is not fair. It's based on money. And I see billions of dollars in that room, and I don't see billions of dollars in this room. So what I'm going to do is try to get you out of this. He said, look, just get out. Just get out of it.
Uh-oh. Am I still here? I'm still here. Well, we'll keep talking until Ian comes back. So, like, what do I think happened here? I think that this guy was probably uncooperative as a witness, and the examining attorney still got fed up with it. Ian's back.
I don't know what happened. I seem to have gotten like StreamYard was just like, sorry. So
I became barbecue of the Bailey while you were gone. Someone said that.
Well, I'm very glad you were able to to keep things going there. Of course, now it's lost my bloody heck. Okay, now I gotta put this video back up because it lost that too. The joys of everything. Is it actually gonna? Okay, here we go. I'm gonna add
Heartwarming company. They sell.
All right, where were we? There.
A Harvard arbitrator.
Oh, right there.
Oh yeah.
A child sex cult?
And the guy comes in and he goes, first thing I want to tell you is the legal system is not fair. It's based on money. And I see billions of dollars in that room, and I don't see billions of dollars in this room. So what I'm going to do is try to get you out of this. He said, look, he said, just get out. Just get out of it.
Myra and I both are not into.
I mean, practically speaking, this is generally good advice with the legal system.
Yeah.
You know, like if somebody comes into my, you know, assuming I do civil law and they come in, they're like, I want to sue Disney. It's like, okay. Why? Because you're talking about like a fight with Goliath here. And, you know, what's, there better be something really good to justify this, because at the end of the day, they can make your life miserable. So, yeah. Just kind of a realistic consideration.
Yeah. And I don't know the nature of this lawsuit. I think Ideal Living was the plaintiff.
Yes.
I don't know what the kind of claims are. I hazard a guess, some kind of defamation claim, but I don't know. I haven't looked at the pleadings, but you do have to be careful who you pick a fight with. He doesn't just have the ability to get out of the case just because he wanted to. I mean, I think the case did settle, so he probably had to make some kind of concession, but you've got to be careful.
Yeah, like you got to be really careful, because you can get stuck in a lawsuit where they can just grind you for, grind you for cash. And yeah, that's it's a risk.
It is absolutely a legal strategy to if you are a plaintiff and you are better funded than the defendant, it is absolutely a strategy to just keep the case alive enough to not get dismissed or knocked out, do the bare minimum, and just bleed the defendant until they're forced to come to the table. It's absolutely a strategy in commercial litigation as well as, you know, private civil litigation.
Yep. And, you know, you see it all the time. So it's one of the risks of going after or, you know, ticking off somebody big. So
When it comes to a child sex cult.
It was weird. And because we thought there was no chance he was going to lose it. And when he lost, we were like, what? Because legally, there's no reason why he should have lost that. It didn't make sense. I swear to fucking God that they bribed this judge. You also have to...
Ooh. That's a big allegation to repeat here.
Yeah. I mean, the publication isn't great. I will say the number of times I've heard an unsophisticated client who isn't experienced with the legal system offer speculation that a judge has been bribed. Like, it happens all the time, and I have to talk clients down from the ledge. Like, no, that probably, just because the judge didn't agree on some issue doesn't mean that they were bought off.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unreasonable claim. The problem is you know, Ben repeating it and publishing it is not a great move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because the judge probably isn't going to care so much about this person recording themselves in their car saying this. They might care if it's hitting, you know, 9.5 million views, which is, and the judge might, and the, you know, but yeah, I mean, this is a great point. You don't have to bribe a judge to get a terrible ruling. Those come for free all the time.
Yep.
So,
like, all right.
Understand that they have $1 billion behind them. You know, it's really tough. We didn't have money to fight back, so they bullied us.
Basically, this lawsuit destroyed both of their lives, and now they have no clue what to do.
Now we're literally at our breaking point. My credit has been destroyed. My fucking car was repossessed last month. I have nothing. I'm working multiple jobs and I can't keep up with the debt because I took on a lot of debt to try to survive this. Yeah, we're in a bit of a spot right now. So I'm trying to figure out what to do. And
She told me that this is when one of her friends told her about my YouTube channel. They were pretty shocked at how many times billion-dollar corporations have tried suing me.
they being filed for $30,000.
Suing me for like $1 million. Sue me for $5 million.
It's not going to end in your favor. $5 million, they will play hardball with you.
But every single time I get sued, I just think of a really stupid way to get out of it.
I made the Church of Scientology sucks. We just believe that Scientology sucks. So now if I say that, they can't sue me for that because that's just what I believe in.
Also, because that's an opinion, and so that's protected expression.
Yeah.
Like, that's not what anybody's going to sue you for. But this part really seems to be something that is potentially going to be used to, like, jack up punitive damages. Like, this guy knows he keeps getting sued, and his strategy is, whatever.
That's absolutely the strategy that Bricks and Minifigs put in their complaint against him. They absolutely brought all this stuff up.
And it's going to come up again for this one. So it's potentially a problem for him.
Mm-hmm.
If you sue me for what I believe in, you're discriminating me against my religion.
And it always ends up working out for me somehow. They said that I might be the only person in the entire world that would actually be brave enough to come out and be the first person to ever tell their story publicly.
You are the man to do it because you've got the fucking guts of a beast.
So I was like, I'm down, but before I tell the story, I wanted to verify that everything they were saying was true. Right now, they're claiming that the cult is building a huge base here in Los Angeles, but when I looked it up online, nothing about the cult came up. Also, the spot they're claiming it's at, I went to it on Google Maps, and it's just a tiny little house. So I went like...
He's going to claim that that's like, this big thing. The thing is, if I go on Google Maps right now, there's tons of houses that exist in my neighborhood. Mm-hmm. That in real life are either empty lots or have been rebuilt as some sort of different property because Google Maps only drives the, Google Mapmobile like every few years. So this, I was like, really? Okay. Like, this is not the biggest argument for me, but okay.
Street view and everything, and like, it's not there or anything.
I know, because just to tell you is, they hide it. They keep changing the name of it. Yeah. You've just begun just jumped into the rabbit hole. Yeah.
So
you just jumped in the rabbit hole.
During our litigation, they changed the name of it. So that's what he does. He keeps changing it.
When they sued me and I started going after them, they changed the entire name of the entire fucking place.
So we decided to go check it out in person.
Ready to the left, because this is where the shit happens.
Oh shoot.
Look at that.
The red bin there tells me this place is still under construction.
Yeah. The other thing, so hopefully he publishes what's on his Patreon, which I think gives a little bit more background, but also gives a little bit more of the receipts to some of this stuff. And give some helpful context of why folks think some of the things they're saying.
Yeah, because at this point, we've got problems of, he says, like, I check all of this stuff and it's not in it. And that actually makes things worse for defamation. Like, I have secret knowledge that makes my opinions justified is actually a basis for turning an opinion statement into a fact statement such that it can be a lawsuit for defamation.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, this part isn't the part that makes me drop my jaw yet.
So do you remember on Google Maps where it was a little tiny fucking house? That's that.
This is so weird.
So I was ready to tell this story, but just to prepare myself, I decided to call some of the past news reporters to see if they knew why they got fired right before the story was going to air. Basically, I heard you were working on a story with Ideal Living and how it was connected to a cult, but then as you were working on the story, you stopped working with. And I was just I guess the theory is right now is people are saying like maybe they were threatening the news reporters that were working on it, and just before I put a bunch of like money and resources into this project that I might work on, I just wanted to give you guys a call and see like why you guys stopped working on the story, like if you guys were like actually getting threatened or if there's like other reasons you stopped working on it. But
I don't know a whole lot because I got laid off in February and they were working on the story. I heard like a month or 6 weeks ago it was about to run. I've been a journalist for 20 years. I would be extremely careful, and that is completely off the record if you need to ever deny it.
I knew that if I want.
That is completely off the record. He rolls the tape.
A lot of things that get recorded to Ben get aired, even if they say off the record.
Yeah. So, I mean, kind of makes it risky to, for that. But the one thing I noticed on this is like it's presented like there is a danger, but the guy says, be extremely careful with this story, but he doesn't say why.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's a couple of reasons why I might say be extremely cautious with this story. I had a reporter reach out to me about a particular case, and they wanted me to basically say, is this case as dumb as it looks? Because from the judgment, it looks really dumb. So I reached out to the lawyer and I was like, hey, what's going on behind the scenes? Like, off the record, like what's going on? And without going into what they said, they basically were able to provide some more detail. And I was like, right, this lawyer's behavior was actually not shitty. And in fact, it makes sense, 100%. And so what I told the reporter was, be very careful about reporting on this story because there's more to it than you know, and you're basically dancing into a minefield here. And it's not because of, it's just because it's a bad story, not because I think the reporter is going to get killed, right?
Yeah.
Or something like that. So there's two ways of reading that.
I wanted to tell this story. I had to protect myself. So I spent the rest of the day making sure that every single claim Myra and made were supported by undeniable evidence, which is what I'm printing out right now. This is all the evidence.
Whoa, this is a sick
The other thing, he just said his name again, and the beeping out isn't very good.
No. But also this thing of, I made sure every claim is supportable by undeniable evidence is like somewhere a defamation lawyer is like, please make an appointment for me to look at boats.
Yeah, I feel like this is almost a teaser for the real thing. Like this isn't the thing. He's got the thing on Patreon is much more detailed, even though it only goes into part of the story. So I feel like this is almost like a 20-minute teaser because he's giving a lot of conclusions and assertions, but not a lot of the receipts to back it up.
And the problem is that if you have this that's released publicly and another thing that's released behind a paywall, it can be defamatory even if the context is in the other thing because it's not provided here. This is dangerous business, what he's doing. And the thing is I like Ben. I really do. I'm worried about Ben.
A friend of mine suggested that Ben, it seems like Ben puts his faith in the court of public opinion first and foremost, and that if he airs the wrongs or the injustices that he sees, and as long as he can get enough public support behind what he's doing, it acts as a shield from the litigation process, which to his credit has seemed to work out for him in the past. So
it'll work out right up until he either ends up with the criminal justice system, because the criminal justice system gives very few fucks about that, or until he runs up against somebody who's willing to fight him to the mat. And somebody will be willing to fight this guy to the mat. So he's running a risk there. I think he's running a real risk.
His name is Reckless Ben for a reason.
I rarely see a name that is that is as relevant. But I mean, I like what Ben does. I just really hope it doesn't end up. I said on the on his subreddit today, I'm like, there's a very real chance that this ends with Ben seeing like real time, and to me that is insane, right? And I don't think any of the people he's going after are likely to see time, except possibly that guy who's the guy who's already been convicted and sentenced. He's just not actually in in custody. That guy could see time if they get a hold of him, but
yeah,
that guy is also kind of defamation proof, because in order to sue you, he'd have to show up, and somebody on the FBI's most wanted list is not going to show up. So, like, whatever you want to say about that guy, he's not going to sue you. He'd be like, all right, we're going to set our deposition. They're going to be like, where are you setting the deposition? FBI headquarters, their lobby. We'll do it there.
Yeah, no, that guy's in the wind, and he's not coming back.
Yeah, I mean, well, and also he went in the wind in his 80s. Like,
yeah, true.
So it's entirely possible he's in the ground as opposed to in the wind, and yeah.
Time to film the documentary now.
So I rented professional cinematic cameras and a professional sound system and tried as hard as I could to make a professional looking backdrops for their interviews. And finally, it was time to film.
Cut! Yeah!
Fucking break the call!
Yeah! Oh, that's a wrap!
But the documentary wasn't finished yet. To hear the full story, I was going to have to get Peter's side.
Can I get a burrito? Thank you.
And this is where he starts running into all sorts of problems.
This starts to look reminiscent of the Bricks and Minifigs Part 1, where they're pulling some shenanigans.
And this is kind of the place where, he's running into possible additional offenses, and, yeah. So,
Hello, I got a DoorDash for Peter Spiegel. Is this the drop off at the second floor?
Really good security guard there, though. Really good building security.
Yeah, I mean,
top notch. Oh yeah, I'll let you up.
I know some people who do like red teaming, which is basically they go and try to break into a building with permission. And a lot of the time, the red teaming, like the success is just really basic shit. And one guy has noted that the number of buildings he gets into just by waiting for somebody to head towards a door, and he comes by with like 2 trays of coffee. And so he's got like a tray of coffee in each hand, and he just kind of stands awkwardly at the door. And he's like, people will let you into anywhere if you're coming in looking like an intern with like trays of coffee. And, so it's stupid, but it's working. And I mean, he probably got these security guards fired, or at least talked to.
And he's just wandering around the office.
Yeah.
Is there not a receptionist that stopped him or something like that? This is weird.
Well, I mean, he got stopped at the lobby, and so now he's actually in the, now he's just in the facility.
Right, but I'm assuming because it's a building with building security, I'm assuming that this is a multi-story building, and they would have like a receptionist or someone at the entrance to that floor for when he gets in there. Maybe not, I don't know, but it just seems weird that he's just able to wander around like this without a receptionist or someone on that floor.
The other thing that strikes me is he's got this little recording device, which is clearly a hidden camera, because he's not showing up and being like, I'm a DoorDash guy who's filming.
Yeah.
And he's doing this in California, which is 2-party. Like, this.
Audio recording is 2-party consent. Surveillance is allowed. Open business lobbies and public spaces, common areas. But yeah, when he's back here in this area,
he's past the open business lobbies into the private space.
Yeah.
And it's private space because it's controlled by a security guard. The security guard sucks, but it's controlled by a security guard. And yeah. Max penalty under the criminal law, a year in jail and $2,500 fine. So also he's running into potential for trespass. And yeah.
Hello, Peter?
I am.
I'm a reporter. I'm doing a story on Ideal Living, and wanted to see if you'd be able to answer some questions for a story I'm doing, if that's okay?
You have to go through our marketing people.
Uh-huh.
Just introduce them to Helen.
Hello.
I'm Peter's assistant.
I think he'd probably want to share his side because there's like some allegations on him.
There is a receptionist there. You can see in the background, there is a receptionist. So he must have just snuck by that person.
Yeah, just walked by like he owned the place and they probably didn't stop him. Now here he's like, he wants to answer the allegations. I don't think that's quite at the criminal level that we talked about in terms of the test. But
I'd hope they're not true, but I just want to share his side so that way it doesn't.
I hope they're not true. He starts making a number of statements where he's like, I don't think these are true, which takes you into the defamation aspect of recklessness. Because if he says, I don't think this is true, then he's establishing that. This is going to, if he gets sued, these quotes are just going to be all through that lawsuit. And it'll absolutely destroy any motion to dismiss. True. Because at that point, it's a factual, it's a, they have a factual basis. They can quote him saying, I didn't think it was true. Cool. Reckless.
Like make him look like the bad guy. You know what I mean? Yeah, basically the biggest question, I guess, is they're saying he's like funding the world's biggest human trafficking ring, I think. Okay. So, like if that isn't true, like I think it would be very beneficial for him to say that. Otherwise the documentary is going to come out saying that he's funding the world's biggest human trafficking ring. So I think it would be like, I think it's something he would probably want to talk about,
Getting a little closer.
The assistant just thinks it's hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, at this point, they're not taking him seriously, right?
Yeah.
And also make sure that that's multi-sourced, like.
Yeah. I'm coming straight to the source, so yeah.
Yeah, please email me, send me the information, and then we can go from there. Is that
okay? What time if you're his assistant, do you happen to know the next time he might be free, or maybe like the end of the day today? You think?
Yeah, shoot me an email. We can go and then we can.
Okay.
Nothing happens by end of day unless, okay, all right,
yeah.
Sweet. Well, I'll talk to you later today, then hopefully. And
right.
Yeah. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I waited all day, and they never got back to me. So I guess I have to try again.
Can I get a burrito? Thank you. I'm gonna DoorDash for Peter Spiegel. It says
notice it's a different security guard
for the building.
Yeah. that is the least flattering image of a human being that has ever taken. Like, oh man, that is a problem. And you think it's my pause game, but no, he holds that expression for that.
Yeah, he does.
Is it part of the delivery instructions, I guess?
I can take it.
Well, I don't get paid unless I get it to him, I guess.
But this,
I mean, a good security guard at that point would say, "I don't care." Like, sorry, either give me the burrito or don't. But here's where things get further. Yeah.
moment, I saw that they made a wanted poster with my face on it. Yeah, this security guard must know exactly who I am.
It's not a wanted poster. It's a trespass this dude.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He gets colorful in his language sometimes.
Yeah, no, fair. But I'm just like rolling my eyes at this. It's not defamatory or anything. It's just rolling my eyes at it.
To be 100% honest, the food delivery thing was actually just a ruse. I'm a documentary maker. I'm doing a documentary on the world's biggest human trafficking ring, and we think the person funding it might be up there, and I think they might get really upset if we don't share their side of the story. You know what I mean? So, hey, I'm making a documentary. It's a documentary on the world's biggest human trafficking ring, and I thought it was a good faith effort to let him share his side in case he's actually not funding it. Because if he's not funding it, this could save his life,
We don't want you on property.
Who?
Oh, so he's been trespassed.
He's getting trespassed, but also this could save his life is a really stupid comment to make. Like a really stupid comment to make. Because now that's going to be taken as a threat to his safety.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'll leave, but just want to make sure, I'm clear. I'm here.
No, when somebody tells you you've got to leave, you got to leave right that second. Like, you got to turn around and go. Not, I will leave, but. So at this point, but trespass at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody cares about trespass. But, yeah.
Turn you correctly, instead of basically being like, hey, we're not actually the ones funding the big human trafficking circle, you'd rather threaten? Well, I'm not threatened. No.
I can only think of one more place where.
I mean, you said this could save his life. I think a lot of people would reasonably say this sounds like a threat to me.
Yeah.
But it gets even worse.
Peter might be.
Hello.
Hello. I'm sorry the temple's closed.
Really?
Yes.
It's closed.
Yes, yes.
Well, that's weird, because about a week ago, I signed up on their website, and they personally invited me out to this place.
Oh, I just have to say something to Peter. Do you know where Peter's at?
No, he's not here.
He's not here?
No, I'm very sorry.
Well, that's weird too, because I have a secret agent on the inside, and as you can see, Peter is definitely inside this place.
Do you know if Peter's here? But you guys invited me here. You guys invited me here. You sent me an email. You said I should show up today?
It seems like for some mysterious reason, they all of a sudden are taking their invitation away. So I'm going to give them one final chance to finally share their side.
Some guy is saying really bad things about this place, and I don't think it's true.
Okay, the previous one was, I hope it's not true. This one is, I don't think it's true. Unequivocal, straight up. It's like that's gonna go into the defamation claim, and it's going to be enough to, at least at the motion to dismiss stage, defeat an argument, that there wasn't there wasn't actual malice. Yeah, there was. Here's why. Here's the direct quote. That was a very poor thing to say. So, yeah.
Basically, they're saying, is this place?
And the thing is, he needed to say that to soften him up. Doesn't, like, at that point, it's a factual issue. There is enough factual allegations to get it past a motion to dismiss.
Yep.
And once it's past a motion to dismiss, he is stuck in litigation hell for the next 3 years, and they will just burn his money down.
Place funding the world's biggest human trafficking ring? No? Well, if that's the case, you probably would want to say that, right?
Please leave.
And because a lot of people are going to see a documentary about... No, I'm just saying, this is my last thing and I'm going to leave. So...
You said you would leave. Please leave.
So the official statement is, yes, you are funding the human trafficking ring? Okay, yes? Okay.
So I put the documentary we made on Patreon. The link's in the description if you want to watch it, but this makes Peter look like one of the worst people in the entire world. And this documentary is going to go live on my YouTube in exactly 48 hours from right now. And the only way to stop it from going live is if you let me interview you and get your side of the story. Which, if it's not true, Peter, I would definitely be reaching out to you right now because this documentary might just destroy your entire company. So if this is not true, please reach out to me. Anyways, Peter, you have 48 hours starting.
I mean, that is extortion. Like, sorry, dude, you laid it out there way too easily for them. And I mean, if Peter is smart, he might be filing for an injunction at this point. Sending it on for criminal charges.
Possibly.
And the other thing is, you see some of the video footage is from like 2012. That's important because he wasn't on conditions in 2012, so he can't be breaching for an offense they found earlier, right? But this new statement, the publication of the new statement, could be a breach of his conditions. And he could very well end up... because, like, if I'm Bricks and Minifigs right now, I'm like, all right, let's try to get this guy put back in custody. And Ben, stop making it easy for them.
Well, there's definitely an angle where the Bricks and Minifigs people will probably try to leverage this. Absolutely.
Yeah. And, I mean, if they were close to a settlement on making this go away, I think that has ended. So
we'll see. His deadline to respond to the complaint is, I don't remember if it's next week or the week after, but it's within the next 2 weeks. He's got to respond to the complaint. So if they're going to settle, it's going to be in the next 7 to 10 days.
I mean, people settle after that as well, but
they do.
Yeah.
But to your point, if they're close to settlement, we'll see something in the next couple of weeks. Otherwise, I think he's bringing motion practice out in Utah. What happens with this? I don't know. I mean, this is the second video in 2 weeks where he's published a video that could potentially lead to civil actions. And I mean, the Provo Canyon school one, he snuck into that school. Now that one, I think the chances of him getting sued are a little bit less because that school got shut down by the state of Utah. So they got bigger fish to fry than Reckless Ben. But these guys, they've got an active business, and we'll see. I don't know what's going to happen from this.
I like the school one. I was like, this is bad, but I looked into the school and I was like, the school is on fire, metaphorically. So they're not gonna, they've got other issues, right?
Yep.
Ben is one of their problems, but this company, Ben is their problem, like the big problem. And I also saw something posted on the Reckless Ben subreddit, and I don't know if it's true, because it's like it's the internet, right? So you never actually know. But it's interesting if it's true. So just sort of playing with the hypothetical of it, of like, what if this is actually the case? And it's this tweet, or it's a post to r/sales that says, on the 1 yard line of the biggest deal of the year, and an expose on the client reveals they finance a massive child sex trafficking cult. The client is a $1 billion business, 10,000 expected commission for the deal, 6 weeks of work. I've sidelined my political ideologies and morals to get deals done in the past, but I think we're going to have to kill this one. I'm not going to link the video, but I'm sure you could find it with a quick search. Now, I don't know if that's true, like if there was actually a deal that got spiked. But, if it's true, it's like, all right, we've got damages. And, if it's a deal that was worth, like these kinds of business deals, what are they often worth?
It depends on the nature of the deal, obviously. So I have no idea. I haven't seen the post, so I don't know exactly what kind of deal they're talking about. But
it's very little for detail.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, though. It puts it. Let's say because of the allegations, a deal went under. Then it puts a dollar value on a potential damages for like a interference with economic relations claim or something along those lines. And I'm just kind of spitballing here because I haven't pulled up the causes of action in California in a while, but some kind of claim, it puts a dollar value on it. And if that was a big deal, if it was a 7-figure deal, that's a pretty easily, from the damages perspective, proving damages, it's a pretty easy damages case. Liability, I have no idea if it's a good liability case, but yeah.
I mean, I think of one of the lawyers from like my year ended up basically making his entire like life's income on the basis of getting hired to like buy up land for a mall. And, it was like, it's millions of dollars that go into buying land for a mall in the city, right? So, what is it? This is the sort of thing that might suddenly put huge dollar amounts on things that just, that are just concerning there. So I don't know. I like Ben, I want you doing good work, but please start reviewing your running your videos by a lawyer.
He does have more legal representation now than he did, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's just I don't know if they're legal representation that are like reviewing his videos.
I have no idea. Don't know about that.
I kind of worry that like he might have legal representation who are like, okay, you've got a new video. Is it about bricks and minifigs? He's like, no. They're like, okay, then we don't care. And it's like, and now they're sitting there going, ugh.
Yep.
Because, I mean, how often have you had a client who just does something completely dumb while you're trying to negotiate or, anything?
Yeah. I mean, there's the lawyer's perspective and then there's the business perspective, right? And sometimes the business people need to make something happen and it's not optimal for legal strategy, but you just got to live with it. In Ben's case, I mean, nothing he does is optimal for legal strategy. So,
yeah, I mean, Ben is the kind of client you either love or hate, because if he's got no money and you're doing this like as a favor, then you just absolutely hate this guy. You're like, stop it. And you're probably writing him a letter saying, dear Ben, it is time we part ways. But if he has money, which he probably does, because I mean, his videos are hitting millions of views each time he puts one out. You're just like, all right, Ben, buy me another yacht.
Yeah.
I just I feel bad because I don't want to see Ben. I don't want to see Ben get in the kind of trouble he seems to be courting for himself. But
I appreciate him bringing attention to these issues. But he
100%.
does make the name true, right? He's reckless in what he does, and I've been saying that since the very first video. With the Lego stuff. I mean, some of the shenanigans they pulled, I'm like, oh, I wish you guys had talked to a lawyer about this. But
same. And yeah, I mean, there is the argument of would he be effective if he didn't do some of these shenanigans?
Probably
but I think
not.
there's a lot of room for funny shenanigans that aren't like legally problematic funny shenanigans.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Well, we can also watch a couple of closing arguments. I thought one of them, how do I put this? If you look at what they had to work with as the starting point, one of them is way better than the other. And it's clear
I can see that point.
Which is, I think that if you look at what they had to work with, the prosecution close is above and beyond better than the defense close. Because she moves the needle a lot with very little. That said, I'd have been objecting during her close at several points.
Well, there's a lot of points during this trial where I would have objected a little more. And I think what we saw is that the defense did start objecting once it got to witnesses that mattered. The closing, what struck me, and I agree with you, like if you're kind of cabining off just the closings from the rest of the trial, did the prosecution's closing come across pretty well? Yeah. I thought 90% of it was like a 5 or a 6, and then the last 10% was like an 8. The problem I have with the closing is, for the prosecution, is it starts with the opening. The opening is a set of promises you make to the jury about what the evidence is going to show. And then you're supposed to wrap that up in the closing and say, I promised you this in the opening. I showed you this during the trial, and it was true. And so for the large majority of, I think, like the media that only watched the closings and thought, oh, this is a pretty good closing, it ignores the context of all the crazy stuff that came out in the trial and in the opening statements that I think impacts this jury. The stuff about like I'm just going back to some of the stuff she said in the opening about she was just a horrible mother, a selfish person, blah, blah, blah. And then they trot out witness after witness after witness. It's like, yeah, she was a wonderful person, wonderful mother. They completely ignored the whole mental illness stuff in the opening and tried to make it seem like there was nothing. And then you get to the closing, like, oh, like we were never saying that she wasn't mentally ill. Well, for the people that watched the opening, yeah, you kind of did that. So I think just in the four corners of the closing statement, it was pretty good. I agree with you what they had to work with. But the context, like there's so much that I think they had to rewrite their closing the night before, because the last question from Reddington on the last witness, where he reads the opening statement to the witness and
asks them, like, do you agree with this? And the guy's like, I think that really minimizes what she was going through.
Yeah.
And he's clearly like so uncomfortable.
Yeah. I think they had to really rewrite things. And I do agree with you and some other folks that have said like they tightened it up and it was probably better. And I think this trial would have gone better for them if they had, if the plan they had in the closing was the plan they had throughout the trial. But I question how much credibility the prosecution lost just wasting the jury's time on stuff that ultimately was either disproven or just didn't matter.
I think, like, looking at this in hindsight, I think that I know a lot of lawyers and who could have, if they were the prosecution, argued a very tight case and come away from this with a very good chance, like a much better chance at just a straight conviction and a very different public view of this, right? Because I suspect that a bunch of the people in the chat who are like, we are absolutely for not guilty by reason of insanity would be sitting there going, like fry her up if they had seen a different case run. And like, I just,
I came into this case totally cold. I didn't know anything about it. I had some folks in some of the discords I'm in, like, hey, you should watch this. So I'm like, oh gosh, like it's about someone who killed their kids. Okay. So I watched the opening statement from the prosecution, and I'm like, okay, I kind of got a sense of what's going on. And then Reddington gets up there and basically is like, none of the stuff that they just talked about matters, because this is a case about an insanity defense. And I had suspicion of the prosecution from day one because of that. It's like you all know what the real issues are, and you just tried to be dismissive of it. Then they put Patrick Clancy on as their first witness. That was just, he wasn't good for the prosecution. I don't know why they call him as the first witness. I would have called him somewhere in the middle, maybe. But he did not help them. And it just, to me, it just put a cloud over the government's case from the beginning.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Patrick Clancy being there clearly in support of Lindsay Clancy was weird. And I've never seen anything like it. I will probably go the rest of my career without ever seeing a father whose children were killed who seems so sympathetic to the woman who killed the children. Right? Like, just, but I mean, you could actually do a pretty decent, like, closing statement for the defense just by coming in and being like, I'm just going to play you the audio tape of the prosecution's opening statement.
Yes.
And then I'm going to ask you at the end to compare that to whatever it is they say today, and compare that opening statement to the evidence you saw, because that opening statement has no bearing on the evidence. And when you hear how they try to fix it in their close now, what you will know is that they'll say anything to try to convince you to convict her. And when the evidence doesn't support that, they'll come up with a new story. So here's what they said to you 21 days ago. Play.
Yeah. I was surprised by the defense's closing, because Reddington had run a very tight ship. I thought that his cross-examinations were all above average. To some of them were just amazing. And the closing was not at the level that I expected to see from him. I would have given his closing a 7 across. It was a little, I think I told you, it was like chaotic to me. I thought he made some good points. Now, admittedly, I was kind of like, I was sick yesterday, so I'm watching it while I'm like taking medicine and stuff. I didn't get the quarters thing. It didn't land, I don't think, with me at least. I thought there were parts of it that were very good. I think he did do a decent job of calling out some of the biggest inconsistencies throughout the case. But nothing in it really wowed me. Not like some of the other trials I've watched, the Karen Reed trial. The second one coming to mind is a really good closing. And some of the other ones in the last kind of year and a half. But this one, it didn't wow me, and I was a little surprised by that.
I was really kind of frustrated about how he didn't seem to have a theme. He had a lot of things he wanted to talk about, and he was talking about it sort of here and there and like trying to connect things as they seemed to occur to him. And it was really such a contrast from his cross-examinations, where he seemed to just be like, you see the Sideshow Bob thing where he's walking into the rakes, except that he'd just like walk up, put a leash on the witness, and then walk them through the rakes.
Yeah.
That was what his crosses often were. And they'd say something, like something minor, and he'd be like just instantly there to show them, like, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I know exactly how to dismantle it.
Yeah.
So the guy's like, oh, this quote, and he's like, that's the single solitary line. That's one line, and there's nothing else, right? And the witness goes, yes. Well, that shows Reddington is prepared. Like, he knows exactly.
He was the master of his record. Absolutely.
And, so this guy who comes in, like, just steel trap, no notes for most of these crosses, like, he's up with the witness with no paper in his hand, and he's just, like, hammering these witnesses with their own, resumes, with their own whatever. And I was like, where was that guy? Like, I wanted to see, I wanted to see more of that.
The courtroom was also cluttered with so many boards. I guess in Massachusetts, they call them chalks. We don't call them, we just call them boards. It had so many boards, and I'm like, oh, like, is he going to use all these? He used maybe 10 to 20% of those things. He had so many. It was wild.
And yeah, I mean, I'm looking at, and I know this isn't useful for anything, looking at Polymarket. And Polymarket has a thing on in there of Lindsay Clancy convicted of murder. And at the high point on August 18th, they had 89% for yes. And then it drops precipitously August 21st and drops down from 60% down to 37%. And then it drops again on the 23rd and goes down to...
That makes sense, because that was the 24th was the end of the cross-examination of Mac. So the 21st was the first half of that, and then it sat all weekend. It was a very good cross.
And it gets down to 20%. The closing kicked it up from 30% to 37%. So, I mean, if we look at Polymarket with people putting their money on it, that doesn't necessarily mean, like, because Polymarket doesn't necessarily mean anybody's going to win, but it does mean what people are guessing, right? Like what people are betting on.
And it maxed out at 44% yesterday. So, yeah, I mean, look, I think the prosecution, I thought they ended strong. Like I said, I was listening to a lot of what they said. I was bored by it. I have some work colleagues who watched only the closings and felt the prosecution was boring. And one quote was, they're talking to people that don't have kids, or they're talking like people that don't have kids, because some of the things they're saying are just counterintuitive if you've got kids. I kind of understand that comment to a bit, but I thought they ended, like, the last 10 minutes or so. I thought they did a decent job of putting some stuff together. It's weird to me that the way Massachusetts does it, where it's the defense goes first and then the prosecution goes second in closings. That's really strange to me. But I would have liked to have seen how Reddington would respond to some of the stuff they said in their closing.
Yeah, I mean, I just I thought Reddington kind of missed an opportunity. And the other thing is that really sucks is Massachusetts doesn't let them have a response.
Mm-hmm.
So Reddington, like, after the prosecution ends, Reddington doesn't get to respond to it, because if they'd given him a chance to have a rebuttal, then he could have done all sorts of damage.
Yeah.
But
in every other state that I've practiced, now granted, I practice in federal court. almost exclusively. So federal system is going to be different from state systems. But in federal court, it's party that has the burden of proof goes first. Then the party who doesn't have the burden of proof goes second. And then the party with the burden of proof gets a rebuttal. The advantage to that is you still get the last word if you've got the burden of proof. I agree with them having the last word, but the way Massachusetts does is you don't get a chance as the defendant, you don't get a chance to hear or respond to the argument of the prosecution or the government. And I don't like that. I think that you should have an opportunity to hear what they're going to say and respond to it. Otherwise, they're kind of shooting in the dark a little bit. He doesn't know, especially with this case. They've changed their theories so much. I mean, the beginning, it was a fake suicide attempt, and they spent the first 10 witnesses, all those police officers and first responders testifying that she had superficial wounds. And then their own experts get up there and say, no, yeah, she was seriously, seriously injured. They had to jettison so many theories, and it's hard for the defense to know exactly what target to shoot at, and they've got to go first. I don't like that system.
No, I thought it was, actually pretty terrible because at the end of the day, you're sitting there going like, there was a lot of stuff that the prosecution left on the table that, quite frankly, I think I could have, annihilated if I got a chance to respond to it. But it lets them just say shit and really, like, it benefits the prosecution in a system that should ideally provide like the benefit to the defense. Defense should get the last word. But
well, in federal court, and someone asked if my comment was about civil or criminal. I do exclusively civil, so I can't really speak to criminal, but I think it's the same in criminal in federal court. It's plaintiff goes first, defendant goes second, plaintiff gets, they get a 5-minute, we call it the final close. So that's the system I'm used to. And I'm okay with that. I guess it's a little different from what you might be used to, but yeah, I'm okay with that, given the plaintiff the last word.
Yeah, and I mean, it just, them not having the last word here, I was just like, this is a big big problem for the defense, right? It's a big big issue on that. But let's watch Reddington, and of course, put your hand up if you want to, or speak up, and I can pause at any point.
Act that has been laid at your feet as jurors to decide.
Oh, I do want to say one thing real quick. I don't believe I heard the prosecutors thank the jurors. Do you remember if they did?
I don't think they did.
That's a horrible way to do this. Reddington, these jurors have spent 4 weeks, 5 weeks watching the most horrific case ever.
You always thank the jury.
You always thank the jury for their time. You thank them for their service. And the prosecution, I know they didn't thank them in the opening. I rewatched the opening a few times to double check. They didn't thank the jurors at all for what they were about to put them through. And I don't remember them. I might have missed it here in the closing. I don't remember them saying in the closing either. And that's not the way you start. I mean, Reddington starts off doing the exact right thing, thanking the jurors for their time and appreciating them for the service they're rendering.
Yeah, and it, especially in a case like this, it's just basic human decency, to be perfectly frank, because the shit they had to go through, right?
Yeah.
Because I've dealt with cases where you got to look at pictures and video and so forth. That is awful. I've done like CSAM cases, right? And I actually put in I won't do them anymore just because I'm done with like looking at that kind of shit. But I used to put in my retainer. It's like, if I have to, if I have to look at, any of this stuff, you have to pay more.
Ugh. I couldn't do those kinds of cases. This
they're not. And so the thing is that sometimes you do have to go and look at the stuff, because there are situations where, but it eliminates the case. Like, if you say it costs you another $3,000 to make me go sit and look at these things, you get a lot more people who are willing to go, okay, yes, the images are what they say they are. It's like, cool, thank you. You've just saved me like some horror. But, I had a client whose interest was entirely legal actresses who look underage because they look young. And so, man, that was miserable, because you're sitting there and, you've got some porn star in some video, and you're like, okay, now we need to figure out who the fuck this is. And you figure out who it is, and then you figure out what their date of birth was, and you're like, all right, over 18, next video, right? Like, and so
yeah, I couldn't do it. Look, I do technology law. I fight over whether semiconductors do this, that, or the other. I couldn't do a lot of these kinds of cases. I wanted to talk more and cover this trial more. I love trials. I do probably as many trials as you can do for a type of law I do. And I love talking about trials, and I love watching and doing. I mean, like I was telling you, I've been watching you cover trials for years. I couldn't do it day in and day out with this. It was too much. It was I've got two kids of my own. The horrific things that happened to these children, and at the same time the horrific situation that this woman was going through. I just, there's no right answers here. And I just couldn't cover it. It was just too much.
Yeah, I got started covering this one because I basically, a lot of people were like, can you cover it? And I started off going like, I don't want to, because this is a a really sort of miserable case. And then I got sort of dragged into it. But this one was such a it's such a nightmarish case. And at the end of the day, like, if you rule out like the nutters, and there are nutters out there, like the people who are like, Patrick did it, they're nuts. And like, quite frankly, it's like they're offensively nuts.
Yeah.
But if you rule that out, everybody's kind of in agreement that the actions she took are horrific.
Right.
And that like are straight up monstrous. It's just the argument sort of goes with like, what kind of cage do we put the monster in? And at the end of the day, it's weird how like angry people are getting online about this, right? Like,
it is, and it's baffling to me. Maybe it's just how the zeitgeist works, but it's strange to me how people have watched so little of this trial and are just so definitive. She killed these kids, and that's where, nobody denies that. But for a lot of people, that's just where the analysis ends. And I pointed out to folks, look, the insanity defense predates our republic. It's been used in this country for 400 years before this country was a country. It's integrally interwoven in the fabric of our justice system. And at the end of the day, the question should be, does she go to prison or does she go to a mental institution? She doesn't walk out the door a free woman. And that's where I feel like a lot of people aren't really understanding that.
Yeah. And I mean, it's one thing if you say, look, I hate the system or whatever else, but I mean, I get people who get very upset when I say, I think based on the evidence I've seen and applying the legal test, that the prosecution hasn't made their case, and so I give like 75 to 25 for not guilty by reason of insanity if I have to pick numbers on it, right?
Yeah.
And, people get angry about that, and it's like, well, just like, if you're upset with this, don't be upset that like we are assessing this. You can be upset with the law, but you should also understand why it's there, right? It's yeah.
Yeah. No, and that is something that is troubling to me, because when I do streams and we're covering this, I will sometimes go on rants about how important I think our jury system is. The fact that it is a constitutional right to have a jury trial in basically every situation above a minor infraction is so important to the way our system, our country is built. And there are people who just like, she should have been executed before, like, right away, and hang her up, and no trial was ever needed. It's like, folks, you don't want to live in that kind of country. You don't want to live in a country where crimes are adjudicated by unelected judges versus members of the community. Like, that's not a society that ends well for the common person. So it's frustrating to hear people say that.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the society that is willing to cut through the laws to get at people who you're really angry at is a society that provides no safety for anybody.
That's right.
Because, I tell the story of doing criminal defense. I had a client who I thought was absolutely guilty of some of the most heinous things. He was accused of SAing his 3 daughters. And like, I walked into that trial thinking, well, it's my obligation to run this guy, like a full defense for this guy. And, I'm just going to do the best I can because that's the case, and he's going to get convicted because that's the evidence. And at the end of the day, that's where things are, but it's my duty to, provide him a full defense. So that's what we're doing. And by the end of the trial, me and the Crown were both in agreement that this guy hadn't done it. Because the 3 daughters, one after the other, ended up admitting that it didn't happen and that mom told them what to say.
Oh, geez. And
mom fled the courthouse. Mom left. Like, she was just gone. So I never found out where she went to or what ended up shaking out. But, it really was a good learning experience for me, because it really taught me, like, you can't assume. You could think your client is the worst person ever. And they may not be once you actually, hear the evidence. Yeah. So it's really important that we have trials. It's really important that people get the protection of law and so forth. So I saw somebody asking for a poll. I guess we can do a poll. I'm just putting on guess on jury verdict as opposed to what people are thinking. Guilty, NGRI, or hung is our options there. And I mean, this jury could very well hang. Like, absolutely, it could hang.
Yeah, it could hang.
Because, if you have one juror who's certain that she is the worst person of all time, and one juror who is like, I stand with Lindsay Clancy, you're going to end up with a hung jury. Like, I don't see that there's going to be a whole lot of room for them to, to come to an agreement on that.
I don't think we're there yet. This was a 5-week trial. It's going to take them a couple days to kind of go through stuff. They had that question this morning that makes me think that they are doing a deep dive into the evidence. So,
I had somebody who was like, do you think they'll get a verdict the same day that they were done the closings? I'm like,
no.
God, no. And they're like, what about the next day? I'm like, an early verdict would be Monday. And, I don't think it'll be past. I mean, at this point, predicting that it'll be past Monday has gotten a lot easier but I mean, it's obviously not going to be anytime soon.
Yeah.
So if they come back, and I mean, there's points where as the judge, I would have at least threatened a mistrial. But yeah, the judge hasn't. I don't know if I agree with that, but
I thought the judge came extremely close to granting a mistrial. That the second time that the mortal sin thing came out, he issued a written opinion. Did you see that?
I did.
And that written opinion gave no reasoning at all.
Yeah.
And that told me that, he made, so he wrote down, I made the decision after considering the things to not do a mistrial and to instead give a strike the order and a curative instruction. But that signaled to me, I think he came close. I think he came real close.
If I was him, the other remedy I would have considered would have just been to come back and say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are not to consider that witness's evidence in any, for any purpose. And that witness is done today.
I think
your next witness.
I think what he did, what the judge decided on, with the type of specific instruction he gave, was calculated to be the one least likely to get overturned on appeal. I think that's completely where he landed. Even the instruction you propose would have had a higher likelihood of being overturned. And this is a judge that I think just got overturned. He just got slapped pretty hard by the appellate court a few weeks ago. So
he did, and then he did basically the same thing in this case. So it was kind of interesting because there was an issue that's on point. There was a witness who wanted to testify about the conditions of the hospital, which is what that other case was about. And he cited a few cases that are on point in rejecting that witness, but he didn't cite the case that overturned him. And I'm like, And it's kind of funny because some judges will avoid those cases and some judges will directly go into lean into that when they get overturned. I had one where a judge had been overturned on an issue like the week prior, and it wasn't super scathing, but they basically said the judge got it wrong. And so we came in and we had an issue on the same thing, and he's like, as the Court of Appeal has reminded me, the law is on this point. And I was like, okay, you're lampshading it. Cool. That way, now we don't have to. So, yeah. I've heard a rule of thumb is 1 hour for each day of proceedings. 21 hours is 3 full days. I think you got to add some for just the nature of the material.
It's got to be the nature of the material. Yeah, I there's no real practical way of doing it. And
I mean, you can have a 21-day case that could have been either the prosecution just absolutely kicking the teeth into the defense for 21 days, right?
Yeah.
Maybe not on these facts, but another hypothetical case you can.
And in all reality, this trial started last week with, and maybe give or take a couple days, when the defense's case in chief started is when this trial really happened. Almost all of those prosecution witnesses were not particularly helpful. Maybe Tufts, but I mean, they had how many days of police officers and first responders that it just was unnecessary.
They spent so much time on stuff that was just purely let's emphasize the horror.
Yeah.
Or let's try to emphasize just how much knowledge we have, but didn't actually like Ian Whiffen. Everybody was super keen on Ian Whiffen's coming back because he was in the Karen Reed trial.
So was I.
And I was like, Ian Whiffen was a giant waste of everyone's time.
Yep.
Who gives a fuck? Why do we have Ian Whiffen here? The defense is willing to stipulate to all these records, so just drop them in to evidence as a stipulation. Ian Whiffen And Ian Whiffen was a mistake for the prosecution because he's a waste of everyone's time. And everyone's sitting there, like the jury is sitting there watching the prosecution run their case, and they just have this guy who is really uninteresting and unimportant and doesn't move anything. And I'm like, okay, cool.
The problem with criminal trials is there's no clock. You because of constitutional rights, criminal trials don't have clocks on them. But in a civil trial, the judge gives each side like you have X hours to present your case and to cross-examine. So like types of cases I do, a common number is like each side gets 10 hours. And when you run out of your 10 hours, that's all of your witnesses and cross-examining the other ones. Sometimes that also includes openings and closings. When you're done when your time's out, and you're done. And so it forces you to be efficient. And what I noticed here in this trial is that these prosecutors were unable to be efficient with their time. There was no need, days 2 and 3, there was no need to call 9 first responders to basically retell the same story from a different perspective. That was just a waste. I was surprised that once you got to witness 7 or 8, that the judge wasn't kind of saying, yeah, this is cumulative at this point. Why are we doing another one of these? The prosecution must have had some argument that he latched onto, but I was surprised. They were not efficient with their time. And
if you like the depth trial time clocks, you know, because Judge Ascarati ran her courtroom like a a Marine march basically, and she's like, you get X much time, and we're counting it down for like any time you're standing up, it's your time. And the strategy of that ended up being really interesting because you don't really think that the strategy of timekeeping is going to matter, but it led to the thing I started predicting at a certain point when I saw that they were running their time down. I was like, we might see Kate Moss without a cross because the Amber Heard's team doesn't have the time to cross-examine if she gets called, and then she gets called and the cross-examination is just we have no questions. Like, it's like, oof.
Yeah, no, the clock strategy is incredibly important. When you're running a trial that's on a clock, you are tracking every single minute. And then at the end of the day, you go over to the clerk and you get the official timekeeping, and you go back to your war room and you're clocking out. Okay, when is this witness going? When is that witness going? How much time does each side have? Do we have to adjust our examinations or our crosses to account for this? I had a trial recently where mid-trial, we made the strategic call not to call some witnesses because we didn't need them. We needed to dedicate and reallocate that time elsewhere. You've got to pay attention to all that stuff. And you don't have those same issues in a criminal trial because you're not allowed, due to constitutional rights, you're not allowed to limit the time of a criminal trial. And so we have these criminal trials that just always balloon out because of that.
I suspect that they could constitutionally limit the time the prosecution has. But they can't, they can't limit the time that that the defense has.
Yeah.
That would be the constitutional issue, right?
Sure. But then you've got issues of equity, and I think for that reason they just don't deal with it. But
yeah. And I mean, I'm not super fussed about equity. I'm, in the thing, I'm more fussed about fairness, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because to my mind, if you're never going to achieve perfect equity, so the balance has to weigh towards the defense because, the defense is at the end of the day, the people who have all the consequences, right? As a criminal defense lawyer, your client is the only one who might not be going home that night. So, it becomes a big issue. So,
yeah.
All right, we should actually roll the thing
closing arguments. I just want to remind you, as important as they are, the closing arguments are not evidence. All right. And I'll go over that a little bit later, but I just wanted to remind you that. And so after we go through the closing arguments, I'll come back and give you the balance of my instructions on the law. All right. And so, counsel?
There's about 5 weeks ago that we met like this, and I indicated to you that thank you for incredible service. That, all of us mean that sincerely. You took literally more than a month out of your lives and sat here attentively, incredible, through some of the toughest, most gut-wrenching things that any person can be subjected to. And I think I indicated that.
Oh, and hey, Rob.
Sadly, jurors carry this struggle with them for years. And the service that you have performed, I have never seen before. You have listened to evidence.
I really like, what he was doing here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna knock him up a little to 1.25 just for time. Yeah. But you got to thank the jury, right? You've got to,
I don't know how this is going to play at the end of the day, because this jury seems to be focused on, like I said, the details, but there's just some footfalls you shouldn't do. You should not forget to thank the jury. The way they cross-examined some of the witnesses, like the Patrick's mother, that cross-examination was awful.
That
it
was
just
vicious and so petty, and that. If there's ever a witness to treat with like kid gloves, that's a witness you treat with kid gloves, right? Did you watch any of the Uvalde trial?
No.
The Uvalde trial was very, because it's around like, a school, like serious bad situation, right?
Oh, was that the teacher?
Yes.
Yes, I did watch that. I watched the civil one. The criminal one got dismissed before trial, didn't it?
The criminal one, they had the they have the police officer, or sorry, the school police officer who's supposed to and they said basically you should have done more. And so the cross-examination of one of the teachers, it's clear this is a person who's suffering from like PTSD, survivor's guilt, all of this stuff. And so the lawyer has to cross-examine this, this witness, because some of the things that are said are actually really damaging to the client. And so he's got to undermine them, but very gently and very nicely. And so he starts out that cross-examination basically going like, you are the greatest person of all time. And then goes to like, this was really scary, wasn't it? And it's not your fault you don't remember some things properly because you were really scared, right? And gets her on board that way. And it's a really gentle, and at the end of the day, you sort of get the sense that the defense lawyer was being more respectful of the, of these witnesses. There's certain witnesses you just can't go after.
Yeah.
And I mean, the exception to that is unless you get permission from the jury to go after them. And you get that by showing that this person is a weasel, right? But if you, and she went after that witness.
Yeah, I think it's a different case. I don't think I watched that one. I just pulled it up on Google. But you're absolutely right. There are witnesses you've got to know. Even in the civil context, this is a witness that comes across as credible, and so you can't go hard on them. But then you got a witness like in the Depp Heard trial, Amber Heard didn't come across as credible at all, and they went hard on her, and they could, because you've got to know the witness. You've got to know the witness.
I mean, if you're going to come in and go hard on a witness, Amber Heard, they had a better situation because they'd spent a lot of time building up to she's a lying sack crap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the other thing is they knew they were going to start like hitting cracks in her argument very quickly.
Right.
So they came in and they were just like, we're going in. But I mean, most of the time when I have a witness that I want to discredit, I start off gently. And then I move from gentle. And really the place I want to be is where the judge or the jury or the like is, that they're basically going, why aren't you hitting this person? I want them to be at the situation where they're like, hit them, and getting frustrated that I'm being gentle until finally I'm like, and then you start, delivering, and they're like, yes, get them, right? That's where I want them to be, right? So, yeah. It's, but yeah, I liked that I liked his thank you to the jury. I thought it was very, heartfelt. I thought it was good. And quite frankly, the prosecutor should have been like stealing notes from this part.
Yes.
You have been fair. You have been objective. You've listened to the judge's instructions.
I mean, he doesn't know any of this, but he's
to your heart, consistent with your oath, which is a very, very solemn oath. Passed between government and Lindsay, who has placed herself on her country, which country you are, as a jury of her peers. When you consider what's at stake here in the sense of what we've been dealing with. Cora, Dawson, Calvin. She knows loss. And that's why we think of Cora, Dawson, Calvin. They are the victims of this case. They are the victims.
I think he does a very good job here in the beginning, setting up the right emotional state. Like, this was a very good beginning to his opening, because he thanks the jury, but he also gives credit to the children of the victims, and I think he has to do that to get the jury to the right place. So I like this part of the closing.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those cases where, he's got kind of the luxury of being like, look, the children are the most important thing. They are the victims. Let's have some regard for that. And he has to, right? Because if he stood up and said, well, I think it's time that we, think of the real victim here, Lindsay Clancy. I mean, if I was the prosecution and I heard the defense say something like that, I'd be like pulling out a sheet of paper and writing more clothes.
Yeah. And there's a point we get to here in a little bit where I think he crosses a little bit of a line towards that a little too much. I'll flag it when we see it. But yeah, there was a part I'm like, I think you kind of overstated that.
And that's a risk.
Been laid at your feet as jurors to decide whether or not Lindsay is guilty. Beyond a reasonable doubt, as His Honor instructed you and will instruct you, what that means, that standard of proof that we as citizens in this country are so blessed to have, proof beyond a reasonable doubt before the government charges any citizen with a crime. I don't care how many cops you have in here, how many DAs are sitting here, how many people are sitting in the front row, and they're all going to sit there and be proud of this prosecution. I told you in the opening statement.
He's referring to how the prosecution side is full of cops.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm turning off the closed captioning because the closed captioning is not synced at all. But yeah. Also, Gerald Manning, thank you so much for the repeated 5 and 10, and I saw another one here. Where was it? 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so
Wow.
much, Gerald. So thank you. Yeah, he's calling out the cops for showing up. I don't like it when the cops show up for like a jury trial to like form the big blue wall of whatever.
Yeah. What was the Massachusetts trial that was just a couple months ago about the police officer that shot the other police officer?
Yes, I'm trying to remember her name. Yeah, over the yeah,
when they come to take her kid, but
yeah,
that blue wall that showed up against her.
Yeah,
man, yeah, the Kelsey trial. Yeah, that backfired big time on them.
I think that was a major mistake.
It was a bad one.
So it just really, and it's so improper. So
That this is a prosecution that has ripped the soul out of this girl.
Was that the moment?
Is what they had. This is their family.
Did he just say it? They ripped the soul out of her.
They ripped the soul out of this woman.
Yeah, I think that was too much. That was too
I
much.
thought that was too far.
You can't lose sight of the fact that she did this thing. She's not being not criminally responsible does not equal being innocent.
And if somebody was like on the line, that is the kind of thing that they might find off-putting.
And
right?
And the reason why this went too far is that line right there showed up in so many media headlines on X, and I was just like, yeah, that was like the dumbest thing he could have said right there, because that's what all the media that's like pro conviction, that's all they're quoting. Like, this is what the defense attorney said, and they ignore the whole rest of his closing argument. So, yeah,
and when you have a moment like that, you either did really well or really poorly, and here the people who were citing it was specifically his detractors. So I think he might have actually been able to get away with it if he did a little bit further, like a little bit the opposite, the order, because he's like, this is what they had, right? This is their beautiful family. They ended, whatever, and then turns around and is like, if he did it afterwards, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I see people saying they disagree. Fair, and that's reasonable minds, right?
Turn into this. How? Because of the damn medicine and the lousy medical care that she got. You can troop as many paid experts as you want to come in here and tell the jury.
All experts are paid.
Yeah, all experts are paid, but I do like this point right here. I thought this was good. Cut out that last sentence about the ripping out of the soul and just go with this one.
Yeah, and I mean, it does kind of annoy me that all experts are paid. So they say these paid experts. And the other thing is, if you had an expert who wasn't paid, they would actually probably if I was doing a civil trial and I find out this expert is doing it for free, I'm like, why? What?
I've
what
never seen an expert that's doing it for free. I mean, sometimes you can have an employee be an expert, but
yes,
then there kind of comes with a different host of issues.
Yeah, you get like the police officer experts who are testifying for the police. But I mean, like, just something like, I believed in the cause so much I agreed to do it for free would be just very strange. It's like, oh,
agreed.
So you're biased as hell, right?
I saw a comment here. Someone said that they think that Reddington needed to do more of this, more attacks on the Commonwealth's tactics. I totally agree. And I'm kind of having some nitpicks here because I think overall, like, closings are not easy to do, and he performs at
Yeah.
a really, really high level. I agree that the attacking the Commonwealth's tactics, I think, is exactly what he should be doing. My nit is more about the way he structured them.
The way he frames it as it's bad for her, as opposed to this shows they have shitty arguments.
Yeah, exactly. I think the beginning of this close properly should be, you heard a lot from them in their opening statements, and let's go over the things they promised you and that the things they never delivered on. And you just hit their credibility. But to me, it's not the amount, because I agree he should be doing that as much as he can. It's the way he structured that here. It didn't seem as impactful to me as it otherwise could have been.
And I mean, I absolutely think that if he did more of that, that he could have, that he could have absolutely landed more punches.
Mm-hmm.
And there were points I think he should have just absolutely hammered on. I would have liked to have seen them go after the pill thing. But that's my own sort of aspect. Did you see my short about the pills?
No.
So here's my pills short.
Oh,
Crushing
wait.
pills is
the crushing the pills? Yes. Yeah. I had thoughts. I'm not going to get into my thoughts because I don't want to go into an area I shouldn't talk about how I might have seen things in college. Yeah. I mean, the notion that you can't crush up those kinds of pills is you could take a credit card on a tabletop and roll it over a pill and crush it up. It's not hard, guys. Don't question how I know that.
I mean, I will fully admit, my clients, there have been many instances in which they have, crushed up pills. They don't find it difficult, right? It's not
hard.
Yeah. And I do see some people saying, what if they're the fancy time release ones? Because some of those fancy time release ones have kind of a ceramic structure to them, so that the medication leaks out slowly.
Right.
Okay, but was there any evidence of that? Was there any indication that was the case? So, yeah.
Oh, someone's at my front door.
Okay.
Well, I'm just gonna mute.
Yeah, we'll see in a moment.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm good. My wife's there.
Oh, good. I was like, is your pizza here?
Maybe.
Say that she heard voices inside her head. She said she heard voices from outside her head. She said she was making chicken McNuggets. There was a bowl on the sofa. She wasn't making chicken McNuggets. She said something as I think and I muse and I try real hard to tell you what my opinion is, that this woman was acting in her right mind when these children were killed.
That landed not at all for me, because I was
I thought the bit about the chicken, they were making nuggets, they were not. It was okay for me.
I mean, what he really needed to say is they're grasping at straws, right? They have all of these things that don't matter because they have no case.
Yeah.
Is really where he, and so his ending to that sentence doesn't land for me. But I like the argument about they've got all this petty shit, right? Who cares when she was cooking the nuggets? Is that really? And to me, it just made me think that witness was kind of full of shit when he's like, I thought that was really significant because it was an inconsistency about when she was cooking the nuggets. And I'm like,
I hate when an expert does something like that based on essentially hearsay. So maybe she said it one way at one time and she says essentially the same thing at slightly different time. The way the voice in her head was described at one moment and then another moment, it's essentially the same thing. She didn't use the exact same words, but come on.
Yeah, and this is the thing: is it's to me, it really makes it seem like this witness had decided what his conclusion was, and then was going to interpret anything to get to that thing.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, that just screamed biased reasoning from that witness.
Yeah, I agree.
So when you consider the evidence in this case, you consider the person who is in front of you, who is the defendant, as the government refers to her, and as Ms. Honorable wouldn't likely tell you, even though a person is a defendant in our system of justice, you don't have to defend against anything. The government has the burden of proof. When the DA decides to charge someone with a crime, he has the burden of proof. His assistants have the burden of proof to prove, number one, that Lindsay is guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt, and then prove, number two, that Lindsay, at the time, killed her children, was not suffering from a mental disease or defect that caused her to have a lack of substantial capacity to appreciate, to know, to realize that what was being done while she was in a psychosis. But we'll laugh about that. It's just another woman. I guess it's just going to make an excuse. She's depressed.
Can we talk about his reasonable doubt statement there?
It was a little convoluted.
It was a little convoluted and kind of like it was a thing he had to do to check the box, and then he moves on from. And for me, like, the reasonable doubt statement is, I think it's one of the most important things.
I agree. This case, this is a reasonable doubt case. You've got, if this is the line, you've got one set of experts that's like right on this side of the line, and the other set of experts that are right here. It's so they're arguing over degrees, right? Because despite what the prosecution said in their opening, all the experts at the end of the day agree she had something. Some of them call it bipolar. Some of it call it psychosis. You're arguing over degrees. And that is the reasonable doubt right there to me. And that, I agree. He needed to focus on that reasonable doubt.
I think all the time, it's just basically like, whenever you've got the opportunity, you want to say, proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof to a high standard. It's not maybe. It's not probably. It's not even highly probable. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. That there is no reasonable doubt, reasonable position, reasonable thought in between you and conviction. That there is very little daylight there.
Mm-hmm.
And that means that if you listen to two sets of experts and one expert says one thing and the other expert says the other, and you don't know which one to accept, that's reasonable doubt.
Yep.
If you think the prosecution's experts are probably right, that's reasonable doubt. If you cannot rule out what my experts have stated, including, Dr. Resnick, who was cited as the leader in his field by all of the prosecution experts, that's reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt puts the strong weight in her, so.
I suspect what may have happened here. Oh, go to the super chat first.
Oh, we got Rob here saying, my thoughts on the red clothes. Playing Lindsay as a victim was all risk, no reward. 100%. He didn't use his strongest argument beyond a reasonable doubt, plus moral certainty at all. Finally, more ADHD than Ian, plus Rob at 1 a.m. Candidly disappointed in his clothes, just being honest. I agree.
Yep. I agree. I was disappointed. I suspect there might have been some time issues here. So they gave this Thursday morning. When did the last witness end on Wednesday? Was it, they got about halfway through the day, didn't they? Or maybe more than halfway through the day.
Yeah.
So he didn't have a lot of time. He did this entire trial by himself. And at some point that does catch up to you. So I wonder if he just didn't have the time Wednesday to structure all this. He's in his mid 70s, isn't he?
Yeah.
So,
and at the end of the day, you're sitting there. This is one of those places where having a junior could be fantastic.
Yeah.
Because imagine he's got a junior lawyer with him. And he can just tell this junior lawyer, listen, your entire project through this trial is I want you to watch this. I want you to learn some things as we go. And I want you to be creating a running closing argument for me.
Yeah.
Every day, like you draft a close, and every day you tweak it, just to conform to what you've seen and what's changed. That's and I'd be saying to a junior lawyer, that's your assignment. And then at the end of this, you come into a pre-drafted, close.
I've been that associate several times.
Yeah.
We have large trial teams, so only one attorney gives the closing. But I've been that guy that puts that closing together. And usually I miss the last day of trial for it. I'm sitting in the war room. I'm putting together, in our type of trials, we use a lot of PowerPoint slides. So I'm putting together demonstratives. I'm collecting evidence. I'm snippeting out testimony to be able to show on a screen to the jury. And if we finish by midnight, the night before closing, that's considered super fast. I've had multiple trials where we finished 3 a.m., 4 a.m. I had one trial where we didn't sleep at all. And the attorney giving the closing checked in around midnight. We continued on till 6 a.m. and he got a closing statement and had to just give it. Not the optimal way, but that happens a lot. And I'm betting that there was just clock issues here. You had Wednesday, at least half a day with the final witness. You had did they have some argument? I don't remember if they did or not, but there wasn't a lot of time. And then they were given the closings first thing Thursday. So someone said this was a major miss for him. I would not characterize this as a major miss. I was disappointed because my expectation for him is like up here. And if he delivers here, he still it's still an above average closing for me. So I wouldn't say it was a major miss. It's just when you see what this guy's, he's hitting home run after home run after home run, we
saw Mike Tyson win by technical knockout.
Yeah.
It's
fair.
We've seen him at top performance this entire trial, and now we see him give a very okay close.
Yeah.
Like that's what it comes down to. It's very okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's very acceptable. Like, my wife and I, we had a pizza a bit ago and we're like, this is aggressively tolerable. And that's kind of where this is. Yeah. There's not really a moment where I'm like, oh, because I've watched lawyers lose cases in close.
I have too.
I watched a junior lawyer doing a jury trial, and he got up and in his close, he mentioned that his client had been convicted 3 times previously for SA in front of a jury.
Oh.
And thankfully, the judge did him a real solid, and he didn't realize the judge did him a solid. Because he went up and he said, Your Honor, I shouldn't have said that. And the judge is like, you're right. And he's like, can I get a curative instruction? And he's like, you want to ask me for a curative instruction on your own close? He says, really, the only thing I can do is if Mr. Accused wants to fire you over this, I think that would be sufficient for a mistrial. Mr. Accused, do you want to discharge your lawyer at this point? And the accused fired the lawyer at the closing arguments.
Oh, wow.
And the judge is like, mistrial. I'm declaring a mistrial.
Ugh.
That junior lawyer was so pissed. He thought that judge was a real asshole. That judge saved his ass. So, and he was telling me, he's like, I'm going to appeal. And I was like, what you're going to do is you're going to go back to your office. You're going to refund your client every dollar of what they paid you. And you're going to walk away from this and you're going to learn. Because you just dodged a bullet, and it's going to be a slightly expensive dodge. You dodged the bullet, son.
We had a trial once where the other side's lead counsel was so unlikable that his closing argument was really, you might not like me, but don't take it out on my client. He didn't win.
Yeah. That is an incredibly bad way to do it.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
I mean, there's a certain point where you have to realize that you're unlikable and maybe don't do trial work.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like just, I'm sorry, that's not for you. Not every lawyer can do everything. There are certain areas that I certainly could not do. And yeah, just was it. I think he may have lost one or two allies on jury with his closing. I feel that pretty strongly. Conversely, I think the Commonwealth gained a juror or two on those. A good close by Red would have been 2-hour deliberating. I don't think we're going to get 2 hours of deliberating under any circumstance. Like, I think the prosecutor could have literally stood up and said, everything the defense lawyer said was right, and you should rule in their favor, and sat down. You wouldn't get a 2-hour deliberation on this.
Yeah.
Like, so, and that's not what the prosecution does.
GAD, general anxiety. Give her a couple of pills, she'll be all right. You know from looking at the objective evidence in this case, this young lady, believe me, I don't have many clients like that. This young lady did nothing wrong in her life. She was a nurse, a daughter, a wife, and a darn good mother. You can see from the objective evidence, you can see, and you'll have all the exhibits for you to look at, and you can see by looking at these photographs.
I can't see the screen. Are you able to see the screen?
Oh, crud. I forgot to put the screen back up. Yes, I pulled a Rob. I think that was a good argument, though, because, like, the prosecution tried to basically say she was a shitty mom who wanted out, and every one of their witnesses was like, hey, she's actually a good, a great mom. She loved being a mom. And yes, as much as he says you can see, he doesn't actually have anything for, like, that's not a moment where he's showing you much. So
I just didn't understand this bit with the boards.
And he's got so many boards.
Yeah.
There's a certain point where I'm like, dude, get a fucking PowerPoint. And I hate PowerPoint, right? But there's and the other thing that's great about a PowerPoint is that it forces you to be orderly. Like, you have to pick which order for things. Whereas this, he's got, like, his entire, everything is sort of laid out and he's grabbing stuff, and it feels like it's kind of grabbing stuff at random.
Yeah, it does feel like that.
Grab this one. A son, my prince, that they would have you think she killed him first, cruelly, because she didn't like him. That is repulsive.
That would have caused an objection where I am.
With Pat, her kids, having a great time that summer. Life is good. She had to go back to work. In an opening statement, I told you, I said, watch the evidence. Watch the manipulation. Because that's what this case was built upon originally, and how it developed as the case progressed until it's in front of you. And how does that happen? Well, in the very beginning, went all the way back to when the first 911 call you had to suffer through was made. You could hear in the voice, back Clancy, the horror, what he had obviously experienced. You can see from the evidence that's before you the injuries that she suffered. You will have in the jury room the exhibits that indicated the extent of the injuries from, I don't have to go through all of them, the extent of the injuries to slitting her throat, to slashing her wrists, throwing herself out a window, blood all over the bedroom floor, window open, screen slashed. Oh no, the screen wasn't slashed, my bad. That's what she thought. It's called a delusion.
I thought that was pretty good. It's kind of a bit of showmanship there. Because I mean, you definitely know that he didn't make that wasn't a mistake, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I thought I didn't hate that.
She was in psychosis when she thought that probably right here, sitting here, believes that she slashed the screen. She didn't. It's objective evidence. And why did we spend almost a week showing you the extent and the severity of that suicide attempt? The reason that we had to do that is because they were arguing that it was a fake suicide. Dinky little cuts, no bleeding. She didn't mean to kill herself. She's going to throw herself out the window, I guess, and slide down the house. Remember that one hanging off of the window, sliding down the house in Lindsay Spruce.
I wanted to see more of that. Honestly.
Yes.
Call them out point, keep changing their theories.
That was what he needed to hit them on. Is the shifting theories? The gang that can't shoot straight.
Yeah. If they're not being honest with you about what their theory is, if they're keeping, if they keep changing it, how can you believe them about anything?
Did the Patrick Clancy Google search come up at all in this closing? I was surprised we didn't see that either.
I don't think we saw it.
That's wild. I mean, they eviscerated the prosecution's point on that so badly that I would have brought that up.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess but yeah, it's like, why not? Where is this not?
Put up. And she hurt herself bad. You know that's not what happened. You know that she made the testimony of Dr. Velkovich, that she made a very, very significant suicide effort, slashing her wrist, slitting her throat. And isn't it interesting when you consider objective evidence? Googling slitting a throat. Googling suicide. Googling drugs. Googling side effects. Googling ketamine treatments. Googling all of these drugs. Googling the effects of Tufts medications. Lorazepam, sertraline, hydroxyzine, lorazepam, lorazepam, trazodone, fluoxetine, zolpidem, murdazine, clonazepam, quetiapine, diazepam, quetiapine. It goes on and on and on and on.
This is where he's at his best, right?
Yeah.
I actually thought he started way better than he ends up because he starts getting rambly.
I have chat and got me descriptions to see. And obviously, she wasn't consuming all of these at the same time, because one thing this kid did was try to do what she was supposed to do. She took the drugs as she was told to take them. She was religious in her obligations to take care of her health. She went to Dr. Tufts when she was a young lady living in a house with her husband and her babies, respected nurse, wife, friend, mother. Should have kept drinking, huh? That was a big deal, wasn't it? Remember that? We're just going to assassinate this young lady in every which way we can. Remember that evidence? I was concerned. She was drinking 5 drinks a day. She was worried about, you heard the evidence up to 2019. What are they talking about? She wasn't drinking while she had her kids. She wasn't drinking while she's breastfeeding. She would have a couple of beers with her friends. That's bad. Put that over in the bad pile. Right here. We spent all that time showing through Dr. Labasada's testimony that this was a legitimate, dreadful, horrific suicide attempt. You think about this beautiful young girl throwing herself out a window. That's a quarter. I don't know if you have to play pool. I challenge you to tell this jury why we spent a week showing that she committed, as your witnesses.
Counsel, address the jury, please.
Said, they're witnesses. Serious.
Was that the first quarter?
That's the first quarter.
I didn't understand the quarter thing.
I don't understand it either. I don't think it was a great move, honestly. And also, he gets yelled at for like addressing the prosecutors in his clothes, going, I challenge you to do this. I mean, there is a way to do that, which is basically to say the prosecutor needs to explain to you the following. And yeah. But no, he's got his coins.
Yeah.
Suicide attempt. Remember that? She tried to kill herself. So now they'll back off on that, and they'll agree. Serious suicide attempt. That's why I say, watch the evidence. Watch the manipulation.
This I like.
The argument with the bands. She took the bands out of the bag, put gloves on. Talks to Dr. Laposada on the Zoom. Slams the bands down, out of the paper bag. Does the movement of the bands and yells at Laposada and says, wrapped. They were just wrapped. They weren't knotted because you gotta get Lindsay tightening the band, right? You gotta hold it. You gotta hold it for a minute. You gotta hold it for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. That's why she needed the bands not knotted. And then she said, it's like this. And they sprang open. Remember that? Dr. Laposada said, yeah, I saw what you did. And she walked away like if the glove won't fit moment. Quarter number 2. What did Patrick Clancy testify to? You heard his testimony. He indicated clearly, unequivocally, they were knotted around the necks of those children to the point where he had to struggle. And it's your memory, not mine. If I say something you don't recall.
I thought this was a good point. I thought it was relatively well done, but that it needed to be better. And I was expecting better on this.
Yeah, we're at the point now where the content, like the substance of what he's doing, is good, but it's the structure that needs a little bit. And the quarters thing is distracting to me, but he should have turned this into like a little module of like all the things they said throughout the trial that were just nonsense. You know, like this La Posada thing, I think was great because they were just dead wrong about it. And I also don't know, maybe this court, you can't do it, but why not have a board of the testimony? Why not have a board of Patrick's testimony? Maybe this judge doesn't let them show the jury the testimony like in a chalk, but that's what we do. Like in our trials, we take the best stuff and we turn it into a slide on PowerPoint. So if they was allowed to, I would have had a chalk of Patrick's testimony about the freaking knot, and then I would have done this whole thing that he's done, and then let's show you what Patrick says here, right here. And I would have.
I mean, if they'd let me, I might have even gone so far as to be like, here's a mannequin. I'm going to tie an exercise band around this mannequin, and then I'm going to keep going.
Yeah, he could do something. I agree. Like the points he's making, I think substance are right, but the structure needed a little bit of polishing.
And yeah, I saw Rob saying about the House of Cards close. You can say like, look, this is a house of cards. Let's look at the cards. We can start pulling away.
Yep.
And that would be great.
Well, forget it. It's what you remember the evidence to be. But clearly, I would suggest he struggled to get it off of Dawson's over his head. And a police officer saw through the window. This is horrific stuff. But it's objective. And it shows the manipulation. This government, this prosecution is a mess. They would take their evidence and argue to you that she did not tie a knot and walk away.
Go back a couple seconds. Go back a couple clicks.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Watch the judge. I think that when he's like, this prosecution is a mess, I think the judge is about to say something.
Mess. They would take their evidence and argue to you.
Yeah.
That
the judge he's like about
to sit up. And then he's like, okay. He was about to like say something.
He was about to be like, I'm going to jump down somebody's throat. And he's like, nope. He's okay. He's okay. He's getting back to the arguments. All right.
Yeah.
Fine.
She did not tie a knot and walk away because, as Dr. Lepisan said, you're talking about 4 or 5 seconds, so somebody passes out. No, they got to have the 4 minutes, and that's not what the evidence shows, is it? So, as we move on, Lindsay's in the hospital. And this whole thing about conversations, and she's talking to people, and the kids are in the basement. Her throat was crushed. You heard the 911 team. You draw the inference, whether or not there's a conversation about where the children are. Tried to kill myself, the kids are in the basement, all that. You determined whether or not that was something that could be discerned. And the police investigation, because as His Honor indicates, there are two things here. Number one, proof beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty, and number two, proof beyond a reasonable doubt that she was not suffering from a disease or defect, as His Honor instructed you at the time of these killings. Those are the two things they have to prove. And when the police charge somebody with a criminal offense, they have an obligation to investigate. But at the end of the day, when you're talking about, well, we've got the charges are before the court, you can sit there in the court, you can feel proud of yourself. Do a good investigation. You even know what this, you'll see the photograph of the cup and the powder. What is it? They don't even analyze it. Do they take pictures? Did they analyze? Did they test the blood? Lousy investigation of this.
I would have further hammered this. But even though they never tested it, their expert is willing to come in here and make stuff up about it.
Yeah, that is the point I think needed to be made here, because I think it gets a little lost in translation to just talk about, oh, they didn't test this stuff. He's got to explain to them why it matters. And it matters because the expert relied on that stuff as a basis to say that she didn't have a psychosis. And he's got to bring that back around to the main point. And I think he just doesn't do that quite as well here.
Yeah, and I thought it was just honestly, like, this was a place where I was like, you've got to hit this. Like, this is important. And he doesn't. And I'm just like, okay. All right.
Well, that's okay, because she was guilty. And they put her in the hospital. And she's the evil woman that killed the 3 innocent kids. And they're going to stand there while she's chained to the bed, paralyzed. You heard testimony from Dr. Zeisel. They weren't little fluffy cuffs that were securing her to the bed. They were handcuffs, not the medical treatment. Medical treatment would be, like restraints, so you don't do whatever, pull lines out and things. We're talking about when the big men were in there with their guns and their badges and they're sitting outside the door, and they're going to make sure that Lindsay Clancy, paralyzed, chained to the bed, doesn't get up and run away from the hospital, I guess. And they just have to suffer their way through. I guess I worked 8 hours. I had another shift. I had to work that night. This is the treatment. And what's important about that is what kind of treatment did this young lady get from the healthcare providers? Remember Meg Collins? She came in this court. Meg, you might remember. Tall woman, short blonde hair, squared away. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. She was not only a nurse taking care of her in the hospital, she advocated for her. She stood up for her patient. She protected her. During the pandemic, you know that Meg Collins was in that emergency room when half of us were hiding at home behind our computers, hoping that we're not going to die in a week, drinking our Chardonnay at 11 o'clock in the morning. Meg Collins was in a hospital treating people.
I was like, that's getting real specific.
I don't understand this bit here.
The Chardonnay at 11 in the morning, I was like, most of us were working from home, dude.
I understand the Chardonnay at 11 a.m. reference. What I don't get is he's talking about this nurse that was advocating for Lindsay. I don't. He's lost me a little bit at this point.
Yeah. I see people who are like, Chardonnay at 11 is my jam, so fair enough. Also, we hit the goal, so I picked up this Hoop Tea spiced iced tea that I'm gonna try. It's basically vodka and tea.
And advocating for them. That's an example of what nursing is all about. Not having attitude, not treating somebody like they're to be disdained. And what's even worse, she comes out of a coma. She is intubated. She has had major surgery of her broken, crushed spine, vertebrae, rib, thyroid. Massive, not my words, medical records, massive testimony, blood transfusion for the blood loss. And when someone, you've heard evidence, comes out of surgery, they're delusional. You've had anesthesia. You've had think about having a tooth pulled. Think about the trauma that somebody has when they're in a hospital bed laying there, paralyzed, unable to feel the lower half of their body, but able to feel with the meds and the pain medication and everything else, the damage to the spine. And then the hospital has a meeting. Remember the other doctor, I think it was Dr. Shah, the Indian woman? Wicked impressive.
Okay, this is where having notes is good. Remember the other doctor? She has a name, the Indian woman. I'm like, oh man, this is not where you want to be right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're describing witnesses by race.
Yeah.
Having some notes is good. Even if you have to reach over to your notes and be like, glance, right, that's whose name this is. You should not be in that circumstance.
Yeah.
And I mean, especially when you are like old white guy, you easily fall into stereotype land. And, if the jury just kind of, has decided you're the wrong kind of person, it can weigh against you. So, yeah, it's, I don't know.
She was amazing.
I think he does mention her name, but he just, like the Indian doctor. What do you say? Wicked impressive. It's very Boston.
It is. There's a lot of Bostonisms, and I quite like them. So, yeah.
She had the facts. She was able to tell you exactly what she observed. He was able to tell you what they were doing to treat Lindsay. She treated her like a human being. She was a damn good doctor. Came in here and told you all of her observations about her and told you one of the things that ultimately that they were concerned about is they had to have this big confabulation about, we're going to take her off the, the healthcare process. They had to have lawyers. They had to have people there. They had to have her signing documents. They had to determine whether or not she was going to be signing something to have her parents take over because Pat was not going to be responsible for her care. Lawyers, cops, handcuffs. Do I need a lawyer? Write that down. Where are you? You're out there somewhere. Write that down. Boy, she wanted a lawyer. That's a bad thing. Must be guilty. Let's put that in the guilty pile. That's why she said that in a delirious state, dealing with all of these people about that issue. But what's even more nefarious.
I like how they're zooming in on the quarters.
Zooming in on the quarters. Come on.
You think about it, as I said, your eye on the ball because of the manipulation. Paul Zeisel, big deal. I'm friends with the guy. You heard evidence that I called him. I was with Pat a night or two after this incident in the bedroom with all the blood. I was with Pat taking evidence that the police didn't even see.
He's feeling, this feels too defensive right here.
I was able, as you know now, sir.
You should never be defending yourself.
Yeah, he's having to explain this stuff, and I just don't. I'm not a fan of it. There's ways he could approach this, but he just comes across as defensive, and that's not a good place to be in your closing.
No, I mean, even if the other side directly attacks you, you just don't make it about you.
Yeah.
Because, your hurt feelings, not the place.
Right.
Nobody cares, right? Nobody gives a shit.
To grab this. Why wouldn't the police have grabbed this?
This is a great point. He should have elevated this and
You can
hit
see
on it
when they were
sooner.
right.
Yeah. This
Like-
should have been a bigger theme.
Their whole one of the prosecution's major arguments was this bag of unused pills that Patrick Clancy had taken. They used that with all the witnesses. And the reality is that those were the pill bottles when she got something prescribed and then the prescription changed. He collected all of those and kept them separate. He should have hammered this because this bag is the one that matters as far as the defense's theme. And I understand that this morning there was a question and the jury wanted to see a bag of pills. Do we know if it was this bag or if it was a different bag of pills?
Probably this bag of pills.
I think which bag of pills it was would tell us a lot about where the jury's head is. If they were asking about this bag of pills, I think they're leaning towards more the defense. But if they were looking at the Patrick Clancy bag of pills that were unused, that might signal something different.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, they also apparently wanted to see the knife. So
I don't understand that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they would need to see it, but apparently they need to see it. So
why wasn't that evidence back in the room? These are all admitted exhibits that should all be back with the jury.
Yeah, I don't get that either. I've heard that, and I can't confirm, but I've heard that the question might have been, can we actually like open the bag? Which you know, is kind of a weird question.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, especially with a bag of pills, like how much of a shit show would it be if one of the jurors just decided to take the quetiapine?
Yeah,
like,
well, they probably want to count the pills inside.
Yeah, I'm gonna try one of these. This will be fine, right? So
yeah,
you can see what they are. You can see what she took. You read the testimony. It's tough to take a handful of pills. Remember the guy saying that yesterday? Tough to take a handful of pills. Well, no, they were crushed. Oh, shit, they were crushed. Okay. Where's the residue? Where's the crusher? Where's anything? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Great investigation, guys. So you have a situation where they leave this behind. They don't even look at it. One of them, and again, your memory don't. One of them testifies, well, they might have looked at it and saw it and just didn't seize it. Seriously? They go down to the kitchen, they seized every pill bottle that was in the cabinet, along with the books. And speaking of books, one of the things that they found, smoking gun. Good moms have scary thoughts. Hallelujah. Put that in the guilty pile. We're going to put this in a plastic bag. We're going to show it to a jury so they know that this young lady had scary thoughts. Turns out that Jolata gave it to her. So you have this evidence. You have evidence of sleep aids. You have evidence in the bag. Because obviously this stuff was just thrown in there. It wasn't in a bag when I saw it inside this thing here and we seized it. And we held it for 3.5 years. Anybody care about it? No. You had evidence that the police knew that I had it. They could have it, they could look at it, they could analyze it, do whatever they wanted. They didn't have to. This here, you heard evidence. This is a little wish jar that they bought on their honeymoon in Hawaii many years prior to even having kids. And when you look inside it, you see that there's all sorts of little folded up pieces of paper. Some of them are dated, some of them aren't. They go all the way back to 2017, 2018, 20. And they reference her wishes to have healthy kids, her wishes for her kids to be successful, her wishes to have a good birth. Second time around, hoping for a good birth, worrying about the child with I forgot where they wrote the thing. This woman lived for her kids until she had the pleasure running into Dr. Tufts of her 2 months experience. And after she ran into Dr. Tufts, it was not a wonderful life anymore.
I think that's an overstatement too.
Yeah, I mean,
she was having issues before Tufts came on the picture.
Which is why Tufts comes on the picture, right? Yeah, I don't know. That might have oversold it a bit. Although the wish jar was like tragic, right?
Yeah.
So I thought that played for me.
It did play for you. See, it lost me a little bit because I'm trying to get back to the points for reasonable doubt, I guess. And that one didn't hit me on that theme as well.
Yeah, it's sort of, this whole thing's a bit of a scattershot at this point.
A little bit.
And everybody laughs at me. I said the television. Okay, I know it's a telemedical thing on your telephone or on a Zoom. Take more pills. You have the medical records. You heard the testimony. You know her concerns. You know her fears. Does this seem like a young lady that didn't care and wanted to score more drugs off somebody? That's another repulsive allegation. I think the evidence is pretty clear. There's no basis for that at all. She was scared. September into October 22, young, vibrant, hardworking. You've heard all this, not my words, witnesses' words, holding goals for herself. Hardworking nurse, hardworking mother, would take the kids to the Kingsbury Club. That's another thing. Sounds pretty snooty, doesn't it? Oh, they're at the Kingsbury Club. It's a swimming pool and a place where you can.
I like that. Because, I mean, the prosecutor is going to come out swinging on, like, she has all this money and privilege and, whatever.
I don't think that's a great argument. She saw a lot of doctors. So what? The point is that the doctors were going crazy with the medication, over medicating, changing medication. It's almost like whether or not she got good medical care isn't really the point. I mean, look, he's an employee at Microsoft. Yeah, I'm sure they have a good health plan, but she was a nurse. So if it wasn't for his health plan, she would have had a good health plan. We're not talking about medical coverage that is like a level of privilege, I guess. I mean, they could have been middle class, upper middle class, but it's not like they were ultra wealthy in terms of the medical coverage she was receiving. This is the kind of medical coverage you could get from having health insurance at most jobs. So I don't know. I mean, it just that never really landed with me very well.
They really do try to basically make it seem like she was, this princess who was, unhappy with the, the various wealth and power and privilege that she had. It's kind of, it's how they sort of play it.
Yeah.
Exercise. Watch the manipulation. Because now you've got a situation where you've got manipulation with the Kingsbury Club, you've got manipulation with these other items here, and you've also got manipulation of Paul Zeisel told Lindsay what to say. Say that you.
What is with the quarters?
It's like he didn't even commit to the bit, right? Because he's got these. The 3 quarters are representing 3 manipulations, but I think he's got more points than just those 3. So I don't know. It seems weird to me which ones he used.
And if you're going to have some sort of thing like that, you got to have a theme around them.
Yes.
Right? You lay out the theme and then you hammer the theme to bring them back to the theme each time.
That's right? Exactly what I meant. Yeah, exactly. Like there was parts in this closing where he's making these other points that weren't really connected to a quarter. Either commit to the bit and make them all quarters or don't bring up the other points.
Yeah. And unfortunately he just kind of, he's got these quarters and I'm like, I don't know what the quarters are about, dude. Like, I don't.
So someone in the chat here says quarters on a pool table to challenge the next game. And I heard that earlier too. So maybe, but if that's the point, you gotta make that clear to the jury.
And also, that is real niche. Like, hey, quarters for the next game. How many people play pool, right?
We used to do it with video games at the arcade in the 90s.
Me too, but that was the 90s. That's a few years ago.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I get if that's the point. Hey, I'm putting these down. Let's see if they can answer these points. I think he just needs to structure and simplify. Again, it's like it's about the structure and format for me. It's not about the substance.
Yeah, he's got to sort of work his points in a little better, I guess, is my thought there.
Hearing voices. Think about how ugly that is. Because you know, beyond a reasonable doubt, even though we don't have any proof, we have no burden. You heard from Sheila. Remember Sheila, the woman that's the reverend or whatever, she's the chaplain at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. She didn't know Lindsay from anybody that night when she came in all broken up. And she told you that she continued. She was there when Lindsay came out of, was extubated. She was there when Lindsay was going through her treatments. She was there for 8 days before Paul Zeisel even knew Lindsay existed. But they would be in here telling you that Lindsay saw the psychologist because the lawyer went and got the psychologist to go and speak to her. And then you have these guys here, the cops. They're having meetings, talking about it. They're talking about it. Must have been the shrink. Must have been the psychologist. Must have been Zeisel. He's the guy that told her what to say, and he did not. How can you ruin a man's reputation with the career that he has had and still has, thankfully, to put him in a position where he tells a broken young woman who is vilified by our society for killing her 3 children, that he goes in the hospital and tells her to say she heard voices? Disgusting. So now you know that she told Sheila first that she heard voices. Command hallucination. She didn't say command hallucination. I heard voices. It was a male voice. Told me. You had these other guys that came in. The government's rebuttal witnesses. Very, very impressive. Very, very impressive. The first 2, Mac, we're going to decide. You've got the other doc.
I kind of like the Mac put him aside because that's apparently what happened. He's apparently resigned from his position at a hospital.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Who knows why? I'm not speculating. It could have been that he had resigned beforehand, but they weren't going to make it public until after the trial was over. Who knows? I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, it could also be like, hey, look at how much money I'm making on these. On these trials, like I don't want to work at the hospital anymore. I'm going into, private practice. I don't know. But it just, the timing looks bad.
Yeah, it does.
So.
As well. So Mac is, why he was freaked out when I asked him where he stayed. And the other guy looked at me like his eyes were bugging. Why did I ask where he stayed? Whatever. Point is, they don't see her for years. And why? The other guy, Halburn, I think it was Halburn, he had to wait until maybe it was the last name, I forget. They had to process his payment from the DA's office through the school. Who cares? If you have an obligation to try and be objective, to try and even look as though you're competent and objective, why would you wait for so long? Why would you go with another guy? Why would you take this young lady and have her in a room and question her one right after the other? Wouldn't you like to sit there and be questioned by Dr. Mack? Boy, that'd be an experience. 3 hours, 4 hours. And the other guy is going to pepper his questions at her as well between that period. And the next day, she can take tests. And then go back at it again with Mack and with Halbrun.
I think he went too far here. He should have just focused on the fact that those experts waited 3 years to examine her. And how useful can their analysis really be after waiting 3 years? He didn't need to get into, it was 3 days of questioning and blah, 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 blah. Like, that's not, he just needs to tighten things up a bit.
Yeah, it's starting to get a bit rambly.
She was pleasant. She was friendly. She answered the questions, and she owned what she did. She never ran from anything. She's gone through evaluation after evaluation after evaluation, recorded. You'll have the video to look at. as they're questioning her, as she's sitting there in her wheelchair, hour after hour after hour, 3 years after this incident, but that's okay. You're busy. Paul Zeisel was there, literally, in Brigham and Women's, because I called him. Because I was asked to represent this young lady who heard evidence. I saw her in the hospital. I saw her laying in the bed broken. I saw her laying in the bed practically dead. I reached out to Dr. Zeisel, and I asked him, please, can you talk to this woman? Concerned, as he testified, for her mental well-being. What kind of demons, what kind of horror was in her mind as she lay there paralyzed and hurting and medicated, swollen, tubes, pops, chains. He went and talked to her. Big deal. I asked him to go. You judge the credibility of a person. Did Paul Zeisel have the ring of truth when he told you that he's there out of humane feeling to try to help this young lady? And he's been by her side for 3.5 years. Same thing as Sheila. Why would Sheila, for all this time, visit with Lindsay as she testified at the Tewksbury Hospital? She's not getting paid. She's not a hired gun. She's not somebody that's coming in to say something at my request. She loves Lindsay. He's a good kid. He's a beautiful soul. So you have Zeisel that has been with her all that time. You've got Sheila who's been with her all that time. You've got evidence that her mom and dad who live in Connecticut come up and they stay and they visit with her and that they sit with her. And God forbid they actually sometimes had dinner. Remember that? They got the Tewksbury records. Boy, there's a good score. Let's go through the Tewksbury records and see what she's doing on the anniversary of the deaths. How about on their birthdays? Can you see them sitting there going through the medical records? Okay, doctor, what did she do then? She propelled herself down the hallway, met with her parents, laughed, had dinner, watched TV, talked on the telephone. God forbid. She's not curled up in the fetal position, wailing, self-flagellating constantly. For 3.5 years, she's acting like a human being trying to exist. But they go through the records and they want to get those dates and use them against her. Manipulation. And then you consider we're 3 weeks away from a trial. The guy yesterday that's looking up to the heavens while he's testifying, Caesar, tells you that he wanted to establish a rapport. Can you imagine? You know that you're 3 weeks away from your murder trial, and you know that this is doctor number 3 who's been hired by the government to come in and evaluate you and testify against you, and he's going to establish a rapport. There is no rapport, but yet she was cooperative, she was friendly. Interestingly enough, just like the treating doctors don't talk to each other, they don't communicate with each other, they don't have access to medical records. She signs the HIPAA forms. They don't know what her records are, but they know for sure what Dr. Resnick had in his report. They know for sure what Dr. Zeisel had in his report. They know for sure what Meg Spinelli had in her report, and they incorporate that into their report. But then you have the MMPI and the other psychological tests that were administered to her on the second day of the Mac Heilbrunn team interviewing, interrogating, questioning her. She passes the MMPI. Testimony is presented.
I mean, the MMPI isn't a pass-fail, right?
Yeah. This is a little far field for me.
Yeah.
I think he's too into the weeds.
Honestly,
Honestly,
he's in the weeds, losing people.
I don't even remember what the MMPI is at this point, and I'm wondering if the jury even remembers what the MMPI is.
I mean, I remember what the MMPI is. I'm just like, this is losing me.
She answered the MMPI honestly, and they're pertaining to state of mind. They're pertaining to questions about what occurred. They're questioning this young lady as to what her state of mind was then, in the middle, and now. And she didn't lie. She didn't malinga. She didn't exaggerate, and more importantly, if anything, she minimizes. But she certainly was off the chart on the suicide scale. And then you have testimony from Dr. Resnick, Dr. Zeisel, Dr. Carney, and they were paid for their testimony. We're all paid. Like I said, not the jury so much, but the judge, myself, Chrissy, everybody gets paid. These doctors came in and testified. Phil Resnick, the man is something out of a scary movie. He has the world record of investigating, examining, and treating people in psychosis that kill their children, filicide. He has a world-renowned record for checking fakers.
I would have approached this. I would have approached this a little different. I would have started with what's the name of the expert here that he's talking about?
What's his Resnick?
Resnick. So Resnick is everyone agreed that Resnick is the world-renowned expert. I would have started with Resnick earlier. I would have talked about how much the other experts, even the prosecution experts, rely on Resnick's teachings. And then I would have used the counterpunch of what did the government witnesses do? Well, they waited 3 years after to even meet with this woman. And they didn't do this. They didn't do this. They didn't do this. Like all the things he did in Cross that they didn't do in their investigation. That's how I would have done the counterpunch. I would have set Resnick up first as this is the guy. Everyone agreed. This is the guy. This is what he told you. And now to meet their burden of proof to try to beat Resnick, what did they do? Well, they put these guys on 3 years after who didn't do this, who didn't do this, who didn't do this. I think he needs to start strong with his guy and build his guy's credibility up first.
Yeah, or you do it the other way of like their crap, and then here's this guy who's covered in, like an angelic beam of light. You can't kind of scattershot it.
Yeah.
Their doctor agreed that his article on Voices is a leading article with research in the world. Their doctor agreed that he, Bill Resnick, is an expert on malingering. You heard him testify by Zoom because he had surgery. And he showed up by Zoom and testified that, again, 4 months after this incident, he met with Lindsay, he evaluated Lindsay, compared, looked at all the records, just like all the rest of them. Everyone says they looked at all the records, the police reports, grand jury minutes, everything else. He indicates clearly, in his opinion, that she was in a state of psychosis at the time of this death, times 3. Has any of the government doctors rebutted that? One of them, Halbrand, said it's possible either way. That's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The other one, Mac, you can accept his testimony if you wish, but I suggest that you probably won't. And then you're left with the doctor yesterday, who didn't even know what killing during the course of the psychosis was. And when I was questioning him about it, he agreed. And I said, don't just agree with me. You're just agreeing with me because I said that. And he basically said, yeah, what kind of expert testimony is this? It's a mess. But the government uses them to try to rebut a man like Phil Resnick, who tells you that she was suffering from a horrific mental disease and defect at the time of the killing of her beautiful children. Why? The how? And the fact that under the law, as His Honor has given you, she's not criminally responsible. And the burden is on them right here. Prove to you that at the time of the killing, as Dr. Resnick says, that she was suffering from a disease or defect. As Dr. Zeitzel said, she was suffering from a disease or defect. As Dr. Condi said, she was suffering from a disease or defect. And Condi took you down the road of all of these medications as a psychopharmacologist, as a doctor that specializes in prescription medications. And you got the evidence. So you're able to look at that and determine, see what the side effects are, what she was complaining of, and look at her records. I mean, they have really turned her inside out. I mean, they've got every single text, every single email, every single picture, everything that she did in college. Oh, that's another thing. She lied, according to the guy yesterday. She lied to Pat about being on Prozac. They were dating for 3 months. She's living in Boston. She meets this kid. She thinks that she might like him, and they're dating. Oh, excuse me, before you go out with me, let me tell you that about a year ago when I was studying for my exams, because I'm nervous about talking in public, I got on Prozac. Seriously, that's what the government is arguing in this case.
I thought that the government argument about that was so shitty. The Commonwealth's argument. She doesn't disclose while they're dating that she's on like a psych med.
Yeah.
Like, have they dated? Do they understand how dating works?
Yeah.
Can you imagine you're going out with a girl and she's like, so, first thing, you're there on date number 1. She's like, let me tell you all the psych meds I'm taking.
There's a lot of things that they claim she should or shouldn't have done that just didn't strike a chord with me. This was one of them.
And like, I mean, you'd be out of there not because, hey, they're on psych meds, because like, plenty of people are on psych meds, but just like, you've got no sense of like when to tell them about these things, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I just and they bring in this expert who's like, yeah, this was super suspicious to me, and I'm like, really? Really? Thank you, Rob, for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. This is normally Rob's night streaming, so he's and Cheryl, thank you so much to help with the pro bono work. So thank you.
Very cool.
I took a job teaching community peace officers because now it frees me up to have time to just take files for nothing. So it's YouTube and that job cover my bills, and it's a bit of a chaotic place to be, but yeah.
You're going to have this journal, which talks about her being, this is how controlling she was, manipulation. In the opening statement, you may recall that the district attorney said that she was a hard, charging, manipulating woman that was controlling, and everything in their life was controlled, and she ran it to the water, to the carrots, to the beets. You look in this book, and as you might recall, Ms. Rossi testified when asked, did you feel that she was being controlling of you? Because she says, for example, Monday, 10:24, Kellen, put down for a nap. Hopefully we'll nap for 2 hours. If he wakes shortly, let him resettle himself. Bottle when he wakes up. Then it goes on and on. Make salad, romaine lettuce. He likes peppers, broccoli. Cut the sweet potatoes in chunks. Thank you, with the heart. Another good score. You look at her journals that she took. You'll see, as you go along, in the dates that she's recording in these journals, she's talking about the drugs that she was prescribed. And look at the first page. Look at how detailed. Dates, how she felt, 10 milligrams Prozac, and it goes on like that, goes on through November into December.
The journal is so weird because there's this whole thing there.
I think the journal cuts both ways. It's smart of him to put his spin on it.
Yeah. I mean, you have to, because the other side will try to put their spin on it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
December 9th, 10th, 11th. Horrible intrusive thoughts. Horrible thoughts in the AM. Horrible thoughts. Horrible thoughts. No motivation. And then finally, horrible thoughts, no motivation, deeply depressed. Then that's around the time she went to Women and Infants Hospital, right? Looking for help. Look at this. As she runs into January, there's nothing other than little chicken scratches because her mind was gone. In January, as she's on these drugs.
The distinction is such an important thing. And it reminds me of a case that sort of famously gets misreported, the Twinkie defense. There's a case that famously gets misreported as like this guy gets found NGRI because he was eating so many Twinkies. And the point was never that he was eating the Twinkies and that was making him, not guilty by reason of mental insanity or mental illness. The point was that this guy had been like an absolute fitness freak and was like a complete vegetarian and like one of those people who's like religious about everything that he eats. And then when he started going into a massive depression that eventually became a depression with psychosis, he like his diet fell to crap, and he was eating Twinkies and whatever else. The change is an excellent point, I thought.
Yep.
So And somebody's saying, didn't the Twinkie defense work successfully? Yes, because it actually was a defense that makes sense and not one that is crazy. And Gerald Manning, thank you so much. And I saw there was another one just above there. So thank you. And thank you again. So, wow. All right, let's roll here.
And she's suffering from what you've heard is postpartum depression that can lead to postpartum psychosis. And you have these men coming in here that don't even know psychosis from schizophrenia as experts.
He put a lot of shade on that. And it's 9 women and 3 men on that panel. If they're sitting there thinking, why didn't the prosecution have a single female expert on postpartum? They might be thinking it, right?
They might be. I do think that when you're going to put up a litany of experts and psychiatrists and everything, I mean, they were all kind of crusty old dudes. So yeah, that's a problem, especially when the cross-examination was like, when did you last treat someone for postpartum depression? Oh, 1983, 1989. It was like 40 something years ago. Yeah, that's a problem. They did have Tufts, so I don't know. Maybe because they had female doctors earlier on in their case in chief. Maybe that blunts it a little bit, but I think still the big problem is most of their experts weren't the guys. And I think he needed to bring this out a little bit more than he has. They weren't the guys. I mean, Mac wasn't the guy. The other 2 weren't the guys. Yeah, they were psychiatrists, psychologists, but they weren't experts in this stuff. And he didn't hit that hard enough, I don't think.
Yeah, they can be experts in their field, just they're experts in a completely different field. This guy's about terrorism and hostage negotiation, and yeah.
Did you see the I'm forgetting the actress's name, but the ski accident trial a couple of years ago with Gwyneth Paltrow?
Paltrow, yeah.
That what happened there, I think, is a great example of the problem in this case. The plaintiff had this expert that was, he was like, okay, he was like a physics expert or something, but he wasn't an expert in like skiing dynamics and physics. And Gwyneth Paltrow's team brought the actual expert who knows and can model like downhill ski accidents and understands the physics of that. And was so much better qualified. You have a little bit of the same thing here. Like the prosecution brought these psychologists and they're psychologists or psychiatrists, but they weren't experts in this particular type of an issue. And he hit it well in cross, but he didn't seem to hit it as well on closing as I would have liked to have seen.
Yeah. When you embarrass the other side's experts, hammer on it.
Yep.
Dunk on it.
Yep.
Telling you that if a woman doesn't have these symptoms, like it's a disease, symptoms of postpartum depression within 4 weeks, that's it. Lights out. You're not a person that can be considered. You're not a real person for purposes of postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis. Well, I suggest that he's wrong. I suggest the second guy's wrong and the third guy. Well, actually, I don't even know. It's your memory. If the gentleman, Mac, even knew, I think he said 4 weeks. It can go up to a year or longer. But we don't really know because you heard the evidence. There's no evidence. There's nothing in the DSM, but that's the Bible. God forbid you should go to Europe. You should look at the World Health Organization records. You should look at the way they treat pregnant women that have problems with their children. No, we're the most advanced country in the world. But we still have doctors that come into court on a murder trial and talk about 4-week cutoff on something that they don't even know exists. They've never treated it. They've never written about it. You have terrorism experts. You have an expert that comes in and talks about his focus and his interests, and it's about juveniles and drugs. And like I said, kids that like to drink and smoke weed. Those are the experts, quote unquote, to support their burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay was not suffering from a disease or defect at the time she killed her children. You all remember this. October. This is not an evidence, it's micro-identification. It's too big. But basically it shows clearly and unequivocally the depths of despair that this young kid was in, trying to raise 3 kids, trying to be a wife, ready to go back to work. Did anyone say that she was just lazy or just didn't want to go back to work? That's manipulation. They're arguing. She didn't want to go back to work. She didn't want to go back to work because she didn't want to leave her kids, especially Callan, because she loved her children. They were her life. Manipulation. And when you consider the journals...
I'm really irritated by Jennifer Sprague's smug look right now. She's kind of rocking back and forth with this little smug look on her face. I'm not a fan of either of these prosecutors.
No, I found myself wondering if the reason why they don't seem to do like a full thank you is they might be reading the jury and reading the jury as against them and just being like, yeah, screw these people. Like, I don't know. It's weird.
Jennifer
yeah,
Sprague,
they are.
I looked Jennifer Sprague up because I thought, she just, the way they did this case felt like she was maybe a newer attorney. Not a lot of trials. She's not. She's been practicing for 20 years.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is wild. This is wild. Just totally wild.
And like some of the, some of the ways they argue things are like mistakes I would expect from juniors.
Yes.
And mistakes that I would expect a judge to hammer on when performed by somebody who's not a junior. Like,
yes.
Sometimes there's stuff you can get away with when you're, more junior that you can't, as you are more senior. And I feel like that's where they're at. But but they get away with everything.
Watch the movie there, The Shining, with Jack Nicholson. Remember the scene when he's sitting there in a state of complete psychosis, and he's writing a book and he's typing, and the wife finds the book and opens it up and looks at it and says, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Repeat it after repeat it after repeat it. And he says, do you like it? You look at
Nobody remembers this scene, dude. Like, unless your jury's older.
I mean, I remember it, but I don't understand the
reference
cohesive, coherent theme. That's my issue with where we are right now. Like, he's going into his totally different analogy. He's not even with the quarters anymore.
And it's an analogy that relies on a movie that at this point is like, what, 40 years old?
It's more than that. When is
The Shining out? 1980.
Okay, so it's 46 years old. It's as old as I am. Womp womp.
So same. So, I mean, this might be a reference that the jury doesn't get.
It might not be. I mean, there's some older folks on that jury, I understand, but it's, again, like, I want to emphasize, like, I'm looking for nitpicks here for the purposes of discussion. This is still an above average cross, folks. Like, he's an amazing attorney. What he's doing right now with no notes is so hard to do. So, like, I might have nits, but my nit here is more like, you're not sticking with a cohesive theme. Like, you've got the quarters and now you're jumping to The Shining. Like, it's just you're too all over the place.
And part of it is because he has no notes. Like, I'm not a big fan of no notes. I'm a big fan of minimal notes.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to read the notes, right? You don't want to be sitting there just like reading your shit, But you do want to be in a situation where you can just like go back and check and like follow your theme, right?
Yeah.
So, and he's not doing that.
the records of her Googling drugs. You look at how many times, how many hours of the night in the afternoon she's looking this stuff up, in between taking care of the family, in between all of the stuff that was going on with visiting doctors, seeing doctors, going to Rhode Island, being told, no, we can't help you, calling a suicide hotline, we can't help you, calling another suicide hotline, we can't help you. My God, what does she have to do? She was reaching out for help, and she was not getting it. She turns herself in to McLean Hospital. You saw the doctor, nice one. She's testifying. She didn't know I suggest to you that she didn't know hardly anything, let alone psychosis involving a young lady like her going through what she was going through. The government bears the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They bring, for example, Ian Whiffen. The guy, you might remember him, was the guy that's, I guess he developed or helped develop Celebrate. What you get when you look at the records. You know?
I wouldn't have bothered going after Whiffen. I didn't think anything Whiffen did mattered.
No.
So this is like you're chasing mice.
Measured on an Apple Watch. Well, I shouldn't say Apple Watch because we know that they didn't have the Apple Watch, but on a cell phone. You don't measure going down the stairs. You measure stair climbing, right? That's what the testimony was. And there were 3 stairs that were climbed. Okay. The last record is 5:38. At 5:38 p.m., we went through that uncrossed. What happens to the phone? Don't know. It was on the bed. Was it dropped on the bed and it left there for 20 minutes? She could have been anywhere in the house during all that period of time, right? You've got a compressed period of time that Patrick leaves to go to the restaurant to pick up the CV, and you heard the guy yesterday say, and then she sent him off to go to CVS. It's on the way. It's on the way. She didn't want him out of the house long. She was in distress. She wanted him home to help with the baby, to help with the kids, to help putting them to bed. How long is he going to be gone? She Googles it. Is that something that is so nefarious? You'd think that goes right along the line with the book about good mothers having bad thoughts. My God, she actually Googled the time frame that Patrick would take to go to 3B and pick up the food and then leave and stop at CVS on the way. So I guess the government is suggesting she's not in a psychosis. So she's Googling Miralax because the doctor earlier that day told her that the baby Cora needed Miralax. Why would she do that? Because remember the government's opening when they told you she wasn't suffering from a psychosis. She was a woman that didn't want to live her life anymore, wasn't happy being a mother, didn't want to live that life. So she's going to kill her kids and hopefully throw herself out the window and not paralyze herself, and then she could run off into the sunset, I guess. That's what their theory was, along with the fact it wasn't a real good suicide, it was fake. Well, now we know, don't we? The mess that this young lady was in her brain, my brain is being damaged. I will never be better. That's the evidence. That's the evidence that we have in this case. Burden of proof is on them to prove to you that at the time that she killed these 3 beautiful kids, that she just wanted to move on with her life. And I suggest to you, just as there's no chicken nugget residue, and then when you look at those photographs, there's a slice of a cucumber, there's a slice of a carrot, there's no chicken nuggets in that bowl. Patrick wouldn't know what the kids were eating. She was the one that would cook their dinner. She was in the refrigerator, but the guy yesterday is like, oh no, Patrick said that the child was eating the chicken McNuggets in the bowl. No, she was getting food out for the 2 kids, not the little baby, 2 kids for dinner. There's no evidence that she's lying. There's no evidence that she's malingering. And finally, remember, there was a big deal about whether or not the voices are within the head or whether or not they're outside of the head. Dr. Resnick's article with the largest research on voices malingering in the world indicates that 38% of almost 1,000 people that were examined report voices from inside their head. And it stops. You're going to buy that guy yesterday? He doesn't know what he's talking about. This young lady is not guilty of the killing of her children because she was suffering from a disease and defect, as His Honor instructed you. And they're not going to be able to prove otherwise. And it's their burden, not ours. Thank you.
I like the ending of it. It bogged down in the middle.
Yeah. It plays better to me on the second watch than it did on the first watch. There's definitely some parts that we've talked about, but on the second watch, he hit more of the points than I remember him hitting. It's just, I think, the structure.
The jury doesn't get a second watch.
The jury does not get a second watch.
So I sort of look at that and I'm like, I felt the same, that it feels better on a second watch. But there were still points where I'm like, don't like it.
There's some comments in the chat that he needed to hit on the burden. And I think I agree. And I think really what was missing is what you said, that he needed to explain what reasonable doubt means, and it's their burden to cure and clear away all reasonable doubt. You know, if you've got a question, you've got our expert and their expert, and they say the same thing, and you think it could go either way, that's reasonable doubt. You know, stuff like that, stuff that we saw in the second Karen retrial.
Anytime you've got the advantage of a burden, you definitely want to hammer on it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, if the other side's got to prove something, you know, and the standard says they got to prove it real hard, you want to say they didn't hit it hard enough. Like, you know, you see this in appellate stuff all the time. It's like, sure, the judge might have been wrong, but were they wrong enough? No. You know, yeah.
Hi, come on.
So she apparently picks up the quarters.
There's no dispute that Lindsay Clancy was suffering from mental illness and that she tried to kill herself. There's no dispute about that. All of the evidence that you've heard, even the experts that the Commonwealth put before you, say that she was suffering from mental illness and she tried to kill herself.
Was that what you were, you know, is that what you were suggesting in your opening?
Yeah, it's not.
Like,
it's not.
Because, and I mean, if the jury is sitting there going, she changed her position, then she's done, right? But
when does she pick up the quarters? Has she already picked them up at this point?
I think so.
No dispute.
So she gets up. I think
one
it was
at a
right
time.
there.
She argues back. Someone says, "All right."
So, or at least she plays with them, like you hear the quarters there.
Yeah.
Right, and then I want to get back to her.
That's not the issue in this trial. The issue is whether, at the time she killed Cora, Dawson, and Callan, she knew the difference between right and wrong, and whether she could conform her behavior to the requirements of the law. This case is not about our mental health system or how it treats women or what's in the DSM-5 and what's not. That's a distraction to get you angry and passionate about an important issue, but an issue that's not on trial here. What's on trial here, what the issue is here, is what Lindsay Clancy did the night of January 24th, 2023, and what her mental state was at the time. And you can use her psychological history and records, the treatment records, to look at both before and after she killed the kids, to look at how she got to that point, what her thought process was, what her motivation was. But it's not the system or the DSM or any of that that caused her to strangle her kids. In fact, she had more access to treatment and care and support than a lot of people do. She had health insurance that covered multiple doctors, multiple specialty programs, treatment at South Shore, at Mass General, her stay at McLean. She had prescription coverage to cover the different trials she went through. She had support at home. She had 18 weeks of maternity leave with the opportunity to extend that as much as she needed, which is excellent, which is what all women should have. But she had that. She had support from both sides of her family, hers and Patrick's. The two older kids, Cora and Dawson, were in preschool 3.5 days a week. And she had the nanny, Elaine, who helped with Callan 3 mornings a week. And she also helped her with housework and with food prep. This wasn't a woman suffering from a lack of care, a lack of resources. She had an abundance of help, an abundance of care. She had all of that and more. And, you know, this doesn't mean that she wasn't struggling, that she wasn't dealing with mental health issues. She was. She had depression. And whether that's from bipolar or major depressive disorder or postpartum depression, it all boils down to she was depressed, right? And she was trying to deal with that, trying to get help for that. But it wasn't the fault of the providers that she was struggling with this, or that she wasn't getting better. They were doing the best they could. You have the record, you heard the testimony. They were doing the best they could with the information she provided them. And that wasn't always accurate information. That wasn't always the full picture. And they were doing the best they could with her level of cooperation and compliance with the plan. Take her medications. You know from the records and from the pill bottles what she was prescribed and how she was supposed to take those medications. And you know from the pill bottles what she actually took. And sometimes those two things didn't align with what she told her providers.
Now, if they're comparing the what she took versus what etc., that might be good for the prosecution.
But it depends on which bag they're looking at, right? Is it the bag that Patrick had in his car, which the prosecution used throughout the case to say, oh, there was only like one pill out of this bottle taken? Or was it the bag of pills from the nightstand that were all almost empty? That's, to me, that's the sticking point. Which one are they focused on?
Yeah. And we'll have to see. I mean, we just don't know. So
told Patrick what she told her mother. If you take the Zoloft, for example, the prescription was for 125 milligram pill a day for 7 days, and then to go up to the 50 milligrams after 7 days. She told Dr. Tufts that she took the pills as prescribed for 7 days, went up on the 8th day to 50 milligrams, and that's when she had the insomnia and the other side effects and symptoms. She told Patrick that she took the pills for 7 days and they had no effect, so she called Dr. Tufts, who then told her to increase the dose. Well, you know what she told Patrick is not accurate because the pill bottle says, take it for a week and then increase it. That was the plan from the beginning. That wasn't the result of a phone call to Dr. Tufts. And you know what she told Dr. Tufts isn't accurate either because only 7 pills were taken from the bottle. So that leaves you two options. Either she took the medication as prescribed, 1 pill a day for 7 days, and then didn't increase it, which she says is what caused the side effects and the insomnia, or what she did was not take it as prescribed. She didn't do it 7 days and ease into it.
They asked the defense experts about this, and the defense experts said, well, look, no, she had so many of these different bottles. It's very possible that she doubled up a dose from a different bottle or something along those lines. And this is why it's frustrating that the defense has to go before the prosecution and doesn't get a chance to rebut the things the prosecution's saying, because she's just distorting the record here, and that's not how the evidence came in.
Yeah. And she does that a few times. Like the most egregious distortion of the record is with the knot, right? The tied aspect. Because there she's just like, but yeah, I mean, I've had situations where you get prescribed I get prescribed an attention deficit medication. I don't take it properly, but I end up with a bottle and then I get the next bottle. And, well, if I have to take one, I take one out of whichever bottle is handy, not whichever bottle is most recent, right?
Yep.
So she either missed a dose or increased it early before she was supposed to. Either scenario is not good. She knows as a nurse the importance of following the instructions of your medications. She knows how important it is to follow the plan and do what's on the bottle and do what your provider tells you and to give that accurate information to your provider. She didn't say, I went up a dose, went up to 50 too early. Maybe they could have adjusted that and tried the 25 milligram for longer and eased her into it. But no, she told her that she did what she was told and then went up and had these problems. So you can see that in a lot of the medication she has. You have the pill bottles that were turned in by Patrick, and a lot of them don't even have many pills missing from the bottles. Some of them have none. The Buspar prescription, the first one, there's only 2 pills missing. The second prescription, no pills missing. The Lamictal, she never took those pills at all until the night she tried to kill herself. So there's a lack of compliance there, a lack of follow-through, a lack of communication with her providers about what was happening with her and how she was taking the medications. And defense wants you to believe that this is a woman who's begging for help and willing to do anything and everything her providers tell her to do to get better. And she was asking for help. She wanted help. She wanted to get better. But she wanted to get better on her own terms, doing things her way, the way she thought she should do them. And as a nurse, she knew that's not the right way to approach it. She knew that an accurate medical history, accurate information about your side effects and symptoms, what your thoughts are, that's important for your providers to know. And she didn't do it.
And all of this is kind of missing the point, because the standard for NGRI doesn't be like, it's not you have to have been the most diligent person in addressing your mental health.
She started off her closing by saying, the medical system isn't on trial. And then she launches into this bit here about how it's on, basically putting it on Lindsay Clancy, but she's kind of putting the medical system on trial by saying that Lindsay Clancy didn't follow the plan, that her doctors did the right thing and were subject to what she told them. It's either one or the other. You start off saying, like, the issue is what happened that night, and then she goes off on this tangent. So I don't know. I mean, this is frustrating because I feel like the defense should have had a chance to rebut this point.
Yeah, I hate the lack of rebuttal. And I mean, she catches an objection in this. So
she does.
It seems that the reason that she's not necessarily fully compliant and she's doing what she wants to do is she has this desire to be herself again. She just wants to go back to who she was, and she wants it now. And she doesn't want any side effects. She just wants to be herself again and wants it now. And that's understandable. That's relatable, to want to get that magic pill that will fix you immediately and you can go back to being yourself. But she knew that's not how it worked. And that's what she was thinking, because in the searches on her phone, she's searching for things like, which antidepressant works the fastest? How fast does Wellbutrin work? And she's searching all of these different medications for the side effects and symptoms, some of them that she never even discusses with her doctors. And, again, it's relatable that she wants to get back to where she was, but she had discussions with her providers about how these medications work and that it takes time for them to get into your system. It takes time for them to work. She even texted her mother about that, about how she knew that she had to be patient, that it took weeks for the amitriptyline, for example, to get into her system and worked. And she knew all of this, and she couldn't be patient. She couldn't wait. She wanted it faster. She even told Dr. Tufts, it's a note in the records, that she knew the problem was that she wasn't focusing on one provider and following one plan. She knew that going from doctor to doctor, practice to practice, South Shore to MGH to different programs, not the best way to deal with the situation. She said it in her own words to Dr. Tufts, you need to stick with one provider and stick with one plan to see if it works. And she actually turned down help from at least 2 locations at various points. We talked a lot about the women and infants records, and you don't have to believe.
She could have turned down help at every single point. I mean, this is really putting a burden on her that doesn't exist to be the best possible patient. And she could be the worst patient of all time, and that's still not how the law works. So correct. I honestly think this is a place that Reddington should have objected and said, I wanted instruction on this. She's misleading the jury as to the state of the law, and don't like it.
The problem is that he kind of opened the door here, because he talked about the days and weeks leading up to it. He was showing pictures and stuff from Facebook. I think it's hard here to see if the judge would do something. They'd say he opened the door and he's going to give them leverage.
I mean, the judge barely does anything, so yeah. It's hard to get a result.
What I say about them, or the witnesses say about them, or defense, you can look at the records themselves. Page 9, it says right there, Patrick was the one who said over-medication was the issue. Not the doctors there, not the people evaluating her. What they put was depression, RO, rule out adverse medication effects. That means they have to look into it to see if medication's a problem. But there's a difference between an adverse effect, a symptom, or a problem with a medication, and being over-medicated, taking too much of a medication, or taking too many at one time. There's a difference there. And Women and Infants never said she was over-medicated. What they also don't do is turn her away. It's not that she went there and they said, can't help you, go away. They told her, it's in the records, based on the onset of her symptoms, they weren't sure if it was postpartum or peripartum. They saw she had an issue. They wanted to help her. It says there, they offered her 3 programs. They offered her the inpatient medical management program. They offered her a partial hospitalization program for general mental health. And they offered her an outpatient program. It shows they put a lot of thought into that, into offering her this care. when they gave her 3 separate options, considering she's a young mom, maybe she doesn't want to be away from home, but we'll give her the option of being in the hospital and getting her medications right. But we'll also give her the option of the partial hospitalization where she can, be here during the day and go home to her kids in the evening. And then that third option of being an outpatient and being able to be at home with her kids and come in for appointments. It was very thoughtful of them. It was very well planned out to give her these 3 options. And it's kind of the exact opposite of just turning someone away and saying, go away, we can't help you. And her response?
I thought you said the medical system wasn't on trial. When are you going to, this is what you're trying.
Yeah.
I mean, she makes me angry. At least there's no bows in her hair.
The other one's the one that wear bows.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's the other one wearing the bows, but at least this one doesn't do the bows thing. If I was the judge, I would have shut the bows thing right down. Oh, it would have been like, she's like, I would have just been like, counsel, if I see another one of those, we're either talking mistrial or we're talking about some, serious, we're going to talk about some serious sanctions.
Chat wants to know if you're wearing a bow right now.
No bow. I have a bow, but it's a different kind of bow. I don't think it's the kind of bow that, is an
well
issue.
Said.
So.
And she goes to Dr. Tufts. She sees Gelada at some point. You look at the records. She never discussed those options with them. She told them that Women and Infants turned her away and said she didn't qualify for the program. She didn't discuss those 3 programs that they offered her. So basically, they give her this offer of help, 3 different forms of help, and she says, no, doesn't want to do them, and doesn't discuss it with her provider. And also that first time she goes to Mass General, to the emergency room, they offer her a bed at McLean, and she turns it down. She wants help. No one's saying she doesn't want help, but she's making these decisions and doing these things that aren't helping her get help, that are turning away help, because she wants the help in a certain way, in a certain time frame. And, all during this time, between September and December of 2022, she's interacting with friends, with family, teachers, gym staff, the nanny, people at gymnastics, interacting with them in public spaces, in public ways, driving her kids around, all throughout that time, able to know the difference between right and wrong, able to conform her behavior to the law and to the requirements of society, and interacting with others and presenting herself as a functioning adult, a functioning mom. You know that she knew the difference between right and wrong during that time because she had those thoughts at the beginning of December of harming her kids. And she told Patrick and her mother about them. But who she didn't tell is important and very telling. She didn't tell a single provider, not Tufts, not Gelada, not Jennifer McAllister, not Dukes, no one at McLean, no one at MGH, no one at South Shore, didn't tell any of them. And why? Because the police might take away her kids. That's a rat.
I mean, the argument she should be making is because it wasn't happening. Right?
That's what they were making earlier in the case. And now it's like she's embracing that it did happen, but saying that because she only told non-physicians, it means that she appreciated the wrongfulness of her act later on, because she's talking about up until December, not when this stuff happened in January. So it's like, well, wait a second. If she was hearing voices, so we all now agree she was hearing voices, that's the problem. That's a problem for their case.
The argument seems to be that like Taco Bell couldn't have caused your diarrhea because you didn't shit yourself at the Taco Bell. And it's like, well, you understand things can get worse, right? Things can develop over time. Things can.
Yes. Yeah, this is a lame argument. I don't like that they get to go first or that they get to go last. I'm going to keep saying it because it's Massachusetts is a weird place to do justice.
And she can come out here with like a Taco Bell argument and Red doesn't get to come out with the mop. So,
rational thought that telling mandated reporters that you're having a thought of harming your kids, that they might be taken away for their safety, that's a rational thought. And it also shows she knew it was a bad thought, a wrong thought. Because you don't think someone's going to take your kids away because you're thinking something positive or neutral. It's because it's bad. It's because it's wrong. It's because it's against the law. So she knew that it was wrong. And she was able to conform her behavior to the law because she didn't tell those providers. She went in and met with them and talked about what she was experiencing and talked about her depression. And not only did she not tell them, she lied to them. They asked her, are you having thoughts of harming others? Do you have homicidal ideation? She told Tufts no. She told Gelada no. She told Dukes no. She told Goodhart no. Every day at McLean, she said no. At MGH, she said no. So not only is she hiding it, she's lying about it. She's controlling her behavior. She's controlling the presentation she presents to her providers. And then we get to her being admitted to McLean. You know, up to that point, all of the drugs she's taken from September through December, they weren't given at the same time. The most she ever had at one time was 2 to 3 medications. And usually if it was 3, that third medication was the Benadryl or the hydroxyzine that's like Benadryl, or the Ativan or Valium as needed for anxiety. But most of the time it was 2 medications. And the way they did those medications, you heard from Dr. Satoff, a man who's examined thousands of patients with psychosis, who's treated women with postpartum psychosis, who's treated women who have killed their children, that man who apparently has no expertise. You heard from him that the medication trials were reasonable and rational. She tried a medication, it didn't work, or they had side effects, they stopped the medication. They tried something else. They tried a different combination. And unfortunately, with mental health, there's no blood test or CAT scan or MRI that you can do that says, well, you have bipolar or you have schizophrenia. It unfortunately doesn't work like that. So what the providers have to do is rely on what the patient's telling them. Hope that information is accurate. Rely on what they're observing about the patient and make a diagnosis. And then based on that diagnosis, have a treatment plan. And every patient reacts differently to medication. One patient could do fine on it, the next not. So they have to do that trial and error process. And it's normal, it's typical, it's reasonable. And that's what they did for her. And even if you believe that the number of different medications she took over that time or the combination of those medications affected her negatively, after McLean, they were out of her system. Some of them have been out of her system for months. Zoloft, she stopped in October. Other pills she stopped in November or December. And that last one, the Seroquel, that she really had a bad reaction to, is out of her system. The only medication she's on.
How do you know it's out of her system entirely? Because some of those things have really long tails.
No, I mean, she's making argument, but I don't know that there's testimony on this.
Yeah.
Leaving McLean is trazodone for sleep and Valium for anxiety. And that's it when she leaves there. And why does she leave there? She wants to go to Corey's birthday party. And that's relatable. That's understandable. She wants to be that mom again who can throw her daughter a party and enjoy it. It's completely understandable why she would want to leave. But she also knew she wasn't there. She knew how she was feeling. She knew she was depressed. She knew she needed help. But she wanted to be that mom she was more. And there was nothing McLean could do to keep her there. She said she denied suicidal ideation. She denied homicidal ideation. She said she wasn't hearing voices or seeing anything. They saw the entire time she was there, no signs of psychosis. In fact, every doctor she saw, from Tufts in September all the way through Tufts at January 23rd, none of them saw any signs of psychosis ever.
The Tufts thing sucks to me because she did telehealth. I just don't. It doesn't sit well with me. The whole psychiatry via telehealth does not sit well with me at all. I wish he had hit on that point a little bit more.
I mean,
maybe he did. He did talk about it a little bit.
He did, but not so much in his close. But I mean, it's kind of obvious, right? Like, you know, you and I talking here on this stream. It's entirely enjoyable. It's pleasant, but it's not the same thing as like being able to sit down and have a beer and, you know, actually have that human connection in person.
Yeah.
And psychiatry, it's so important to have that direct in-person thing.
Yeah.
I just, and like one day I'll have to make it down to where you are. And if nothing else, to try proper barbecue because.
Well, we need to go to Texas together sometime and get proper barbecue.
So I screwed up because I booked my tickets and then I realized that I booked my tickets for like just the time I have to be for a conference. So I need to call up Air Canada and just be like, can I move my return back by like 4 days? Because I'm going to Dallas. So I'm going to be in Dallas in a little bit. But I need to make sure I've got time to do like a meetup and
absolutely.
Also, the people who make my gas mask, they have invited me to come check out their stuff. But they're in Austin, so I need to plan for enough time to like make a trip down to Austin in there as well.
It's a 4-hour drive from Dallas to Austin. So
I mean, the job I took has me driving 2.5 hours each way. So, but I mean, it wouldn't be crazy to take a little short flight from, short flight from one to the other.
No, it's not a bad flight.
So, just hop a plane, take a trip. I guess I'll do that tomorrow. I'll call the airline and just be like, so can I completely fuck up my flights? And how much is that going to cost me? And they're going to be like, yes, and lots. So, somebody saying I used to have a gas mask bong. But if I do that, and if it's possible for you to make it out, you totally need to take me to somewhere that's good.
Talk about it offline. Let me know the dates, and I'll see if I can make it work.
Yeah, it's every once in a while a barbecue place opens in Edmonton, and either I don't like barbecue or they're bad. And the thing is barbecue is a classic food, and it's made of meat. So
you got it. Barbecue is different in different parts of the country. In the Midwest and in the Carolinas, it's more sauce based. In Texas, it's more rub, salt, and pepper based. And in California, they think making hamburgers is barbecue. So Californians, as per usual, are usually the weird ones.
The last place I tried, I cut my gums on the ribs because they were that dry. And I was like, no. I can hear the sigh. You're like, right? Oh, no good.
Oh, yeah. Someone says Santa Maria tri-tip. Yep. That is California's version of barbecue, is a Santa Maria grill, which is, I don't know. Do you know what a Santa Maria grill is?
I do not.
So imagine you have like a brick bed with like a grate, and there's a crank on the end that kind of lifts the grate up and down like a drawbridge almost. So you can crank it up or down to get closer or further away from the coals. And it's a wonderful way to cook. It's a fun way to cook, but it's grilling. There's a difference between grilling and barbecue.
Yeah, at some point I really would love to. I've got a bit of land. I don't know if we're going to be able to keep it because we might have to sell it to try to rebuild this house. But if we can, one of the things I want to build at some point is like a proper stone like smoker. And I want to build it with 2 different paths for the smoke. Either like smoke and then the smoke goes into the into things and for hot smoking, or send the smoke through a big spiral metal flue so that it can cold smoke. I just need a thing where I can like switch it over so I can do either. But it's tough. I want to build a big thing for that and be able to sit there by the lake and just do that.
That sounds almost like 2 devices too. Cold smoking. There's ways if you have a big enough smoker, you can cold smoke with a small enough fire, but you got to have a big smoker to make sure it gets cool back before it touches the food.
Yeah, I mean, what I might be really consider doing is like a big barrel of water and have the smoke flue like go and spiral through the water, and then the water hopefully can cool it off. That would, I think, because yeah, I mean, some things you've got a cold smoke. Like if you want to do like cheese, it's got to be a cold smoke. But yeah, now I'm hungry.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back to her and her clothes.
Doctors at all these different practices, they're all collectively together wrong. That doesn't make sense. She shows when she's leaving.
Wait, what are you doing?
They saw the entire time she was there, no signs of psychosis. In fact, every doctor she saw, from Tufts in September all the way through Tufts at January 23rd, none of them saw any signs of psychosis ever. So they're all wrong. All these different doctors at all these different practices, they're all collectively together wrong. That doesn't make sense. She shows when she's leaving McLean, no signs of psychosis. And they even give her a task to do to see if she can manage her mental health outside of the hospital. Make an appointment, pick a doctor, make an appointment. And she does it. She decides on Dr. Tufts. She makes the follow-up appointment. She gets the documentation.
And I mean, part of why she decides on Dr. Tufts is because Dr. Tufts bills herself as this PPD expert. And she's been at it for like 8 minutes.
Yep.
And I mean, this pisses me off with lawyers too. The number of lawyers out there who put like, we handle firearms cases on their webpage, and you talk to them and they barely know the difference between an SKS and a BMW. And, it's like, because you can put just about anything on your webpage.
Right. Yeah, that was... Tufts was really...
Tufts is kind of a tragedy on this. Right? And I don't know. I really hope Tufts feels bad about all of this. And I kind of suspect that is not the case. Yeah. But
it gives it to them, showing she can manage her mental health. They have to let her go at that point. She's there voluntarily. There's no grounds to keep her if she's not showing she's a danger to herself or others. So they let her go home. And at home, again, all throughout January, she's showing her ability to know right from wrong and to conform her behavior to the requirements of the law in all the activities she does in January. First, there's the birthday party. She's throwing the birthday party. She's monitoring the kids, making sure, typical mom birthday party stuff. Everyone's eating, getting cake, singing happy birthday. You saw her in the video. She appeared happy and smiling, normal.
So which is it? Is this a loving mother or someone who is tired of her life? This closing is so the opposite of the opening, and it's annoying to me.
The thing is Reddington did a pretty good job, but I still wonder if as good of an opening or better might not have just been playing their opening and just saying like they're gonna give you something different.
Yeah.
And I mean, the risk to that is that the prosecution stands up and says, no, we stand by our opening, and sits down, in which case it doesn't match any of the facts.
Right.
But I mean, I wish that they had time for rebuttal, because then they could have, in the places that allow like a fixed amount of time and you can split it between your close and your rebuttal as you wish, it would actually probably make sense to be like, their opening was X much time plus a minute to introduce it, and that'll be my rebuttal to their close. And then do like a little tiny close and then hand it off. And she does all of this. And you're like, and this is what they said.
Yep.
I just want to remind you of what they said at the start. But yeah, she's changed her story dramatically.
Totally.
The Museum of Science. You have that video. The Museum of Science in Boston can be crowded and overwhelming on a good day. And she's there with 3 kids under 5 with her husband.
Funny
see
story.
her-
I've been to that Museum of Science in
Very
Boston.
fun.
It is a very cool place.
I'm just like, they're giving her shit about like having a good time at a museum. Like that's what the museum is for.
She can't be going through, a psychotic episode days or weeks later because she was able to go to the museum.
Or even she can't be having a depressive episode. And I mean, I've been depressed, even though you might be having a really awful time in your depression. You can still like enjoy some things. And even if you're not enjoying some things, you can still put on a face like you're enjoying some things, because if you're just like pouty all the time, then people treat you poorly, right?
Yeah.
Like this was so frustrating to see this, and I just it bothered me.
Yep, agreed.
The exhibits, showing them what to do with the exhibits. If you watched that video and you didn't know who the Clancy family was, and we asked you, pick out the woman who is depressed, pick out the woman who wants to kill herself, pick out the woman who's about to kill her kids, you couldn't pick her out. She's completely calm.
I think this statement right here turns a lot of people off. This was the comment that some of my coworkers watched and were very put off.
Yeah. Especially like people who've suffered through anything like, a serious depression or whatever. It's like, okay, yeah, you don't look at that on a security camera video.
Yep.
Okay. What do you expect? Like, do we legitimately expect that she's going to just be like walking around with like the comic book spray of tears out of her face? I don't get it.
Yeah.
Typical and normal, because she's able to control her behavior. She's able to be suicidal and feel those things, but control her behavior, control her thoughts, and present that image to the world. She's able to do it at the Cape Codder as well. Similar scenario. She's able to watch the kids when Patrick goes to brunch. She's able to watch the boys when Patrick and Cora go skiing on the 16th. She's able to interact with the Carneys on January 22nd. And yeah, they both initially said she was quiet, but then they both admitted she was always kind of quiet. But she was able to interact with them, chat with them in the kitchen. Seemed okay. In between January 7th and January 21st, her mother never comes to the house to intervene. Her sister, a licensed social worker, a mandated reporter, never comes to the house to intervene or help, never makes a report. And they're in contact with her every day, texting with her, calling with her almost every day, and never see any signs that they should be concerned or worried or intervene.
Texting with her and calling her every single day and don't see signs? That seems like a stretch.
Yeah. Like, how do you tell somebody's emotion in text?
Yeah. That's the whole problem with text.
You know how many
fights
fights
have
are-
started
Yes.
because someone, like, come on. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. She was texting her and she didn't notice. It's like, yeah, she could have been on fire and that doesn't show up in a text.
Mm-hmm.
Messages between the defendant and her mom. And her mom obviously was very attentive, very caring, asked very pointed questions. How are you doing? How are you sleeping? How are the medications? Obviously, a very concerned, loving mom. How does Lindsay answer? I'm getting a little better. I'm sleeping better. She said the only time her sleep was interrupted is if Cora had a bellyache or one of the kids was up. But she's doing better every day. She's sleeping better. She's feeling better. She still says, I'm not myself. I'm not where I want to be, but she's moving in the right direction. And we have that text from her mom the day she leaves on the 22nd, headed back home. I'm glad to see you're doing so much better. Now her mom now wants you to believe that she lied to her, that she wasn't doing better and she was just trying to encourage her. But there's so many things you can say to your daughter who's struggling with mental health other than lie to her if you want to encourage her. You've got this. Take it day by day. I'm here for you. We're going to get through this. But she wants you to think she lied to her when she said she was doing better. But you know that wasn't a lie. You know that she was doing better, or seemed to be, and that her mom said, I'm glad you're doing so much better, because Patrick said the same thing. He said she was doing better in January. Every day was better. The 24th was the best day. They had hope.
So every person who studied psychology here goes, oh, because if I've got a friend who's super depressed and suddenly they show up and they're like super cheerful, I'm like, hey, let's have a talk, because somebody being super, like, suddenly seeming to pick up when they've been depressed is not a good sign, because often people pick up when, when things are getting worse. And further to that, sometimes when people start to pick up, they become more able to do things. And also, one of the things that can make people pick up is entering into a psychosis. So,
and this isn't just how I remember the evidence coming in. Anyway, my impression of the evidence coming in is that it was downward from December to January. It was getting worse, not necessarily getting better. Maybe I misremember Patrick's testimony.
I remember him basically saying things were pretty bad. So this thing about like things were getting better, I'm like, I don't know. She wouldn't misrepresent the evidence, though, right?
No.
Because that's what she wanted to show them. The only person during that time that she gave even a little glimpse of maybe she wasn't doing that much better was Dr. Tufts. And she told Dr. Tufts that she was feeling depressed, which is why Dr. Tufts prescribed the 10 milligrams of amitriptyline a day, very low dose. And then she told Dr. Tufts again, still not helping. And so Dr. Tufts raised it to the 20 milligrams. Again, a very low dose, a dose a child could take. And that shows how cautious and conservative Dr. Tufts was being in the treatment of this patient who had had those interactions with medications previously. She was being cautious and conservative in acting with care for the patient by slowly increasing the medication.
You really get the sense that she's like Dr. Tufts' civil defense lawyer at times.
Yeah. Well, she's got to be right. She has to defend Tufts because Tufts is kind of the from the defense's point of view, Tufts is the villain. So she's kind of got to defend Tufts to win her case.
Yeah, I guess, but it still feels a little, I guess, sketchy or hinky. Yeah.
But even with Dr. Tufts, she still denied having a suicide plan, denied wanting to hurt anyone else, denied voices, denied visual hallucinations, showed no signs of psychosis, all the way up to January 23rd. Nothing. And if you look at their journal, you look at this journal that defense counsel showed you, she's very detailed, excuse me, about when she took medication, what she took, the amounts she took, what the effect was for months, starting in October and going all the way up to January. And where it stops, January 18th. Someone who's been so meticulous about everything all the way up to January 18th, and it just stops. And it's as if she's decided she's done trying. She's decided that it's too much and she doesn't want to do it anymore. And so she just stops keeping track of the prescriptions. And then we get to January 24th. Everything that happened that day, every person she interacted with, every situation she was in, shows you she knew the difference between right and wrong, and she could conform her behavior to the law. The doctor's appointment first thing in the morning. She's able to drive there. She's able to interact with medical professionals. She's able to seem absolutely fine and normal. And this is a doctor who's treated the kids since Cora was a baby. This is a pediatrician who's known the family and has known Lindsay for almost 5 years. A woman who's trained in recognizing the signs of postpartum depression. She told you she looks for flat affect, she looks for teariness, and some other things that she told you. She saw none of that. She was able to control herself and interact with her in a perfectly normal, concerned mother way. Able to get home from that appointment. She plays with the kids, she takes them outside, she's sending those messages and photos to her mom and to Patrick, basically saying, look, this is a good day. I'm having a good day. Everything's good. I'm getting better. Here's proof. This is what I'm doing. You start to see the planning at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And this is on her phone. You can see her search for Miralax, kids Miralax at 4:02. And then a little while later at 4:13, you see her search for takeout from 3V. And then immediately after, she does the Apple Maps search to see how long it takes to get to 3V. Well, defense wants you to believe that, she was checking that because she didn't want him gone for too long. She wanted him home. She was in distress. If you're in distress, don't send him anywhere. Make food at home, have him cook, get delivery, get DoorDash. Go to one of the other restaurants that Patrick mentioned that were 2 minutes down the road. And she didn't have to look up on Apple Maps to see where this restaurant was. You heard from Patrick.
You know how many times I look up on maps places I've been a million times?
Yeah, happens all the time.
Like, oh my God,
it's a restaurant they're looking. What day of the week is this? Is this restaurant open today? Not every restaurant's open every day of the week. I don't know why she's looking. The thing that also irritates me is she's like, well, why get takeout at all? Well, she feels like crap. She doesn't want to cook. The husband's been working all day. He doesn't want to cook. There's reasonable explanations for all these that isn't plotting a crime. I don't know exactly when they say this psychotic break happened, but I've always imagined that he leaves and that's when the psychotic break happens, after he leaves. Not that she's really planning it.
I mean, my wife does not watch my channel at this point. She's not been following this trial at all. And like a couple of days ago, she basically was like, hey, remember that restaurant we went to at one point? Could you order, from there? It's like, oh yeah, sure, we can. Let me look it up. And like, this to me is like, we'll put it this way. If the murders hadn't happened, like if the killings hadn't happened, whether or not she's not guilty by reason of insanity, like, if you went through that discussion of like would you ever find this to be unusual? Like, would you ever find this to be strange?
No.
Like,
no. Maybe she's looking up the exact address to see whether where's the CVS in relation to this. I mean, I always got to check with my wife, and she's like, go to this place. Well, which place is that? There's a couple pharmacies in our town. Is it this one or is it that one? I forget which one's the CVS and which one's the Walgreens.
I also kind of have this thought that she might be like, she wants him to go to the pharmacy, but she thinks that maybe if she says, can you go to the pharmacy, that he might say no. So she's like, how about we pick up takeout, thinking he'll be more interested in the takeout. And then while you're there, hit the CVS.
Yeah.
Like, I kind of feel like that might have been the thing there. So she's looking up not how long can I stall this guy, but like what's right next to the CVS so that I can lure him to the CVS with the food. And then, he gets stuff, for the kids gotta poop, right?
Yep.
Like,
that there's all sorts of plausible explanations that aren't her plotting this. I don't know if it was you or someone else said, like, if she was really trying to like get him away, why not send him somewhere further?
Well, or the other thing is she calls up and they make a big deal about she calls and confirms that they've got this product.
Yeah.
And I'm going, if you really wanted to stall him out, wouldn't you want the place to not have it? Like, you ask around for a few things about what they don't have. Because if you really wanted to stall them out, you'd find something they don't have, send him there. And then, when he calls and says, hey, I can't find this, you just text back and say, well, we really need this brand. And yeah, she also calls ahead for the 3V and pre-orders.
Yep.
If you really wanted to stall him out, wouldn't you just forget to pre-order so that he has to go in and then, is like, hey, I'm here to pick up whatever. And they're like, we don't have your order.
Yep.
And then he'd have to put the order in, wait for the order, Like everything she does is to get him home sooner, not after.
Exactly.
And like, if I'm trying to stall my wife, which I don't know why, but you know, this is exactly the opposite of what I'd be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I mean, this is maybe too morbid. How does she know how long it's going to take to do this thing? I mean, I never really understood why. Oh, she's timed it perfectly. Well,
yeah.
Like, really? How does she know how long it's going to take?
Who the heck has this planned out?
Yeah.
Right? Like, you know, it's like, oh yeah, she's depressed, but she's got this planned like an Ocean's 11 plot. Like, you know, so she's apparently Danny Ocean on this, and
yeah.
Yeah.
Patrick, they had been there at least 3 times in the months before. She had lived in that area for 4 years. She knew where it was. She knew generally how long it would take to get there. What she needed to know was how long specifically on that night it would take to get there, because she knew she would have a limited amount of time to do what she wanted to do. And what she had decided to do was to kill the children and then kill herself. And so she needed to know, not generally, but exactly how much time will I have. And then obviously sees that that's not enough time. So then she searches CVS. And not only does she search CVS, she calls them and asks them if they have kids Miralax, and they say no, but they have Pedialax and one other medication. And then she asks, is it in stock? Because she needs to know not only what they have, but is it in stock? Because she's adding to this errand that she's...
Wouldn't it be so much better at that point to just send a message and say, like, and tell Patrick it's got to be Miralax?
Yeah.
Because then he'd go there, find there's no Miralax, and then be like, I've got to go to another pharmacy, you know, and basically, like, if she wanted to stall him, send him to the CVS, say it's got to be Miralax, and there is no other, like, you know, the Pedialax is not a substitute. You've got to find the Miralax.
Yeah.
Like,
yep.
It makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, this bit doesn't make sense to me.
It's bullshitting. It's yeah.
Sending Patrick out on. And she has to make sure she's not interrupted. She doesn't want that call at 5:33. She wants him to go to CVS and have the medication there and get it, and then go on to 3V, so she has time to do what she needs to do. So that's why she's calling to see what they have and make sure it's in stock. It's a level of planning there and thinking and decision-making that Dr. Satoff referenced. And then after that, she texts Patrick, you know, it's been a long day, can we do 3V? And
Has she picked up any quarters at this point?
I haven't seen her do so, but yeah. It yeah.
I missed it the first time. I'm looking, but I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it either.
Someone says not yet.
Okay. And he asks her what she's getting. She tells him the Mediterranean Powerball. He says he's getting the Portfolio Loto. 5:10 p.m., she's calling that order in. She's talking to the hostess. She gets the order accurate. She is able to answer questions about how she wants her food. She's able to recall and give Patrick's phone number and his name as the person picking up.
Not all psychosis means that you're like suddenly a gibbering loon, right?
Yeah.
People can have very subtle psychoses, and I did a volunteer thing, and it was a volunteer thing at a psych hospital because I was studying abnormal psych. I took the abnormal psych class, and they said basically you've got to go and talk to people at the mental hospital, you know, and then do an assessment. And so this one woman who we initially got assigned to and then later got reassigned was actually pretty ordinary to talk to. Like, she'd just tell you about her day and, you know, this sort of thing and that sort of thing. And she was just sitting in her chair, like, and what I found out is that she was actually the people that the orderlies were kind of scared about, because at one point I saw her get up out of her chair and it was like immediately like everybody started running, and she's got orderlies on her and like all of this. And so I was like, what the hell? Like, why was everybody so excited about her just standing up? And they're like, yeah, she, like, the last time she stood up was she, like, an orderly was talking to another patient. She stood up and stabbed him. And I'm like, oh. They're like, yeah, she's actually super violent because she gets, like, psychoses about, you know, this person is plotting to kill her kind of thing.
Hmm.
And the only reason she wasn't in a forensic hospital is because she got, you know, put into the civil commitment system before, you know, before she committed any crimes. But apparently she was planning some at the point where she got committed. Like, you know, but in talking to her, like, she can have a perfectly fine conversation about the weather, you know, about what she used to do for work, about all of these things. And she'd have no problem, like, ordering a pizza and, you know, these kinds of things.
Yeah. This is not how the evidence came in. It's not like this slow roll. It can happen on a flip of a coin, they said.
And quite frankly, like, she's mischaracterizing this and relying on stereotypes of mental health, like mental illness, that, I mean, it feels pretty gross, I guess.
Yeah.
So.
And then Patrick's leaving to go get the food. And as he's leaving, the kids are in the living room on the couch eating. The defendant's in the doorway near the basement door. And she says to him, basically, by the way, can you go to CVS? Acting like it's this last minute thought, like, by the way, can you get this? And not something that she's been planning for over an hour. She knew about the Pedialyte and she knew about 3D and she knew all of that before she even asked him about dinner. But it's like, can you go to CVS on your way and get kids Pedialyte? And he, of course, is like, sure, I'll get that. And he heads out the door at 5:15. And you know that's the time he leaves because he says to her, yeah, just text it to me. And that's such a normal kind of interaction that we have in your common sense of life experience. You're headed out the door to run an errand and someone in your home says, while you're out, could you get me X, Y, and Z? And you're like, yeah, sure, just text it to me. Because you don't want to get there and be like, what did they want me to get? It's such a normal interaction, right?
Okay, but that doesn't mean shit. And
the normal interaction.
It's a normal interaction, and that it's some highly suspicious murder plot. Pick a lane.
Yeah.
Like, is it normal or is this murder time? Because if it's normal, then it's not murder time by definition.
Yep.
Can you get this for me? Sure, text it to me. And he heads out the door and she texts it to him at 5:15 p.m. And then he goes to CVS, even though she's told him what to get and they have it, he still makes that call at 5:33. She calls him back at 5:34. And then he heads out to 3V and then comes home. And when he gets home, puts the things on the counter and it's quiet. It's quiet in a way that a house with 3 kids under 5 should not be during waking hours. So he calls out to them, no answer. He goes to the basement door and opens it, nails down, and no answer. And he closes the door. He calls her phone, no answer. He goes upstairs and is able to unlock the door and see the blood and see the window open and go down to her. And when he goes down to her, she's no longer actively bleeding. He doesn't have to put pressure on any of her wounds. And he says to her, what did you do? And her response is, I tried to kill myself. And then it's, where are the kids? In the basement. It's not, I heard a voice. I was compelled to do this. I didn't want to do this. Go help the kids. They're hurt. They're in the basement. Go save them. No. It's, I tried to kill myself. And the kids are in the basement. And defense wants you to believe that conversation couldn't have happened because of how she sounded on the 911 call. But you heard from the doctors, people can deteriorate over time. When he first gets there, she's able to talk to him. And as that progresses, she's losing the ability to talk. And there's nothing in the medical records about her throat being crushed or her thyroid being crushed. You can look at that. Her thyroid was bruised. Her vertebrae were broken, but her throat wasn't crushed. She had the ability to make sound and to communicate.
Which medical expert said that?
Yeah.
Like, because at this point, you're basically asking the jury to be medical experts that they are not set up to do.
Yeah.
And if you listen to the 911, he's talking to her, and then he's answering the 911 dispatchers about what she said. So even if we can't hear her clearly and we can't understand what she was saying, he could.
Well, which is it?
You
Could
know,
she
from
talk
all
or
of the
couldn't
evidence
she?
you have,
Yeah.
putting aside the experts, but all the evidence you have in terms of crime scene photos and videos and the witness testimony and all the medical records, you know how she killed them, where she killed them, what time she killed them, and the order that she killed them in. Even without what she told the doctors about the order, that's something you can infer from the evidence. Because you know, in order to bring the kids to the basement and strangle each one of them, and then come upstairs and get a knife and have a phone call, and then go upstairs to the second floor and either take handfuls of pills or crush them, however she did it, take the pills, and then cut herself. And it's not just 3 cuts, it's the hesitation marks, and then the cuts themselves. And then you know she bled in a couple spots for a little while, because you heard from Sherry Crook how the pooling in front of the mirror is someone, basically the blood dropping down, and someone there for a period of time, and then over closer to the window, the same thing. So she's bleeding in front of the mirror for a period of time, over by the window for a period of time, and then she goes out of the window. And whether she dove out or climbed out and slid down, whatever you think that evidence shows from the shingles and everything you've seen.
I mean, if you think she slid down, how does she flatten her neck like that?
Yeah.
So she's still on the like fake suicide attempt. She just doesn't want to say it.
Yep.
And yeah.
Whatever happened, she goes out of the window and she's on the ground. And by the time Patrick gets there, she's no longer bleeding. So for all of that to happen in that short amount of time while Patrick's gone, she had to have started killing the kids immediately after he left. Now, defense wants you to believe that it was after the phone call, that after the phone call, she heard the voice and killed the children. But there's a few things about that don't make sense. First is what she told Dr. Statoff, that when she gets the call, she's at the fridge getting chicken nuggets out of the fridge to make dinner. You heard from Patrick, when he's leaving, Dawson is sitting on the couch eating chicken nuggets and green beans out of a bowl. There's the crime scene photo of 2 bowls on the couch. Yes, the pink one seems to have some vegetables.
I mean, it seems to me that it is entirely possible that she made 2 rounds of.
She could have. That happens in our family all the time. One kid wants eggs, and then dad wants eggs, so you got to get the eggs back out and make dad some eggs.
Yep. Or the kid wants, chicken nuggets and green beans, and then you feed the kid, and the kid wants more chicken nuggets. You're like, cool. Kid wants to eat more food. Oh, that's such a tragedy. Like, usually parents are kind of happy when the kid is eating. So, I just, I thought it was so weird. But yeah,
a lot of this is thin.
It's like so thin as to just be imaginary. And yeah.
In it, but there's the blue one there as well. And Patrick saw Dawson eating the chicken nuggets and green beans. So why would the defendant make that up? Why would she say she's doing that during the phone call? Because if she's already killed the kids because of a voice and being compelled and it being against her will and she's like a puppet, then she can't get a call and miss it and then call the person back and have a conversation and then hang up. A puppet can't do those things. Those are decisions and choices and actions that she's controlling. So she has to explain away the phone call because her behavior and her ability to have the phone call don't make sense if she's being compelled by her voice.
I mean, something doesn't make sense.
If she's not in control. And you further on that, you have the phone. You have the flights climbed. There were 2 flights climbed. You can see, you have Ian Whiffin's report. You can see there were 2 flights climbed. The first ends at 5:33. So it makes sense that she has killed the kids in the basement and she has come up the stairs, and at 5:33, she's in the kitchen and she's getting the knife. And then Patrick calls. Everything she's done, everything from the research to making sure what they had, to telling him to get it, to making sure it's in stock, all of that, and he still calls her, he still interrupts her. And then she gets the knife and she goes upstairs and she's at the top of the stairs by 5:38. So the phone calls from 5:33 to just before 5:35. So if you want to believe that the voice happened after the call, and the killing of the kids happened after the call, between 5:33 and 5:38, she doesn't go down and come back up and come back up and come back up. There's nothing on that phone about that. And there wouldn't be enough time for her to bring those kids down to the basement and strangle each one in 3 minutes. You heard from the doctors, and Dr. Lapisato included, it could take up to 30 seconds for each child to go unconscious. And then strangulation would have to continue for another 1 to 2 minutes to cause death.
And this is where I'm just like, this is complete horseshit. And it makes me, annoyed because it's such BS. She's like, she's got to hold it, each child for like these 3 minutes. And I'm going, no, that's not how that works.
And Dr. Lapisato wanted you to believe that the band could just stay there around their necks by themselves. But you have the bands. They're exercise bands. You pull them, they resist, you let go, they snap back. I had to hold them up to show her in circles like around someone's neck. And when I let go, they expanded. They don't stay around someone's neck on their own. You have to pull them. And
they expanded because there wasn't that there's
no friction
knot, and there wasn't anything around. They're not around anything. So Patrick Clancy described it as like a knot with like a shoelace, but without the without the bow on it, right?
Yeah.
I got a rubber band here. And I didn't even loop it around because Patrick sort of described having to unwrap it. So there's not even multiple loops. But that's just the one thing. And it's tight on there, right? It's applying pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And the amount of pressure, they said, is 4 to 10 pounds. Which means only as much pressure as a stiff trigger pull. It's less pressure than you can get with your thumb and forefinger, like pinching together.
Yep.
Yeah,
to me, not a good place for her to go.
But I thought Reddington really should have hammered this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if I was Reddington, I would have done a demo, but I would have done a demo having you go to a store, you buy the exercise band at home, you test it out, and it works just fine. And then you go in, you're like, all right, I want to do a demo. Here we go. Boom. Like, yeah. So, but yeah, she's like, I did my shitty, intentionally bad demo. Yeah.
And she doubles down on it here. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's just absolutely nuts. And I hope the jury isn't buying this because it's just false. It's just fake, right? So
never testified that they were knotted. So I'll take this one. He testified that he didn't have a clear memory, but he remembered that they were possibly looped. And I asked him, like, when you're tying,
he said untied, and then he described it he described the manner that they were tied.
When you shoot that first loop before you do a bow, and he said, yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like that.
Exactly like this. Which you'll note, I was able to put on this bottle, and it just stays there. And it continues to stay there, applying pressure and being tight. Melissa Jane from the chat says she's got an exercise band. She just tried that, and she just was like, it stays. So this is kind of critical to the prosecution's theory, because the prosecution's theory is she has to spend the entire time like pulling these exercise bands.
Yeah.
And instead she goes up, wraps it around the kid's neck, puts the like half knot in it, which just holds because it's an elastic thing. And then, it just keeps doing the work on its own. And we're down a coin.
He remembered that they were possibly looped. And I asked him, like, when you're tying your shoe, that first loop before you do a bow.
So one of the coins she picked up.
Kind of like that.
She took one of the coins.
Not knotted, not tied. But even his memory wasn't the best. You heard him on that call. And that's why we had to play the call for you, because you could hear him. You could hear when he found each kid. And you knew that he had the phone with him when he found each kid, because his voice, it never sounded like he was in another room. It always sounded so painfully right there. And so you know he's holding the phone and he's not untying knots. And he wouldn't have had the time to untie knots in that short amount of time. And then you have the firefighters looking in the window, seeing him with Dawson. And he's not untying a knot or unlooping something. They say they see him in an unwinding motion, unwrapping. That's why you had to listen to the 911.
Meaning she wasn't holding it because it was still there and he was unwrapping it.
Yes. Like the fact that it's still on the kids' necks and still apparently tight indicates that, like, the evidence that is in this case contradicts her.
Yeah.
And like, if I'm on the jury, I'm like, I am done with anything you have to say here.
And strangle them for 1 to 2 minutes after they went unconscious. Because those weren't knotted. They weren't tied. They don't just stay there on their own.
Because I did a contrived thing in air where I looped it and let it go.
And even if you wanted to believe that, at 5:38, she goes upstairs and puts the phone on the bed. And then she goes down and kills the kids and she does everything. 5:38 to just after 6 p.m. because he's making the call to her at 6:09. There was not enough time between 5:38 and just after 6 p.m. to kill all 3 kids, to get the knife, to take the pills, to cut herself, to bleed.
Unless the bands work the way bands work, in which case there's plenty of time. So, you know, your theory has a problem here.
To go out of the window, to stop bleeding, and Patrick to get there. In 20 odd minutes, it's not enough time. So you know she killed those kids as soon as he left. And when she got the call from him, she had already strangled them. And she didn't tell him. She didn't ask for help. She didn't say, oh my God, what have I done? She's a nurse. She didn't go down and try to do CPR and help them. No, she lied. She stayed calm. She presented herself as normal. She had complete control over her behavior and her emotions. She had a normal conversation with him because she didn't want him coming home, because she needed to finish her plan. She still had to kill herself. So why did she do it?
Also, if you didn't want him coming home, why would you take the phone call? Because if you don't take the phone call, what he's probably going to do is wait 5 minutes and then call back. You know, or text back and say, I'm juggling, like I'm changing diapers or something. Can I call you in 10 minutes?
Yep.
Like, you know, easy peasy.
You know, defense would have you believe that a mother who was this good, who loved her kids this much, which we're not denying, would never harm her kids this way unless she was so mentally ill that she was hearing these command voices and had no choice. But you know that's not the world we live in. Dr. Resnick told you, most women who kill their children do it in child abuse. Most women who kill their children don't do it because of mental illness. Mothers kill their children, and it's horrible and it's awful, but it happens. So why did she specifically do it? She was depressed. She was exhausted. She was done. She didn't want to try anymore. She felt damaged.
No, I thought she was selfish. That's what you said in opening.
Yeah, and where is this? She was exhausted. She was done when she still was expressing that she like loved her kids. Like, makes no sense to me here, but okay.
Wasn't she out making snow angels with the kids earlier that same day?
Yeah. If you were done, why would you be doing all of these activities with the kids?
Yeah.
Like, okay.
But those kids were her protective factor. Those kids were keeping her from ending her misery. And so she had to remove the protective factor. And I'm not saying she was happy about it. I'm saying that It was what she had to do to end her misery. But it was a choice. It was a choice. She could have kept trying. She could have, moved down to her mother's. She could have killed herself and left her kids alive. But it was a choice to take them with her. It was a horrible choice. And it's a choice that we don't want to think about, that a mother can make, because that doesn't make us feel safe or comfortable in this world. But it's a choice she made. She knew it was wrong because she sent Patrick out to do it. She could conform her behavior because she waited until he was gone and didn't tell him what was going on those phone calls, didn't call 911 for help, didn't lock herself in a bathroom upon hearing this voice. She knew it was wrong. She didn't take advantage of
That seems to play both ways to me. So she argues here that she could conform her actions to the law, but then she says she didn't go lock herself away. So she's acknowledging the hearing of voices. Okay, so we concede that she was hearing voices. But if she was in control of her actions at that point, she could have gone and locked herself in the bathroom. Like, that doesn't seem to help her position here. The fact that she didn't do that suggests that she wasn't in control.
Or that she wasn't aware that it was wrong. Because if she wasn't aware that it was wrong, she wouldn't resist the impulse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This opportunity to do what she wanted. And when she woke in the hospital and she knew she was alive and the kids weren't, she knew what she did was wrong. She said she felt horrified. And then
when she woke in the hospital was a while later, after a whole
days later.
Right? So, like, when she knew it's like, you do recognize those are different times, right?
Yeah. I mean, when she woke up later, wasn't amidst the psychosis and was horrified at what happened? Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
Still with a tube in her throat, she's asking, do I have a lawyer? And it's not what defense said. It was after surgery and she's delirious. Look at the records. She had surgery on the 27th. She's asking if she has a lawyer on the 26th. Do I have a lawyer? Because she knows what she did was wrong. And then
this should be absolutely forbidden.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it should be.
Like, I don't care if there's relevance to it, because the reason why you can't get into somebody asking for a lawyer isn't relevance. It's that it's a guaranteed constitutional right, and the constitutional right is meaningless if it undermines your defense.
I agree. I haven't checked the law on this, but I would think that it should be considered irrelevant.
And there should have been an objection, I think, to this. But yeah.
Then we get the justification, the excuse of the voice. And there are a few reasons why the voice doesn't make sense. The first is she immediately obeyed it. Dr. Resnick, their expert, the one who knows everything about postpartum psychosis. He teaches other psychiatrists and psychologists. He writes books and chapters and articles about how this is a huge red flag if someone immediately obeys a voice. You heard him talk about Andrea Yates, about how she heard voices to kill her children for months. And what did she do? She committed herself 5 times.
This should also be completely like, and this pisses me off, because you'll see what Red does and you'll see what the judge does, and I'm so annoyed at the judge here.
She tried to kill herself twice to avoid harming her children.
Judge, you just heard the objection, and you see that counsel is continuing to talk. Stop, counsel. And counsel, when there's an objection, you're required to stop what you're doing. Like, when here where I am, it's even so much as, if I start standing up to object, the other side's supposed to stop talking, right? Even before I articulate what the objection is. So, you'll see things like the other side is arguing, I stand up and they sit down and I note my objection and then I sit down and they get to respond. But she just keeps rolling.
I just said that was all accurate.
Let's move on from that.
Judge.
But she got it in.
Let's move on from that. That shouldn't be let's move on. It should be, counsel, I have to stop you. Jury, you are not to consider the case of Andrea Yates in any matter. That was not appropriate. You are to decide this matter on the facts of this case and not of any other case.
He should have issued a curative instruction.
Yeah, and didn't. And Reddington should be saying, Your Honor, can we approach?
Lindsay Clancy hears his voice one time and does it. Doesn't try to lock herself in the bathroom, call Patrick, call 911.
She didn't hear a voice one time. What are we talking about? She told the mom and she told the husband she'd been hearing voices.
Not the greatest option, but it's better than killing them. She doesn't try any tactics to avoid the voice. She just obeys. Another red flag that Resnick was asked about and teaches and writes about is that she only heard the voice one time. She never heard it before, and she hasn't heard it since. Somehow that works. It's a red flag that she's making up the voice. Another one is that what she said, the voice told her isn't consistent. At the hospital, she says the voice said you have to kill your children so you can kill yourself because they'll suffer without you. What she tells a lot of the doctors is, it says this is your last chance, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself. And then she tells the chaplain, a third version, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because they're in danger. There's these three different versions. Another red flag, it doesn't make sense. That she's saying the voice says all these different things. And then the fourth thing that doesn't make sense about the voice is that it's vague in its command. It doesn't tell her how to kill the kids, where, with what, nothing. It says kill the kids so you can kill yourself. So she had to choose where, the basement. She had to choose how, strangulation. She had to choose with what, exercise ban. Choose again, exercise ban. Choose again, exercise ban.
I thought that was fairly effective in terms of the cadence.
Yep.
But it still annoys me because I'm like, that's not how these, okay.
She had to choose how to kill herself. Now, if you're being compelled by this voice and you have no free will whatsoever, you're just doing, your body's acting on the voice, why wouldn't you just kill yourself the same way you killed the children? You strangled them, you hanged yourself. That's acting on compulsion. That's no choice.
Which expert said that? Which expert said that is how that would work? Or are we just making some shit up? Right?
She's just arguing.
And this shouldn't be permitted. You shouldn't be able to just make up theories on your. And I mean, I know she is allowed to do it. I just hate that this is how our system works.
Yeah.
Tried 3 different ways, and none of them similar to what happened to the kids. And I'll take this other quarter now and explain to you why we got into the superficiality of the wounds and why we got into the height of the window and why we got into how she didn't take enough pills to actually kill herself. We're not saying she didn't want to kill herself. We're talking about that third prong of suicidality that Dr. Sackhoff talked about. Remember, he talked about aloneness and feeling burdensome, but that third category, capability. She wanted to kill herself, but her natural instinct to live was fighting against that. So she took pills, but you heard the toxicologists, they were all at therapeutic levels or below, except the Seroquel, which was a little elevated. She cut herself, but you saw the cuts on the meaty part of her arm horizontally. No arteries, no major blood vessels. Didn't need to be stitched the next day. The one on her neck didn't.
I'm not saying it's a fake attempt, but it's totally fake, right?
Yeah. This one, I don't know.
And I mean, if I'm Reddington here, I'm asking for a mistrial. I'm going to say, look, Your Honor, she said that she was not going to argue that it's a fake attempt. She's strongly intimating that it's a fake attempt. And we were denied the ability to get in certain evidence because she said that because she argued that it wasn't because she said she wouldn't be arguing that it wasn't a fake attempt. So she, through duplicity, got in this addition, prevented us from getting this evidence in that we would have used to attack this mistrial. And this is so shady to me.
A lot of what she did was shady to me.
Yeah.
She knew as a nurse, those weren't going to kill her, but she was trying. And then going out of the window, 12, 13 feet. She landed the wrong way and ended up paralyzed on the frozen ground. But, the idea that falling out of a 12-foot window is going to definitely kill you, not necessarily. And so she wanted to. She was trying in all these different ways. But she just couldn't get over that third prong, the capability of actually killing herself. And that goes against it being a voice. Because if she's compelled to do it, if this voice is making her do it, she would just do it. There would be no fight. There would be no struggle. There would be no resistance to dying. But there was.
Was that in evidence?
No. In fact, it's directly contradicted by the evidence. Like this, it's directly contradicted by evidence she specifically, elicited.
Yeah, this is the problem with this system is the party with the burden of proof can just make stuff up at the end, and there's no rebuttal.
Yep. And there should be a rebuttal, right? So, yeah.
I guess the third one is Dr. Zeisel. We've never said that he told the defendant what to say. Not one witness, not one piece of evidence.
Kidding?
No.
So she picks up another thing there.
That was completely their point earlier on in the case.
It absolutely was. She's just like, I can just say things and it's fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, and we never said this. It's like, was I crazy? Because I definitely heard those. I mean, the jury might be wondering if they're experiencing psychosis at this point.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
The person that said that Dr. Zeisel, that we were trying to say Dr. Zeisel told her to make up the voice is defense counsel. He's the only one that asked about it. He's the only one that brought it up. We have never said that in this courtroom, and no witness has said that we've asked. She knew what she did was wrong. She could conform her behavior to the law and chose not to. And she didn't expect to have any consequences because she expected to die with her children. And we get to what we have to prove is that first degree is deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity and cruelty. It was deliberate premeditation because of the way she killed them and the way they died. And the order also shows a rationality. The order she killed them in. Because Cora and Dawson are older. If she had tried to strangle one in front of the other, they would have known this is bad. And they would have tried to intervene or run and hide. And she had a very limited time. She didn't have time to try to find a child who ran off and hid. So taking Dawson first and moving him to a separate room, having Cora stay with Callan and having Dawson go in another room, that's rational. That makes sense. That's ordered thinking. And we didn't show you that post that she made about Dawson being a handful and not being compliant to show she was a bad mom. We showed it to you because it proves she knew that he was a handful. She knew that he was less likely to be compliant, to just go along. She knew that he might struggle. And so it made sense rationally to remove him and separate him first and kill him first. And she brought him into that room, into the office, and closed the door, and she wrapped that band around his little neck. And she squeezed until he was unconscious. As the blood's pooling in his face and causing those blood vessels to burst, causing him pain and panic and confusion. And defense calls Dr. La Posada to say, no, it wasn't 20 or 30 seconds. It was only 5 or 10 seconds until he went unconscious. I'm sorry, how many seconds is it okay for them to have been in pain and panic?
Oh, feel.
Yeah. And a close shouldn't be about emotion. It shouldn't be convict because, you hate this person. That's not how that works.
And confusion. How about it wasn't okay for 1 second for any of those children to feel that? And they all felt it, all for up to 30 seconds. And then she continued strangling their limp bodies for 1 to 2 minutes to make sure they were dead. Deliberate premeditation. And then extreme atrocity and cruelty. The indifference that she showed to their pain, to their struggle, to their suffering, leaving them there on the floor with the bands around their necks, completely indifferent, because she had a plan and she was following it through. Just think of that. They're being strangled and the pain and the confusion that they're going through, and it's being done by their mom. Their mom is the one that's hurting them. Their mom is the one that's killing them. That's extreme atrocity and cruelty. She didn't see them in that moment as individual human beings with rights, with dreams, with futures, individually belonging to them. You heard about the 3 kids. Cora wanted to be a doctor and a mom. Dawson wanted to be a firefighter. Callan never got the chance to dream. Who knows what future he would have dreamed for himself.
Oh, that's a canned line.
Yeah.
And again, it's, it's an emotional appeal. So
she killed them, and she left them there on the floor with the bands around their necks. She didn't bring them up to their beds and put them with their favorite stuffed animal and cover them up gently and lovingly, leaving them peacefully there. No. She left them discarded on the basement floor like broken toys because she was done playing the game. You know, to a moral certainty.
That is, again, not your theory. Like, pick a lane. But yeah.
She is guilty.
Not a single thank you to the jury for their time.
Yeah. I think she was looking at the jury, and the jury was staring back at her like, fish at the fish market. And yeah, but I mean, thank the jury.
Yeah.
Somebody says that was the end. Yep, that's the end. After that, the judge goes on to give jury instructions, and then they begin deliberation. Mm-hmm. And the thing is, that argument that she makes about, like, she had to get rid of that protective factor. She didn't put that to a single one of her experts, that's how protective factors work.
Yeah.
That somebody who is, wanting to end their lives would go after their protective factors. And the reason why she doesn't is because, like, she had to know that that's not how protective factors work. Like, protective factors aren't brakes. They're, if anything, they're things that, like, that take off the gas, not that, are brakes in the, so I don't know. That really annoyed me, and everyone I know who's, like, in psych, who I point to that thing, they just lose their minds.
Yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I thought it was a fairly effective closing.
It does very well at the what do you call it? At the emotional pull.
Yeah. If the defense had the burden of proof on insanity, I might say that there's not enough here. But it's the Commonwealth that has the burden of proving no insanity beyond a reasonable doubt. And the closing here, while well structured, still leaves me with questions. Neither side really seemed to marshal the testimony or exhibits very well. I mean, the prosecution has to almost run away from their experts because they didn't help them on a lot of key points. I mean, they conceded the mental illness. They said it was bipolar, but they conceded the mental illness. And they just didn't have a lot of credibility to me. So,
and they, what is it? They end up having to run away from their experts because their experts flipped on Cross. So
they did.
Yeah, it's such a weird circumstance there.
Yeah. I need to head out.
I was gonna say I'm gonna read super chats, so I was gonna say you can stick around if you want, but you're gonna be you're probably gonna be bored. So good timing.
Yeah. Well,
thank you for joining
having me
me.
on.
This has been way overdue.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun. I'd love to come on again sometime and watch some more trials or talk about another issue. This has been a lot of fun.
Absolutely. And one of these days I got to make it down and have some barbecue and share a beer in person.
If we can make it out to Dallas together, we'll go try some of the best spots.
Sounds like a plan. And everybody, BBQ Counselor or BBQ Counselor, if you don't write out the word in full, but do a search on YouTube, you'll find him. He's got great coverage, and give him a subscribe because
awesome.
I guarantee you'll he's not going to steer you wrong. So
awesome. Well, thanks for having me, and have a great rest of the stream.
Thank you, and have a good evening.
All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye. Runkle, I should do a poll predicting when verdict comes in. I mean, we're all just guessing on that. All right. So let's go through the super chats here, and then we'll wrap up. I'm going to embiggen. Rob Proof of Life. This barbecue. There were some people who actually thought he was Rob, and he's not Rob. So different human. Rob is alive. Rob has done a couple of streams. Rob was unable to stream today, and I wasn't sure if I was going to stream tonight, and then I saw that Rob wasn't, and I was like, all right, let's do that. Also, Gwynny, I gotta fix something. Let me see if I can. 1 second here. Gwynny, who's been here since forever, got accidentally moderated because the chat moved. So I'm trying to undo that. All right, let's see if I can fix that real fast here. Come on, load. Why are you not loading? Show me the things. Arg. Why is it not? Do the thing, YouTube. All right, I'll get that fixed. But so yes. Oh, it's fixed already. Good. Good. Because yeah. Electron Microscopist, thank you for becoming a member. Much appreciated. If you're actually playing around with electron microscopes, I am super envious because I am super curious. Selegamine, Sante, thank you. Brentwood Cheek, any friend of our favorite elf is a friend of chat. Welcome. Cheers. BBQ Counselor is one of those people. He just started YouTubing, and I immediately went I had two thoughts. Thought number one, damn, this guy's gonna eat my lunch. And thought number two was, damn, he kind of deserves it. So he does really good stuff. So Brentwood Chic, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Donnie Not Wahlberg, thank you, Ann. Adore the channel and love our chat. Likewise, I think our chat is really good. Victor Man says no boom. Yeah, it's harder to do the boom when there's another person here. Boom. So, all right. What is it? Michigan Farm Boy, the one Delaware judge that tried to kill their business dominance last year, as I remember. Any thought from BBQ on that? I'll have to ask. Might be a good discussion. Cat Lady Ballerina Official, Laura Owens pleads guilty. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. I wonder, or pled guilty. And she was charged with perjury. That's a big. I wonder what she pled to. Because if she pled to perjury, that's a big, big deal. 2 counts of fraudulent schemes, 1 count of perjury, shit, and 1 count of taking the identity of another. Ooh. Ooh. Perjury is bad, not just because it, I see somebody says she got probation. I saw that she, that it's still up to the judge, but the judge, I think it's still in the hands of the judge, at least according to the news articles, but that the recommendation is for perjury, or for probation rather. The thing is that jail time isn't the only concern about a perjury conviction. The big thing about a perjury conviction is that once it's on your record, it absolutely fucks you, because having a perjury conviction on your record, you go in, you need anything in court, and the first thing they're going to bring up is you're a perjurer. So yeah, that's a big deal. Brentwood Cheek, halfway to goal. Thank you. The Miss Monty, thank you so much. And Brentwood Cheek says, faster, 2 more. And it's a me, Tony P says, crack a beer before beer cracks you. And Brentwood Cheek says, must hit goal. The beer I've got is Innocent Gun. Innocent Gun is a beer that is finished in Scotch casks, and it's actually quite nice. Terry K, thank you for being a YouTube member. Much appreciated. The world wonders. Ben learned nothing. No sympathy for him anymore. I still have sympathy for Ben. I think Ben is the kind of person who thinks the world will work out so long as he is on the side of righteousness. And that's a laudable belief. Like, it is laudable to, to feel that and to want to be on the side of righteousness. The problem is that it's not actually how the world works. And yeah. So yeah. Honk Banana, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Maritime Sniper, thank you for becoming a member. And I'm curious. Honk Banana, do we just call you Barbecue, or do you have like a government name we should use? Honk Banana, I think he just goes by Barbecue. I'll check. Barbecue, you're here, but no Runkle. My computer did a thing. Oh my God, is BBQ Counselor actually Bob? Rose says, have you seen the JKP map? Oh, that's interesting. The JKP map. That comes up with nothing. So no, I haven't. But looking at their, Wikipedia article. Yeah. So, all right. Rose investigates. Have you seen the JKP map? Peter is a bunch of LLCs too, reminiscent of Legally Mine. Just somebody having a bunch of LLPs doesn't necessarily mean anything, but yeah. What is it? Glamasuz, did the pupsters miss you? So, what is it? Zora, like Potter, when he sees me, is always happy to see me, even if I've been away. Zora is like, I'm angry at you and I don't want anything to do with you, but also, would you like to snuggle? So, yeah. Dino Kwaji, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Lina Justice Junkie, thank you for becoming a member. And that looks like a great lake there. So, says, Ben's lawyers feel about the same as him as Turtle Boy's lawyers. Yeah, I think so. Lina Justice Junkie, since you're needing 2 super chats, I'll repeat what I just said. Ben's lawyers feel about him the same way Turtle Boy's lawyers feel about him. Yeah, I think the Turtle Boy's lawyers get a little older each time Turtle Boy does a Turtle Boy. Anti-Empire, did you think the jury noticed that her opening statement and her closing arguments contradict each other? God, I hope so. Because that is some egregious shit. Meme Empress, can I at least yeet 8-inch rubber ducky at the prosecutor? No, that would be illegal. Stephanie Bachman, hey guys, random question. What's the most ridiculous argument you've ever heard another lawyer make with a straight face? So the most ridiculous I don't want to go into, because the most ridiculous is with regards to an SA case. Well, I guess I'll mention it. So a lawyer tried to call a pickup artist off of YouTube. And you might be saying, wait a minute, what? Yes, they tried to call a YouTube pickup artist who, in order to testify that a woman's manner of dress and demeanor that day suggested that that she was seeking certain kinds of activity. And I will tell you, that went exactly as well as it should have, which is the court said, go fuck yourself. Which is exactly what they should have said, because that is exactly the correct approach. And yeah. So, Meme Empress, prosecutor should apologize to the jury. Yeah. Also, the prosecutor, I don't know if she gave the quarters back. If she didn't give the quarters back, she should give the quarters back. By the way, that argument, like the short skirt argument, is by law not allowed in Canada, right? So, random unbranded commenter, basic human decency is a foreign concept to her. It was strange. Stephanie Bachman, Runkle, considering all the notorious criminal cases of all time, which one would you most like to prosecute or defend? Which would you not touch? Most like to prosecute or defend? I mean, I'd love to, imagine that I could have gone back on some of those wrongful conviction things and, and done a different or better job, but not touch pretty much any of the sexual offenses. I don't want to have much to do with those cases anymore. Honk Banana, no, we're 2 hours in. I've been patient. I must demand pupper proof of life. My dog hasn't screamed at the TV since the Limu Emu commercial. So Mrs. Runkle is home, which means that the puppers are with Mrs. Runkle. But I can run this. Meme Empress, seconding the demands for pupper proof of life. Because Mrs. Runkle is at home, I don't think I'd be able to get the puppers up here. So, yeah, I don't know. What is it? There must be so many points of appeal for Red due to the evil Bow twins. I mean, the thing is appeals are hard. The old line is appeals are for losers, and that's because appeals are very hard to win. Do I have dog treats in here? Do I have pupper? I do. All right, let me see if I can do a pupper proof of life. If I can reach the door. All right. Zora! Zora! Potter, I got treats. There we go. Yes, good pop. Zora, here you go. Come on, Zora. One more. There you go. All right. All right, I'm putting these down. Yes, you're a good pup. One in or out? No, she wants to try to sneak towards the treats. That's what she wants to do. All right, I'm going to close the door on you. There we go. Love you, pup. Okay. What is it? There must be so many points of appeal for Red due to the evil Bow twins. Appeals are a bad place to be. I saw a chat that I thought was entertaining here. It's not a super chat, so I'm going to try to catch it before it leaves. Are you very pro Clancy or just anti-prosecution? Mostly anti-prosecution, or at least these prosecutors. I do think that there is a way to have run a different case for the prosecution that would have had a very different thing there. All right. SoCal Mama, wonder how jury will feel when they learn they didn't have to sit through autopsy horror since defense wanted to stipulate. Gonna need extra therapy. I imagine they might be pissed. Beamer says, spill the tea. Cheers. This is actually not bad. It has real tea in it, so it's actually pretty good. Gerald Manning, thank you, and 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 thank you. I think that's in 23. So I think that was 40 total. So thank you so much. I hope things are going all right, because previously you said that you weren't able to donate, but you've been incredibly generous today. So I hope things are good. Jennifer Fernandez says, I hope your new job is going well. I think so. The upside to teaching is awesome, right? I really like, I really enjoy teaching. The downside to teaching is that you never really know how well you're doing. And so teaching is kind of rough when you have like imposter syndrome stuff. Because when you have imposter syndrome, if the students are like, yeah, thank you, this is really helpful, you're like, was it, or do I just suck? Right? Like, because they would never come up and say, they'd say that, say that you suck or anything like that. Wait, are you only teaching now? No, I'm teaching and YouTubing and doing free lawyering. So that is sort of the nature of things. I'm picking up files for free, and that is, where we're going. Don't have to read my chat about CPR resuscitation. I'll probably read it anyway. Gerald Manning, thank you for 10 gifted memberships, and then a second 10 gifted memberships. Very, very generous. Brianna, if you have any free time with new job stuff, would love to see you cover Andrew Callahan and Dear Kelly trial. He did a YouTube video and documentary. I will have to check that out. Chelsea Rama, why did Reddington focus so much on system failed? She was begging for help. Isn't that irrelevant here? Yes, you're not wrong there either. Other than the fact that that's how she gets into the psychosis. Horse welfare. Dr. Joe Corcoran and Kowalski versus J Hatch did not charge a fee. Oh, yeah. I guess. Did I know that? Matthew McClellan. As trial lawyers, do you think the jury actually understands the Commonwealth's burden regarding mental health? I'm starting to feel sus, maybe just anxious. I think they really should have explained it a lot better. So Gerald Manning, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships and for an additional 20 gifted memberships. Thank you. Hunk Banana No. I thought I was out of bourbon and I was sad, but I still have bourbon, so sadness must wait until tomorrow. You know what had me sad today? I am out of lime juice because I opened my lime juice and it's like gone all brown and gross. And so I have to buy new lime juice, but I'm like, I have, what do you call it? Ginger beer, and I have dark rum, and I don't have lime juice. and I want a dark and stormy, and I can't have a dark and stormy. Why am I out of lime juice? I had a bottle of lime juice. It was gross. It's gone brown and chunky, and yeah. GRB Chaser, do you think he said religious to remind the jury of the prosecution bring that up? I don't think so. I don't think he'd want to remind the jury of that. Michigan Farm Boy had heard before the Depp trial that it would most likely be an example of what millions of cash of lawyers could do to underwhelm you. One side for sure, Red alone seemed to do better than Amber's team. Yeah, the Depp trial, Depp's lawyers impressed me. Amber Heard's lawyers did not. Gerald Manning says the whole situation is sad. Yes, I think it's like this is fundamentally a tragedy. And, I wish there was a way to go back and prevent it. Hello says, let's get back to mental health, not just women. I'm a woman and definitely support women, but mental health is out there and people struggle. What can I do to help? I don't know. That's kind of the problem. I don't know. Honk Banana, while giving my dog her nightly medication, I accidentally pulverized her pill to powder her with my fingers. Thought I was safe because I'm out of onions. Rob, thank you for the 20 gifted membership. It was really funny. People going like, is that Rob on stream? And it's like, no, that's not Rob. That's, yeah. So, David James, do you think Richard Allen will win his appeal? I haven't read his appeal yet, but I hope he does. So we'll have to see. I can't say for certain. GRB Chaser, he actually brought up pool when he did it. Fair. I don't know pool. Law Lumber. By the way, quarters on a pool table. I got next. Big flaw to using this symbolism. If you need the second quarter, it's because you lost your first game. Fair. The stay-at-home juror. Is it weird that I want to read The Shining now? I've never seen the movie either. I don't know. And hopefully it's not one of the books where Stephen King gets into weird shit, because sometimes he does. Icosaplex, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. I know that symbol. Or I know that shape. Meme Empress, Google Maps knocked out Rob's internet. Fair. Gerald Manning, I'm celebrating today. I had a huge family issue that's all but resolved, and I hardly ever used my fund money budget the past year, so I couldn't think of a better place to use it than here. Oh, good. I was worried because I saw that you've been incredibly generous today, and I was like, please tell me, making good decisions. And okay. Attractive nuisance. I hate the maps argument. I use maps for everything. Tells me I have the right location, hours, links to websites. Almost like I have anxiety. I use it for restaurants all the time, including restaurants I've been to, like, so many places, right? Or so many times. It's like, all right, I've been to this restaurant, 1,000 times. I still pull them up on Google Maps because, it'll tell you things like, are they open? And yes, Gerald Manning, thank you again for the 20 gifted memberships, an additional 10. And Meme Empress, sensitivity, decade-long training for the ADAs. I don't think you can help. Rainbow Shamrocks, they're suggesting insanity would be her fault, so convict even if insane. That is kind of the suggestion. It's not how the law works. MS Pete, they continuously reported that Lindsay Clancy had poor insight, but Doctor let her steer the ship, and now it's her fault. Yeah. Meme Empress, I zoned out. This closing feels like Google Maps. Michigan Farm Boy, hiding depression and pain from all the people that know you is how so many people are surprised when people self-harm. What a disingenuous argument. Yeah. And the thing is, if you've ever been depressed, like, when you show that you have any sort of, depression and so forth, people don't like it. People stop talking to you. People stop, any of these things. So, so people mask. People hide it. How are you doing? Fine. Even when that question cuts you to the bone, you answer fine because, even though it might really, really hurt to answer fine when you're not, you know that if you tell people the way you're actually feeling, they will, react very strongly and negatively to you. That might be the last time you talk to that person. So, people know this, right? Gap and a Make Studio. Sounds like you're defending a Christian pastor. I mean, the pastor stood up. So Matilda Hainan, good morning from the Netherlands. Good morning. I have never been to the Netherlands, and I want to go. I want to go so bad. So, and I've never been. I've heard that there's like big, well-kept funeral or cemeteries for the Canadian soldiers in the Netherlands, and I kind of want to check those out. But I also just kind of want to I don't want to go to any of the sort of like usual places that people talk about for the Netherlands. I want to go see like the cultural stuff. And try food. I'm kind of weird because every time I go a place, Mrs. Runkle is always like, hey, we need to go see this museum and this thing. And I'm like, and we need to see this, go see this restaurant and this restaurant because I want to try the food. So, yeah, Europe is so expensive now when converting Canadian dollars. I need to wait for the Canadian dollar to un-F itself, if it ever does. I mean, who knows? Canada might be fucked. Michigan Farm Boy, it's the whole prosecution thing of anything you do or don't do can be turned a part of the narrative of guilt. Full Metal Jacket versus Hollow Point, etc. They have to take creative writing to develop cases. Sometimes. Japan is cheap. Ooh, I want to see Japan sometime. Fiona Boyd, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Much appreciated. Gap Anime Studio, thank you so much. Oh, my throat is starting to hurt me, so it's good that we're wrapping up. The Devil's Lettuce, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Much appreciated. Gwynny Bly says, prosecution giving multi-level marketing trad wife whispers disingenuous. The multi-level marketing thing, yeah. Gwynny Bly says, goal, I'm late. Prosecutor gave me creepy vibes. The whispers, yuck. The prosecutor, I've got enough of behavior to criticize her about. Alienated sharpness, why argue over food when they did autopsies? Right? GRB Chaser, it's convenient that husband doesn't have a good memory, so when it doesn't match your story, but he remembers different than the defense, so he's right. Yeah. It's like, how do you know it's her memory that's having the problems? The Devil's Lettuce, what's your take on the jurors not being able to take their notes into deliberations? Seems counterintuitive. Some places allow the jurors to take their notes in, some places don't. And the reasoning in the places that don't is that they don't want... Oh, wait. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. My camera is doing a thing. What they don't want is like, imagine one juror takes like 1 million notes and another juror takes like no notes. They don't want the notes to end up outweighing the deliberations, right? So they don't want that. That's kind of the idea in those places. Unlock evidence. Callan revived 6:40 p.m. If not breathing by 5:33 p.m., her argument. Pat gets home 6:09 p.m. Help arrives 6:15. It's not medically possible to revive an infant after 42 minutes. It's a sloppy theory. The problem is we also don't know how tight that band was because the band could be, a bit, could have been a bit looser. So Winnie Bly, I had power. Woohoo. LMAO, so much power I didn't notice. The power is in the hands of very capable people already. Thank you. Emmy loves makeup. I just saw Avram Mack is no longer with the Children's Hospital. I don't know why, so I can't comment too much, but I'm not upset about it. Equality says, I just wanted to brag about my 45-month. So, okay, bye. Okay, bye. Tammy Lynn, Lake Ontario turned into Lake America. Thoughts? I'm opposed. I mean, it's stupid and tiresome and petty and like, can we have serious politics, please? Like, just a little bit serious? This feels like children having a slap fight, and people are gonna like lose their jobs over this shit. I don't know. Yeah, Holly Star, or my favorite new recent find with my favorite elf. Thank you. Random unbreaded commenter. Runkle can't fool chat with Timu Fedboy Rob. Hey. Chloe diagnosed snarky. Ask for diagrams of correct, incorrect sitting. Fair. Chloe diagnosed snarky. It's a chair. If your butt is on the seat when sitting, the problem is the design, not your sitting method. I'm offended. I'm still offended by this. Sub Rosa says, Amsterdam invitation. I want to go. The thing is like everybody, when they're saying like, I want to go to Amsterdam, is like they either want to go to like pot cafes or they want to go see like the red light district. And I don't really care about either of those things. Although, to be honest, I could see hanging out at a pot cafe, like just because, you know, like occasionally I will smoke pot because it helps unfuck my back enough to sleep. But yeah, Van Gogh Museum, that would be amazing. Jan says, morning, Ian. Hope you're good. I'm doing pretty good. Life is actually pretty solid right now. Yeah, red light districts are nasty. Yeah. I could show you the really nice stuff, not the tourist traps. I kind of want to, like, I don't know what Dutch cuisine is like. But I'd like to find out. And I'm one of the people who, what is it? I'm one of the people who likes weird food. And when I say weird food, it's like I'm the person who ordered, like who bought surströmming and enjoyed surströmming and wishes he could get surströmming at a reasonable price. Because to get surströmming here, it's like $100 for a can. So at some point, I'd love to go to, like, you know, actually go to Sweden and try it at a restaurant and so forth. But I don't know. If I won the lottery, I will like tour around, stopping at various places and doing meetups and eating various kinds of food and, you know, do that. That said, the restaurant or the vacation I want to do next is unusual. So the vacation I want to do, so we did Mrs. Runkle's bucket list vacation. Mrs. Runkle's bucket list vacation was to go to the Galapagos Islands and to, you know, and we did that. And Mrs. Runkle was like, this was everything I ever wanted it to be. So I'm like, fuck yes. As, you know, as the husband, I am very happy when I can arrange for my wife to do her bucket list vacation, and it's not disappointing. And the thing is I also had a great time because, like, the Galapagos is really amazing. So we enjoyed the fuck out of that. The thing I want to do for the for my bucket list vacation is I want to go on a survivor vacation thing. There are vacation things that drop you off on an island and you can like build shelter and you can like gather your own food and those kinds of things. And I absolutely want to do that. Like, that would be amazing. And but I haven't. And I got to do it before I'm too old. I'm getting old. I'm getting out of shape. I want to, I kind of want to do that, I guess, in the next 5 years. So yeah. What is it? Runkle, Surströmming is $40 US and free shipping with Amazon Prime. If you're ordering it to the US, it's like over 100 if you're shipping it to Canada, because we don't get the same prices that the US does. So, yeah. Anytime I hear Amsterdam, I think of Deuce Bigelow. That is a movie I have not seen. So, but the other thing, if I did that vacation, I'd probably want to bring like a big solar panel and a big solar panel and a power station, and like record video of me. What do you call it? Of me doing all the things and enjoying all the things, and yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. That's kind of my bucket list vacation. I don't know if I'll manage to do it or not, but it's my bucket list thing there. So, yeah. Anyway, thank you all for joining me. I really did enjoy it, and so forth. I'm hoping I can do more streams. I'm hoping I can do some like gavel to gavel trial coverage. I'm hoping I might, like, depending on how the finances work out, because how do I put this? I took a pay cut to make the job switch. So, I'm going to have less money, like, full stop. So I'll have to see. I'll have more time. Like, I'll have months at a time, when in theory I could do something like this. Is the train tour of the US still in the lottery list? Yes. In theory, I'll have more time. And if I was in a position to, but it'll be a finances sort of thing. Because in theory, I could, for instance, say, okay, I'm going to, get a big, what do you call it? Get like a travel, streaming set with like a power, like a battery bank and a Starlink Mini and a laptop and like all of this, and get in a train and go from like city to city and just be like, on this day I'm going to be in this city, we're going to do a meetup, and like, here's my meetup schedule. I think that'd be super cool, right? I think that would be amazing, but I don't know if it's actually, like, I don't know if it'll be possible. I don't know if it's feasible. I don't know like what. So yeah, I got all these dreams, I got all these ideas, I got all these things. Runkle, end the poll. How do I end the poll? It won't let me end the poll. I don't see a thing to end the poll. It's not letting me end the poll. It just isn't. So yeah. Don't know how that works. Oh, and I saw a thing about what do you call it? We have a salt pickled raw herring eaten with finely chopped onions, but it's super fresh. I would eat the hell out of that. That actually sounds really good. That sounds really good. Yeah, I was thinking when you went on with Defense Diaries and Betterow after Verdict Watch began that you probably wouldn't have been able to do that if not for the new job. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, there's all sorts of thoughts I have on that. Check mark on the camper idea. I mean, that would be amazing, right? To just get a camper, like an RV or something, and drive around and like visit with people who were awesome and try things. I don't know. I feel like I kind of like screwed up doing a law thing and not doing like a not starting like a travel channel, because if I had a travel channel with this many subscribers, I could totally just be like, yeah, I'm going to go and I'm going to, drive to Texas or whatever. So I just, I don't, I don't know. Yeah. I see somebody says coffee is big in Amsterdam. I don't drink coffee, though, so I'll give that a miss. Dismiss pin chat, and you'll see the poll. I don't even see the pin chat. Live chat. Oh, there it is. End poll. All right. Somebody says second channel. I already have a second channel, and I'm bad at actually, keeping up at it. So, all right, I managed to end the poll finally. All right, I'm gonna say goodnight, everybody. It is past midnight. There's a place in Amsterdam that is apparently called Cannibal Royale. It's a burger joint. I could do that. So, yeah, Esmeralda Wetterwalk says, don't wait too long, Runkle. My kids are all grown up. I have the money, but I can't barely walk anymore because of my scoliosis, so traveling is not possible anymore for me. Don't wait. Yeah, that is a thought for sure. All right, I'm going to let everyone go, and we shall see you soon. I'm not sure when I'll do the next stream, but I might end up doing something over the weekend. If I do, it might be something low-key, like just some gaming stream on Roll of Law or something like that. So, or maybe a Leatherworks stream. That might be a thing. So, all right, good night, all.